I walk it into the AM stations.
Yes.
It starts bouncing off the roof, rolls under the door, and then back into the Triple N box. And he said, "Don't put me back in there. I'm going to fall asleep. I'm comatose for life."
Oh, no.
You can't make that stuff up. And one of the funniest things I laughed at today was when you guys went out for a meal, and he was explaining that you and JB shared a meal, but he also went through what was on the menu.
Soft shell crab tortilla with avocado, black bean, and jalapeno salad.
It's tortilla and jalapeno.
Tortilla. then you get into the taste, which is oh god, I'm spewing. I missed this one. Soft fajitas with Cuban braised wagyu, also buco, avocado, and sweet corn salsa. Which leads me to the last thing.
Yes.
Because when you go, you have some entrees, but then you only have enough entrees because you think, there's the mates. The lovely waitress there who was looking after me has taken a photo of a couple of our boys.
No.
Apparently, Warrior and JB were sitting next to each other, and Warrior looked at JB and said, "Mate, I can't believe it. You have to back me up. Come on. Okay? If we share a porterhouse. This is not Triple M. Share a porterhouse. You need to eyeball me, you two guys.
I just can't believe
and look me in the eye and say, Spud, we shared a porterhouse.
First of all, no, we didn't share a porterhouse.
Well, what did you share then?
It was a ribeye.
That was funny today. I love doing that.
When he had something up his sleeve and he'd come in the box and he
could look in the eye.
What would he used to say when
makes
he went to a wonderful radio station, Nathan, and we'd be doing here on a Saturday night on the FM?
So when he went to SCN, he burst into the box. He go, "Boys, has anybody got a PowerPoint? I think we're pulled out. We've got no power."
There's no one listening, you'd say. Not a soul listening.
Still the funniest thing is he coached me for a couple of years, Spud. So there was one game out here. We played against St Kilda, Richmond. They belted us. And Nick Rewalt got knocked out this night. And we had a guy called Tim Fleming who was a bit of a hard man playing. And we all saw it. We all saw what happened. It was just one of the most callous acts you've ever want to see. So Tim Fleming's elbowed Nick Rewalt, knocked him out. But after the game, Spud pumped Tim Fleming up, said, he went in. He was the only man that went in. He went in hard. He went in fair. He knocked out Nick Rewalt with a fair bump. And Spud hadn't actually seen it. He just saw that Nick Rewalt was on the deck behind the play. And that was Friday night. So obviously he didn't watch it all Saturday. Didn't watch it all Sunday. We come to Monday morning. So we're going through the tape again. Before we went through the tape, he pumped up Tim Fleming, said how good Tim Fleming was. He was the only one that got skin under his fingernails that day or any blood under his fingernails. And then the incident come up, and he stopped the whole meeting, turned it off. He goes, "Oh, Flem, that shit out."
Chief and Damien, I think you probably knew him, and I know you guys all knew him very well, but you probably knew him the best. And we had Anita in here, and we had Stewie in here about the necessity to be open and blokes talk with their mates. So it's not really an area we typically go into in this box. But Chief, how and Damo, how have you dealt with your grief 3 years ago since you haven't seen your mate? Stu was very open about it. How have you found the process?
Time does go quick. It's funny, and you have periods where you don't think about it. And I got caught short when that first promo came on last night. I wasn't expecting it because I didn't realise it was coming. I started to tear up because it started pretty serious, and you just go, shit, I haven't thought about him for a while, and you miss him, and you think of all the things you've done together over the journey, and it's bloody hard. But then, as I said to Anita, imagine magnifying it 1,000 times for the family members. It's hard to even come to grips with imagining what they must be going through. But I miss him heaps. He was a great mate, and I loved working with him.
On certain stages, Howard, he would admit this. He would ring sometimes 8, 9, 10 times a day, regularly twice as a minimum. But I still can't take his number out of the phone. It's in the favourites part of the phone, which comes up every time you plug the CarPlay in. So I just can't remove it.
Yeah, it's you get older, don't you, Dave?
Yeah.
And you get older, you start to lose people in your life. I'm not sure there's any way to navigate your way through it, but
I think the thing with Spud, because he was so larger than life, and he was such an energetic, and if everyone came into his orbit, and that's often the case, isn't it? It's the one person that for me, you didn't expect that was ever going to be possible, and I think that's what rocked everyone that was around him. I'm looking on the screen now down here, and Tom Boyd is being interviewed tonight, and you think, number one draft pick now, left over $1 million on the table because the industry wasn't for him. And so, there's examples of it all around. And so hopefully out of this, there is a chance for people to talk. That's the slogan, isn't it? Time to talk, and hopefully save Absolutely. A few more people.
We will pivot, because that's what we need to do in the media, Damo, and we'll pivot in a very different direction. Once again, some extraordinary comments coming out of those involved at the Melbourne Football Club.
Yeah.
And we've got to do that after us. Sorry, we do have a break here. Tana's telling me. Sorry, mate, I didn't realise we had a break, Damo. We'll get to that next. We'll take a quick break here. We are leading up to the match between St Kilda and the Essendon Football Club. That is next. What's happening in Melbourne? All the news as well. From McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
The Triple M Footy preview for the all-new Stealth Driver from TaylorMade, with a 60-layer carbon face that delivers unparalleled distance and forgiveness.
From Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M Rocks Footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M's Saturday Rub dives into the big controversies.
Harry Mackay. Fans of the opinion that Harry and Ben are the same day.
They've never played on the same day.
And won't stop digging till they get the answers.
Zach Fishers, have you ever seen Harry Mackay and Ben Mackay together?
Oh, they're the same person.
Join the Tempur Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for the Power and Swans. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M Rocks Footy.
Ned's Multi-Rescue is new to the Punters Toolbox. Place a 4+ leg sports multi, activate Multi-Rescue, and if one leg fails, get up to $50 bonus back. Take sports to the Ned's level.
T's and C's apply. Visit the website for details. Gamble responsibly.
Now at Harvey Norman, LG 530 litre slim 4-door French door fridge. Now $1,699, save $300. Smeg Classic Thermo Seal Oven. Only $1,688, save $200. Hot price. Dyson Kinetic Big Ball Origin Barrel Vac. $399, save $200. Or save $1,000 on the Samsung 75-inch Neo QLED TV. Just $3,495. More great deals on now at Harvey Norman.
Go! We're Brandt. We're still your local John Deere dealer. We're still here to help you build your own success. From produce farming to hobby farms and all your turf needs, Brandt has you sorted. We're the same people you've always known, just with a different shirt.
Attention all Virgin Australia business flyers. When you fly your team with us, your business and your team earn velocity points. So bring on double rewards. Apply today at virginaustralia.com/business flyer and bring on better business flying. T's and C's and exclusions apply.
A quick chat about raising respect with Mark Howard.
If we're going to end violence against women, then we need to bring up respect. Kids' sports are a great step towards teaching your kids about respect. Respect for the game, for their teammates, and for their opponents. Driving around on a Saturday, it's a great chance to have a deeper conversation with your kids. So rather than the old, how was your game question, why not ask, if one of your friends was being disrespectful to you, what would you do? There are a stack of other great conversation starters at respect.gov.au. Every little talk you have shapes them. Bringing up respect grows respect. So talk early and often. Violence against women. Let's stop it at the start.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra, and the Triple M Network.
What the truck? New Furphy Crisp Lager is now available. An unbelievably easy drinking beer perfect for cracking open with mates, anytime, anywhere. While you sit back and tell a couple of Furphies of your own. Unbelievable.
Bunnings Trade has a huge range of professional quality landscaping supplies like pavers, fencing, outdoor timber, irrigation and building materials. It's all conveniently available in trade quantities and can be delivered to site. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Good blokes don't abuse female umpires. Great blokes call it out. Triple M stands against umpire abuse.
Hi, it's Dan Flake here with your news briefing. The PM's first national cabinet meeting appears to have been a success. Canberra has agreed to continue its pandemic health funding for the states and territories until the end of the year as part of a deal worth more than $750 million. Anthony Albanese admits a lack of GPs and aged care nurses has put more pressure on our hospitals, and that needs to change.
Importantly, we've agreed as well that the first secretaries will conduct a process of review of health funding and health arrangements, looking at health reform.
Issues with skilled worker shortages and the Russia-Ukraine conflict have also featured. Still on politics, and the Foreign Minister's happy to report her meeting with the Solomon Islands PM's been productive. Penny Wong says the pair covered a range of issues.
Infrastructure, health, education, labour mobility, and of course also climate change.
The meet's been a big talking point after concerns were raised when the island nation and China brokered a security deal. The regulators finally got some good news when it comes to the electricity network fueling the eastern states. AEMO's confirmed conditions have improved and there should be a sufficient supply to cover the weekend. It follows a few dramatic days earlier this week where they were forced to use powers to keep the grid operating smoothly. And we could start seeing changes at airports across the country from tomorrow, the in-terminal mask mandates lifting. However, the states and territories are making their own calls on when those changes come into effect.
Come to the 40 Winks end of financial year sale and save up to 50% off store-wide. But hurry, sale is on for a limited time. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Checking Melbourne's weather, mostly clear skies tonight, getting down to 10 degrees. It should be sunny for tomorrow, a top of 15, and cloudy but otherwise fine on Sunday. And our listener app's the home of radio podcasts, music and news. Join up to listen live or on demand now.
Once a year, there's a word you can read but can't quite pronounce.
Efi?
E-offie?
E-fi?
It's EOFI. And this end of financial year, it's easier to just say eBay. eBay is bringing excitement to your EOFI with all the best deals in one place. There's millions of items on sale, and eBay Plus members save even more. Visit ebay.com.au to shop eBay's end of financial year sale today. T's and C's apply.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M.
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Bunnings Trade. Tackle your tax time with game-changing deals at Bunnings Trade.
Saints versus the Bombers. Here's your game. This is the Triple M footy preview for TaylorMade Golf, the all-new stealth driver from TaylorMade. With a 60-layer carbon face that delivers unparalleled distance and forgiveness. Mark Howe with you, Luke Darcy, Jason Dunstall, Nathan Brown, Damien Barrett. It's been fantastic to have Stewie Lowe in the box and Anita Frawley talking about Time to Talk and the second Spuds match, which is what we're here for tonight. Now, Damo, the Melbourne Football Club seems to be a story a day at the moment. What's going on?
Yeah, another extraordinary layer to it. Howie, this is in relation to the off-field battles that were playing out privately and behind closed doors about 18 months ago, before the start of the 2021 season, the season in which they went on to win the premiership. The behaviour of the coach, Simon Goodwin, was at issue with the then chairman, Glenn Bartlett, and the board, and conversations were had with the AFL about all that. Now, a lot's happened since then, the premiership being the main thing, but it's been played out in the Herald Sun in recent weeks with the specific nature of such conversations and text exchanges and words that was expressly said in private meetings. Now, tonight, this has probably gone into its most extraordinary zone here, with the Melbourne Footy Club itself issuing this statement saying it would like to address the statement from Glenn Bartlett, which was published on the Herald Sun website Thursday, June 16. Primarily, we would like to address the club's change of presidency in April 2021. It was the unanimous decision of the board to request Glenn resign as president. We acknowledge that a change of leadership at a club is a difficult time for all involved, and out of respect for Glenn and his service to the club, when the time came for him to hand over the presidency, we endeavoured to respectfully acknowledge his achievements and contribution. Separately, the board would also like to reiterate its support of the club's people, particularly Simon Goodwin, who have been unfairly targeted as part of inaccurate and unsubstantiated media reports. As the board has previously stated, Simon is an exceptional and inclusive leader who is loved by players, coaches and staff, and is a key driver of our high-end performance culture, standards and disciplines. We see no utility in engaging in an ongoing commentary on these matters, and the club will therefore not be making any further comment at this time. Instead, the efforts of the board, together with players and staff, are absolutely focused on the seasons ahead, that was. We ask that the privacy and health and well-being of all involved be respected at this time. That is that completion of the statement. And Howie, I I've never seen a statement like that issued
It's
from
an extraordinary statement.
the official letterhead of a football club on any situation. That's
so what surprised you about the statement?
Just the referencing to the time as Glenn Cumming. I mean, this is straight from the statement. We acknowledge that a change of leadership at a club is a difficult time for all involved, and out of respect for Glenn and his service at club, when the time came for him to hand over the presidency, we endeavoured to respectfully acknowledge his achievements and contribution. That's pointed. And the fact that they've also revealed too, it was the unanimous decision of the board to request Glenn resign as president. Now, as always, Glenn Bartlett will have a potential different view on that, and he's been prepared to state that in recent times, and that may well be where this story now goes again.
Damo, I can't help but feel bemused and baffled by this whole period. This should be the most golden time for the Melbourne Football Club. They won a premiership after a 60-year drought. Their coach is a superstar. I thought their biggest challenge this year was how do you reset after effectively landing on the moon? They did that better than any club we've seen in recent times. They were perfect in their game plan, perfect in their execution, and now to have forces that are outside the club, it looks like intent on trying to cause mayhem.
Yeah.
It's just
and the fact
unbelievable.
And the fact that the teammates punched on in a public street 2 weeks ago is the second biggest problem for the club at the moment. Just goes to show what's happened here.
Damo, is there a nervousness in the media reporting on this? Nervousness might not be the right word, due to the potential legal implications of what you may or may not say in the public sphere?
Yep, there's degrees of nerve, I'd imagine, that there is in any report you do of this nature, Howie. It's not a secret that Glenn Bartlett is litigious. He has sent letters around town, and he's gone public with specific elements of that, and those journalists obviously, can deal with it, and they will be confident in what they've written, as he will be in what he wants to say against it. But on top of the names that we know of having legal action taken against them, I think there's other correspondence going on of that nature as well.
We'll move very quickly before we preview this game. Rarely I bring something up in the football sphere, but this caught my eye last night. Are we, as individuals, saying, no worries, Shea Bolton, you're an entertainer, you're an entertainment product, good on you last night? Or are we saying, as the coach did, that this is not what the football club represents and you don't need to be making this type of individual statement? Damo, you start.
I have absolutely no problem with what Shea Bolton did last night, and I couldn't believe that Damien Hardwick was so expressive in it being a problem. It's not what he stands for. If you didn't know what Shea Bolton did and heard Damien Hardwick's comments, you'd think he may have actually punched someone in the street.
I think before we get into how we feel about it, we should talk to the person that's actually done it twice, Howie. Twice!
Who's that?
Oh, who do you reckon? Nate 08.
Has he?
The man that for 10 weeks was the best in the game has done it twice.
Do you have audio of it?
No, but he's going to tell us about it. Do we have audio?
Well, okay.
We do.
Well, roll the videotape and the audio tape.
Roberts, Brown, this is going to hurt. Oh, he's been pretty cocky. He shows the ball and Robert falls in the commentary box. Winces. You don't do that. You don't do that. He did it a couple of years ago, in a game at Optus Oval. He held it up to the crowd. He's too good a player to do that sort of stuff. Oh, Nathan Brown has given the crowd a bit of a gesture too, and I tell you what, that might end up in a bit of hot water.
What was the gesture?
I stuck my middle finger up at him, Howard. I loved it.
So you did it twice?
You don't do that, said Robert Wills.
In two separate occasions, Chief. So on that occasion, it was to David King. We'd had a bit of a push and shove through there. Put us 32 points up just before half-time, and Big Kingy come over with his big chest pounding over, goes, that's going to come back to haunt you. And I said, not today, Kingy, not today. And it did. They kicked 7 goals in the last quarter, and we lost the game. I was playing on Glen Archer at the time and kicked a couple on him. But the first one was in 1999, where I kicked my 7th and I ran into an open goal 10 minutes into the third term. I thought, how good's footy? I'm 19 years of age. I've just kicked 7 on Brad Scholl. I've put us 8 points up or something like that 10 minutes into the third quarter, and we lost that game as well.
Oh, no. I held the ball in Brad Scholl's face, celebrating. We're only to put us 8 points up, and you're on the ground at the time, Howard, and you're going, mate, you idiot. Don't do that.
So on both
Seriously.
those occasions, what was the feedback, A, from your teammates, and B, from the coach?
I don't think I got any from my teammates, if I recall.
No, I remember giving you some. Stop making it cool,
I don't think you did. I don't think you did. But no, they weren't happy. No, they They said maybe a little bit later in the game when it's sewn up, not when it's 10 minutes into the third term and just before half-time, because apparently Dennis Pagan showed them the vision at half-time and had a few choice words for the way he described to me and what I did. So then they come out and they kick 7 goals in the last quarter.
Do you ever feel like holding the ball in someone's face, Chief?
Red rag to a bull. So when you saw Shea Bolton doing that, were you just nodding the head, smiling?
I thought it was great. I thought it was great.
It's entertainment. We get that. I like the fact that Sam Docherty, who was trailing him in, was actually smiling, chasing him, going, yeah, you got me. And I love the fact that Shea Bolton came up to Sam Docherty after the game. And they said, mate, sorry, carried on a little bit, but it was all good. It's just in the game. And they left it out there. So I got no problem with it.
But you get excited. So why is everybody against it? And most of the media, but you even hear...
I'm not.
And I don't think attitudes have changed that much. Most of the talk around it today has been players shouldn't be doing that. Damien Hardwick doesn't think his own player.
Yeah.
If you hear the vision when I did it, Robert Walls and also Stephen Quartermain were there saying that you shouldn't be doing that. Hasn't changed a lot. I know
but the fear is bad.
You think differently, Howie. You and me, we like it.
Oh, well, you love it. But from a football perspective, the fear is exactly what happens. It gets used as motivation for the opposition, and then you end up with egg on your face.
Does it though?
Well, it does. I mean, you just told us it happened.
It was just too good for us.
And we'd lost twice on the back of
an amazing second half.
They were having a day off, and because of you, they went off.
No, I'm with you, Nate. I reckon we're in the entertainment business, and we're competing against whatever's on Netflix or whatever Fox show has on, and we need heroes, we need villains, and we say that these guys are boring in interview, and then they do something like that to put some bums on seats, Damo, and all of a sudden they get castigated.
Well, the coach just shot him down last night, so I didn't like that aspect of it. So, yeah, I think you take the good and the bad with Shea Bolton. And
I like celebrations out on the ground. I just prefer them after the goal's been kicked, not before.
As a teammate, I'm in that camp where you're just leading with your chin there and there's a chance to come back. I reckon Barry Stanfield, old teammate of ours at the Bulldogs, was recruited to the Adelaide Crows and ran into an open goal square and kicked the drop kick. It was his first goal for the Crows. Malcolm Blight, apparently in the coach's box, said he will never play for this club ever again. And Julie didn't.
And I reckon the Wiz did it once too, where he held the ball out to the opposition and then kicked the goal. And that just made him even more punchable than he actually was at the time. If you're prepared to be a target, that's okay.
Okay, we are here for It's Time to Talk. Let's go out in the middle as the players with Marvel in Darkness will be addressed, as will the crowd by Nathan Burke and Tim Watson.
The game should be starting, but we want to pause for a 2-minute delay for this really special message. 1 in 2 people will struggle or suffer or experience mental health throughout their lives. Now, whether you're at home watching this on the TV, or you're here in the stands, or you're one of the players in the circle in the middle of Marvel Stadium right now, beyond tonight, we all have the responsibility to go out there, talk to our families, talk to our friends, talk to our work colleagues about mental health. Have that conversation. Danny was acutely aware of the need for that conversation, how important having that conversation is. That's Danny Frawley's legacy. Nathan Burke was a great mate of Danny Frawley, a great teammate, and a legend of the St Kilda Football Club. Thanks, Tim. Danny Frawley was my captain for 9 years. No leadership groups, just one man out the front leading the way. He led with passion, with loyalty. He was tough, yet vulnerable. He wore his heart on his sleeve. He connected us together. He cared. He wanted to make us not only better footballers, but better men. He carried a large burden on his shoulders. But he did it so well that we thought he didn't need help. But now he needs help more than ever. He needs help from us to continue the fight that he started. He needs us to be brave, to put our hand up when we're not okay, to intervene with our mates when they're not okay, to step forward and say, I need a chat. That's what Danny would want from us. For the St Kilda boys tonight, I want you to channel the spirit of Spud. The spirit of Spud is courageous. It's fearless. It's relentless. It's about making your teammate the best player on the ground. It's selfless. So whenever you go into a contest tonight, I want you to carry that spirit of Spud with you. And if you do that, nothing can stop you from greatness. Tim.
Thanks, Berkey. And just finally to the Essendon players, Spud was the ultimate teammate, the ultimate team man. He'd never concede, he'd never yield, he'd never leave one of his mates out here alone, unassisted. And he was the ultra competitor. All of you, as a tribute to Spud tonight, play this game in a great competitive spirit and may the best team win. And to everybody else beyond here, go out there in the community and have the conversations. Let's keep talking about mental health to honour Spud. Good luck, everybody.
Well, I'm not sure what to say. That was absolutely brilliant by Nathan Burke and Tim Watson. And the fact it was on Damo as the game would typically start means the audience will be at its greatest. So everybody involved in that, massive pat on the back.
Yeah, they started this last year. Their match would normally start at 7:50. That's when they started speaking as part of that ceremony, Howie. And as we heard from Anita Frawley herself earlier, this game will become a all-of-round fixture in coming seasons.
And it's a special part of that, Howie, for those listening that haven't got the visuals. It was player arm in arm, different team member side by side, and you even saw the coaches linking arms. So it's a powerful thing. And the umpires as well too, I should say. So powerful statement that, Howie.
Well done to you, Damo.
Thanks, Damo.
Good work, Warrior.
Well done.
We've seen Essendon involved in a couple of season highlights in the last few weeks, with tributes to their 150th last week and being out in the middle today. It's we've worked in this caper a long time, Das, but the power of sport to deliver message is beyond anything else that the community can do.
And I'm with you, Howie. And I loved the other night to see James Hird presented back to the Essendon faithful. We know he's had a tough time. It is a small community, our community, Howie, and there's an opportunity to do great things. And tonight we celebrate one of the great people in the industry, Danny Frawley, and you don't start too many games with a round of applause either, do you? And that's happening at Marvel Stadium. It's the Bombers and the Saints. Spud's game, time to talk. And we're ready to roll here. It's round 14. Players are set. Draper and Paddy Ryder, perfect bounce. Ryder's athleticism on display right from the start. Goes back after it, picked up by Seb Ross. Ricochet back in the direction of Jake Stringer, but it was Bradley Hill who farms it out to Jack Billings. Had to work his way back into this St Kilda team. He wanted Membry. Jake Kelly down there one-on-one, the Bombers defender, to Nick Hine, who dribbles it to Durham. And he's got through a heavy tackle, Mason Redmond. And now on the boundary side, outer wing, city side of Marvel Stadium. It was a really short pass, and he finds Jake Stringer and half back, and he honours the lead-up target. Put it straight down the throat of Matt Guelph, who's got it on the outer wing.
City side of the ground, Guelphy for his first possession of the game. Sends a deep ball down towards Jones. Big Peter Wright got hands on it. Hurried snap out of the pack towards goal. He's a little bit skinny. And that was off the boot of Durham. So the opening score for the Bombers. Bob Jane T-Marts, buy 3, get 1 free. Instant cashback on Bridgestone, Goodyear, Yokohama, Michelin, Dunlop and many more. BobJane.com.au. Hello to you, Tommy Brown.
Howie, an incredible atmosphere during that pre-game. The crowd just transfixed. So well delivered those messages. A lot of emphasis on Jake Stringer's performance tonight too. That was a talking point last week and obviously pre-game.
Thank you, Tommy. Great to have Tommy Brown on board. The Saints go off the boot of Gresham inside forward 50. Rowan Marshall looked like he caught one around the shoulder. Butler picks it up, has a shot at goal. He's missed a lot out of bounds on the full.
I like the fact that they've started Bradley Hill at half-back. He's had a wonderful 6 weeks. He got tagged last week out of the game. The 2 weeks before that, he had 30. So he's opposed to Martin, who's a very attacking player. So I like the fact that Bradley Hill is at half-back.
You'd like to get some red Zeds, but the Two-Man's just sort of having a chat out the back. Doesn't even bother to turn up for game start these days.
Real rock star Two-Man in his 21st year.
It's extraordinary, Chewy. He was here 10 minutes ago, and now he's chatting with the statisticians out the back. We'll hear from him, hopefully, at some
Spending a lot of time in Yarraville lately, Chew. I don't know if he's...
Is he?
Got some sort of crisis going on. Might be time to talk to Chew, I think.
Well, we'll get Chew's opinion on life in a moment. Free kick for Guelphy. That's his second possession, I'm guessing. I don't know, because Chew-Man hasn't even bothered to plug in the computer in season 21. So they've got the ball on the outer side, the Bombers, in the hands of Jake Kelly.
What's his counterpart, his nemesis? Ewan.
Ethan.
Is he getting in his head, maybe?
Oh, he could be. He could be. Two-Man's trying to plug things in now. It's all a bit rushed and last minute. Reasonably unprofessional. Hine tries to bang the ball inside 50 and it's punched across the boundary line on the other side, Chiefy.
Jordan Ridley's the man that's got the job on Max King, and Laverty playing the other tall role.
One thing I want to see of Essendon tonight is taking ground forward. They're very much a crabbing side who go sideways and don't really move the ball forward. I want them to take the game on.
Jason Dunstall, Nate Brown, Triple M Seabar Super Special comments. The best in the business on a Friday night. I love Sam Draper. He's got some real energy about him. He tries to get it forward to Perkins, who gains about 15 metres. Going to be boundary thrown about 40 metres around from the Bomber goal.
Needs a big night, Peter Wright as well. Had a good year up until the last 3 weeks. Has been unsighted the last 3 weeks. They need the big man to stand up tonight in the dry conditions.
Draper cleverly out the back. Durham's had a little bit of early possession. Hobbs, the young gun, taken away from him by Jack Sinclair, who has had an outstanding season for St Kilda. Gresham took a bounce. He was confronted by Merritt. Now they've got to go back. Wilkie ends back up with Gresham. Saints have put themselves under pressure. Peter Wright can get involved. Harry Jones picks it up. The Bombers are going to get the first. So a skill error. Strange decision. They've coughed it up. And the Bombers strike first. Harry Jones kicks it for Essendon. They are 1 straight 6. The Bombers. St Kilda yet to score.
Well, it was a strange decision, Duke, but it came about from the man Jake Stringer. He's on the Harvey Norman replay at the moment. It was the pressure. It was the pressure that Jake Stringer put on, and that's what they wanted to see last week. So what he did, he closed down the space of the St Kilda players at half-back. So Dougal Howard had the footy. They had to go back. They got it back to Sinclair. And all of a sudden, he closed down their space one after another until they had to try and transfer play. They couldn't get over the top of Peter Wright, who made a good contest and at ground level, but it came from the fact that Jake Stringer put pressure on.
Triple M Seabar Super making hard work pay off. Good evening, Chewy. At any stage now you'd like to add something to the game, that'd be good.
Yeah, good evening, Howie. Just with Peter Wright, 100th game, leads the club's goal kicking with 25 majors, but as Brownie said, he's been quiet. Past 3 matches, held goalless.
Where were you, Chew?
I was just having a chat to Eckhart, just to private conversation with him.
All right, and there's a debutant too for Essendon today, which you can tell us about shortly. Massimo de Ambrosio out of Point Cook, your part of the world, Chew.
Yes, Point Cook he is.
Big raps on him, Howard.
Is there? Okay, looking forward to seeing him in action. That's number 42. Free
skill level, wonderful kick of the footy.
And
great
speed.
Jones shorts it to right. There was concerns about hamstring, but Jones is fine, looking good out there. And it's a free kick to Redman. Got a push in the back from the aforementioned Jones. So Mason Redmond, the lobster fisherman. Now Dylan Shield in the bright green boots. Gives it to Heppel. He's got a further option by hand. Goes that way now. It was Nick Martin. And now ball inside 50 off the boot of Hobbs in the old Gleeson number 8 jumper. And it's marked by big Peter Wright.
Started well, the Bombers, haven't they? They've been able to win their share of ball transition okay. So early warning signs for Brett Ratton, just the way they're structuring up behind the ball.
They handballed forward, Chief, which was a good change.
Peter Wright was unaccompanied inside 50 and took a pretty simple mark in the end. Wilkie arrived late on the scene. Now, this man is a beautiful drop punt kick of the football, Jason. He's about 30 out, but on a tight angle, 2 metres inside the boundary. It just slides out to the right to improve the angle. He hits it pretty well, but it's just skinny. So they're behind for the Bombers. They're doing all the inside 50 work at the moment. They are 1-1. The Saints are yet to score on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Tackle your tax time with game-changing deals at Bunnings Trade.
Saints from full back looking for Billings. Off hands. Merritt's picked it up just inside the boundary line. Sends it back to Peter Wright, who's going to take another mark. Uncontested. So on 2 occasions now, it's not as though he's hard to miss, Peter Wright. He's found space that he probably shouldn't have had, Nate Brown.
Yeah, and they were able to turn the ball over with pressure again. So a long kick out, but it was good. They brought the ball to ground level. Then they went forward again. Merritt, he's one of the culprits who's been going sideways and backwards a lot. As soon as he picked it up, he went forward with the footy.
100th game tonight. Peter Wright, 25 goals, 9 for the year. Normally kicks them well from this range, but he's missed. So 2 very gettable chances in a row go begging, but the Bombers have started well.
They have, Duke, but they've got to get benefit, get money for what they've actually invested.
Fine line, isn't it, Chief? Brownie mentioned, and Chew had that he had a couple of quiet weeks. He could have 2 goals on the board in the first 5 minutes.
Yep, and as it is, he's got 2 behinds, and it's 1 goal to nothing. And if the Bombers kick one, it's all. If Saints kick one, it's all square. So they should be 2 or 3 goals in front.
Another opportunity here was munged out of defence straight to the Essendon skipper Heppel. He sends it down towards Peter Wright again. St Kilda have got the numbers at ground level. Jimmy Webster immediately caught in a tackle.
Just off a bit, the Saints, aren't they? A couple of missed tackles, a couple of errant kicks, and then again that one was just a butcher out of the defensive goal square.
Marshall competes in the ruck with Phillips. Hurried kick out of defence by the Saints, only as far as Higgins ducks and avoids a tackle. Redmond goes inside 50, tries to line something up on the left and just snug it through from behind. So inside 50 is Two-Man on the Red Zetters.
7-2 in favour of the Bombers.
Red Z lending loans to the self-employed, and it sees St Kilda yet to score. The Bombers 1-4-10.
Chief, there was a bit of murmurings around that the Saints were particularly nervous about tonight's game, that they felt these are the ones that they sometimes let slip. I'll get your thoughts on that in a moment. Long working in the phone box at half-back, slides it down the line. Nick Martin went back with courage. Here's Zach Jones working his way onto the footy. Won a nice ball at half-back for the Saints. Skies it in the Membry direction, launches at it, takes a good mark. Half-forward, he's got Max King one-on-one. King ducks back, provides the front-up lead. Ridley's timely fist was really well done. And now Caldwell, under pressure, he's copped up the handball. Battle picked it up, got it to Seb Ross. Here's Jack Higgins. Heppel the other way, did it nicely, fisted it down to Phillips. Laverty with a pirouetting, spinning handball. Back to Jai Caldwell. The Bombers have started really well here.
Good short pass from Caldwell. He finds Braden Ham. He progresses it further by foot, but it's got across the line.
So, Chiefy, they look like a side that they're playing that are nervous.
They do. It's interesting, Duke. I've had a few good judges tell me they give the Bombers a huge chance tonight. I personally didn't see it, the way the two teams were playing. And whilst it's only early, I'm not panicking yet, but you'd like to see St Kilda get their teeth into the game.
Big Maxi King hasn't had an opportunity yet inside 50. Might get a chance now as an up and under ball goes down towards him off the boot of Hunter Clark. Good to see him back out there. And it's a free kick now to Big Max. Go back, big man. Let it go.
Soft one to give away when you've got 2-on-1.
He wants to just pop a ball into the square down towards the big boy, Membry. Some good work done down there in the pocket. That's Ryan Burns. But eventually he takes it out of bounds. And good to see Hunter Clark. Was it his first game for the season?
Yeah, first game for the season. He's had a bad run with injuries. He's played only 13 out of a possible 34 games since the start of last year.
Thanks, Chew. Red Zetters.
Nice work, Chew, man. Beautifully done. Rowan Marshall got it to Gresham. It was well tackled, though. Skipper Heppel wrapped him up as he was making his way towards goal. Dyson Heppel has it deep in defence.
It's a much better start than last week. We had the massive build-up last week, and then Carlton were just able to waltz through a lot of easy tackles and broken Bomber tackles, but that hasn't been the case so far in the first 5 minutes.
Redmond punched a kick at Caldwell, and it bounced off his chest back to him. That's how hard he kicked it. Caldwell ends up with it again, still on his defensive 50, tracking this Medallion Club wing side at Marvel Stadium. Short one to Andy McGrath. Back into the side tonight, part of the leadership group. Phillips, the backup ruckman in there. Here's Hunter Clark. Hobbs applying some pressure. Jones could have been taken high. And Brian said no problems there. It'll be thrown up half forward for the Saints. They're yet to score in this game. The Bombers are 1-4-10. That is on the Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
This Friday night, introducing the Australiano, made with McCafe coffee, chai, native Australian wattle seed. Inside 50, the Saints. They're starting to get their hands on the footy. Redmond dashes a hand back to Massimo Ambrosio. That's his first kick in the big time, too.
Spot on, Howie.
And he is now at 100% efficiency, man, because he's picked out Ham on half-back, city side. He's got the runner in Martin. The battle comes the other way. They could get turned over here because Higgins is on a long lead. 55 from home. The Saints are on the move. Higgins now slows things down. Has he got the legs? No, surely not. So he goes into the pocket. He looked for the big boy, King, but just floating across and punching it across the line was Jake Kelly.
So a chance at attack here for the Saints. Haven't really settled into this game, it's fair to say. Early stages. So again, it's the ruckman who will go at it. Marshall and Phillips. Gresham's dangerous. He might have been pushed in the back. Advantage has been paid. There was no advantage at all. Long had to manufacture a handball. Wilkie did pretty well. Wanganeen Miller had a good opportunity. It's a 35-metre kick, and he sprays it out of bounds on the full.
Hit the belly of the footy on that occasion, and he had a couple of players forward of the football too. One of those was Butler, who he could have given the handball off, elected to kick it. You can't blame him for having shot a goal from 35. He should have done better.
A young player just rushing it, had a little bit more time.
Triple M C-Bar Supers, you got the Chief, and you got Nate Brown. Good mark by Battle in front of his teammate Wilkie. He's on the forward flank, Medallion club side. Saints evening up the ledger on the inside 50s now, but they can't get their hands on it. Comes towards Gresham. He can. Bangs home the Saints' first goal. And exactly what Jason Dunstall said, there's dominance from one team, but they only lead it by 4 points. Essendon 1-4-10, the Saints 1 straight. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Tackle your tax time with game-changing deals at Bunnings Trade.
Well, it looked like they had the numbers back, the Bombers. The spoil went over the back, which isn't ideal, but Gresham was able to get goal side, read it better than the Essendon defenders, and then strolls into an open goal. So it's just, look, they should be further in front of the Bombers, and this you never get to control a game for 4 quarters. So when you have your periods of control, you've got to hit the scoreboard. You've got to put scoreboard pressure on the opposition. They didn't do that. They're one of the worst teams as far as accuracy goes in the competition, the Bombers, and we saw that in spades early on. 1-4. If it's 4-1, it's a different story.
There's not too many cleaner players in the AFL at ground level from a front and centre than that man, Gresham. Good to see him back playing good footy.
Nate, you get one of those a year, I reckon, where it just pops into a hole perfectly where you are, where no one can tackle you. Jake Gresham, you still...
It seems to happen to players like him a lot more often than other players.
Yeah, you're right. No, there's some skill attached to it as well. No doubt. Butler slick handball to Hunter Clark. He's streaming out of the centre. Max King is the obvious target. Beautiful pick. Up on the move, Max. Sold some candy. Left Laverty in his wake. If he had a kick, it would have been one of the goals of the year. But he might have passed it to Ryder, who's taken the mark. Some individual brilliance from Max King.
That was a great blind turn, wasn't it? He looked like he was going to come around and snap the football, and just the agility of the big man, Chief, was impressive. To go back onto his left and then straighten up, and he had a shot, I think, but he got it to Paddy Ryder in the end.
That's why you get genuinely excited, isn't it? It's a 202-centimetre player, Howie.
Oh, he's an athlete, isn't he?
To be able to do that and have the confidence to turn, leave your man behind. Paddy Ryder goes the regulation drop punt. He nearly threaded it from the boundary line, just clipped the right-hand goalpost for a minor score. Saints 1-1-7, the Bombers are 1-4-10. That is all on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
8-1 in the clearances so far, the Saints.
The Bombers run the ball to the outer flank towards Phillips. Brad Hill, chance for possession by hand to Hunter Clark. Steps back inboard, funny little kick shin forward. And he goes as far as Billings. A big night for Jack Billings tonight. Back on the side. Now Maxie's got his hands on it. Ridley said I touched it, and Maxie just pushed past him.
With the footy.
That's my footy.
Yeah, clean grab. Doesn't matter if you touch that or not. One clean grab standing in the middle of 2 players. And this is where the height just troubles you. They haven't got huge defenders, the Bombers. They've got a lot of those similar size sort of guys, but no real big monsters to tackle someone like a King.
28-21 this year, Big Maxi from set shots. This to give the Saints the lead. This has given the Saints the lead. Max is on the board. The Saints have got 2 in a short space. 2-1-13. Essendon 1-4-10. It's a 3-point margin the way of the Saints.
So when you're playing undersized, which Ridley is at the moment, you really rely on your other defenders, Chief. And Laverto's been a really good player all year, so he might have just misread it, but he had the perfect opportunity to come third man in and just destroy that footy, even take the mark.
He got there too early.
He misjudged it, and it was a half-hearted effort at the end, and that's not him as a player. But they're the small little mistakes that the Essendon Footy Club can't make when they've started well And the thing with Essendon has been, when they start well, they haven't been able to continue it all game. And then you see an easy mark the king in the end when Laverde should have cleaned that ball up.
Yeah, you got to time the run.
You forgive him for one, though, because he's not that sort of player to not do it. I think he just misread it.
You got to time the run, third man up, a big run and jump into the body.
Just with Jade Gresham, past month averaging 27 touches and 7 clearances, has 6 already in a major.
Nice work, two-man on the Triple M Reds edge. He's been a big factor in the Saints' improvement. Oh, Butler, brilliant! Dylan Shield was asleep. Butler read it. He came flashing into the screen. Excellent effort.
You
Turned
didn't
about.
see it coming.
Amazing. Wangano Miller is the beneficiary. He's going to take on a tackler. Got past Caldwell. Butler deserves a little bit of a lick of the ice cream here on the back of his big work, but he ran into some trouble high and got him. Bombers are keen to get moving immediately, and Caldwell sticks it out wide, looking for Guelphy, who's going to get a little bit of a path cleared for him. Harry Jones did well to half forward. Andrew Phillips decided that he was going to go the forehand tennis slap at the footy and drew the free kick.
Not
Unconventional.
happy,
Peter Wright's one-on-one.
Not happy. So why wouldn't you belt it in there straight away?
Well, he's a ruckman. He should understand what a ruckman wants.
Gets the free kick, the big boy Phillips. Belts it in there now, but the defence has come. Peter Wright out the back, bouncing ball, nearly favoured Sammy Durham. The Saints will mop up across the full back line. Billings, big night for Billings. I mentioned it, Nath. I think he's playing, his third game for the year, too?
Spot on, Howie.
He had 22 in his first game and played quite well in his first game back against the Cats, and then he had 12 disposed in his second game, and they dropped him on the back of that. But a supremely talented individual.
Howard just steps around Dylan Shield rather easily in the end. A fine drop punt to the outer flank. Hits Higgins just below his bootlaces and he can't control it. It's out of bounds. Here's the
So,
choke.
just talking about that kick from Phillips, he eventually kicks it where he wanted it to go, but too slow. Duke, does it just take longer for the big blokes to make those decisions?
Your Chief's just warming into it, isn't he? And enjoying his own work back there,
I just don't get why he didn't do it straight away.
The Triple M Seaver Super Special comments.
Just a delay in sending the message, was it?
It's not a complicated game, Chief, is it?
High, and his head taken off by Long. Free kick. AFL logo, city side of Marvel Stadium. Hard to defend, to be perfectly honest, Howie, that. Very hard. The older I get, the harder I'm finding it to defend. When Hind sends it long. Peter Wright launches. It's picked up by Durham. Now Dylan Shield goes on the non-preferred. Centering kick. Harry Jones down there, and he's taken a brilliant mark. Sammy Durham from nowhere, the little man.
He's landed awkwardly. He's limping. Hopefully he's okay. He's favouring that left leg. Let's hope he's okay. It was a good grab. He twisted in the air. Really stretched up high. That's a good grab, but they desperately need him to kick this. We spoke about their accuracy problems. They have to convert. This is one you should be kicking 10 times out of 10. No excuse.
Pick 9 of the 2021 mid-season draft. It was a high fly for a winger-type play. He's made no mistake. So big mark, big goal. Sam Durham delivers. It's just his 4th goal in 18 games in his short career. That was a big moment for him. The Bombers get it back to 2-4-16. The Saints 2-1-13. So the Bombers wrestle the lead back on the Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
Footy is not a complicated game, Chief, and we go back to the Andrew Phillips entry inside forward 50. All your teammates want is something that they understand is going to happen. On that occasion, Dylan Shield got the ball on the boundary 45 out, and you realise that the obvious kick was to the top of the square. On his opposite foot, it had to be a good kick, but he did it. So the teammates ahead of the ball understood, okay, I think this is going to go to the top of the square. Dylan Shield should kick it here, so I'm going to start my run now, which young Durham did. So if you play football in an uncomplicated manner, it's a lot easier for your teammates to get on the end of it.
Bob Jane, Tommy Brown.
Yeah, Durham's come off straight away. You guys alluded to the fact that he did look to twist his lower leg. It looks like a foot or an ankle. It's an early diagnosis in that regard. He's just discussing it with the physio as we speak.
Next Brownie, Bob Jane teammates. Buy 3, get 1 free. Instant cashback on Bridgestone. Nothing happening in the middle. Ball will be tossed up. Goodyear, Yokohama, Michelin, Dunlop and many more. bobjane.com.au.
Right, didn't go.
So they reset things in the middle.
Again, Paddy, Sam pulling up here.
Ryder.
Play on, stay down.
Dished out the hand pass. Billings gets the hands up. It wasn't Billings, it was Burns. Will get the free kick.
Stand, try and back on. Play on.
So in the back of the box. We're trying to figure out the exact pronunciation of Durham. As it goes out the back of the pack, Redmond's there. I think it's Durham. Keeps a low ball.
I'm with you, Howie.
Thank you, Chief, but who knows?
It was Bull Durham, wasn't it, Chief?
It was.
But that's not the bloke out there. As it's marked on.
It was also Judith Durham.
Centre wing, and she's not out there either. And now Peter Wright's got it. He kicked 2 behinds early. He's got it centre wing. He's Luke Darcy on a Friday night.
2 metre Peter to Redmond. Much improved player, Mason Redmond. He got it back and then had a little bit of a fumble just as I was pumping him up. Sold his teammate McGrath into all sorts of trouble. Who got a cheap free kick, I reckon. As the umpires mic'd up exclusively for Triple M, you heard that explanation. Redmond to Phillips. Had a little bit of an awkward moment. Bounced back, he couldn't get hold of it. Wanganeen Miller. He flicks it back to Wilkie, who's had an outstanding season, Callum Wilkie. Hind against his former club, got a push in the back. He'll take it slightly attacking half of the wing for the Bombers. 2-4-16 Essendon and 2-1-13 the Saints. That is on the Triple M Bunning Trade scoreboard.
Nick Hind, the man from Clunes, North Ballarat, East Point, Keilor, Essendon, VFL and St Kilda. He's had quite the journey. There's Hindy. Now Laverde. He sends a ball deep inside 50. Phillips nearly took the mark. Comes out the back towards Big Draper, who's been pinned for a throw, the big man. So it's going against Marshall, going the way of Draper. Free kick directly in front, 12 out. Should be a goal.
What are you seeing on the Harvey Norman replay as Marshall tried to get it out, and the umpire got it right. Smack back on.
Good decision.
Harvey Norman replay, hot deal store wide on now at Harvey Norman, shopping store or online.
Another 10 times out of 10 conversion. 15, 18 metres out, directly in front.
No problems this for the big boy. He'll just pop this one through to give Essendon 2 in a row. That's exactly what he does, and he enjoys it too.
He's up and about.
Bit of a fist pump, the hair's flowing. And the Bombers have now got 2 on the trot. And they just sneak out a little lead. St Kilda 2-1-13, the Bombers 3-4-22, 24 minutes into the first term. As Big Drapesy kicks his first on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Could be a good game this, Nate.
Ross 3, Jones 3, Hill 2. Some of their prime movers, the Saints, not getting their hands on the footy at the moment, but it is the big men at the moment doing the damage. Peter Wright being able to take marks early. Draper pushed forward, kicked 2 goals last week. He's got 1 early. Phillips pushed forward early. Had that kick where we thought he should have got in early, but then also had another opportunity to mark it 40 metres out with a nice lead up. So it is the big men of the Bombers at the moment are causing St Kilda some issues.
Mason Redmond off having a spell. He's already picked up 10 possessions in the first term, going well off half-back.
4 minutes to go into a quarter time. Bombers by 9 points. Dylan Shield toe pokes it. Nick Hind gets it out in the wing. Braden Ham picked it up, and Zach Merritt dropped it. Rare fumble for him. They win it back. Dylan Shield, Hind, brilliant. Took a bounce after 3 steps. Look at the speed. Took a bounce as he's been tackled. Lost his head, Nick Hind.
I like it, though. I like the fact that he took the game on. Yeah. You haven't seen that from the Bombers this year. I'd rather a player take it on and make a mistake, stand up and stand on the mark.
It was an early bounce, wasn't it?
Well, he didn't need the first one. No. And the second one, he just wasn't clear enough from Seb Ross.
It was Craig Bradley style bouncing.
It was.
First bounce was 3 strides in.
But I'm with Nate. The coach won't have a problem with that.
No, I liked it. Ross is the recipient of the free kick. And it goes across the line right in front of Tommy Brown, who's, of course, down there for Bob Jane teammates. And the Two-Man's here on the Red Zeds. What are you seeing on the statistician sheet, Chew?
Well, also the Bombers' pressure. They're 18 for tackles and pressure. They're +2 in tackles, and they're at 194 with their pressure rating, which is 14 above the average.
The Red Zedders with Chew. Marshall bangs it forward only as far as McGrath. The Canadian marks on his defensive 50. Runs a couple of steps, then hand passes to Laverde. He goes for Big Peter Wright. Well spoiled from behind by Jay Battle. Comes out to Ross, flicks it out to Jones, AFL logo. He's caught, somehow got the ball away. It's Laverde that lined up the tackle. Wanganeen Miller goes back.
Good vision.
To Hill, really good vision. Now the Saints, as a result of that kick, have got some space in the middle. Gresham, one of their best users, drives the ball forward to Higgins. Really well done in the end by Hind to spoil the ball and not give away a free kick. Saved a shot towards goal, and the Bombers pick it up on the outer side. Ball still pinballing around City side, half-forward line for the Bombers. Heppel gets the hands above the tackle. Now they've got some run through Martin. The Bombers in possession. They get it towards centre wing in the hands of Perkins. He's got an option. Guelph, runs inside 50 with space. Goes an exploratory ball towards the big sticks. But Jay Battle marks right in front of goals.
Turning the footy over a fair bit, the Saints. 16-9 turnovers. They need to get the ball in the hands of their prime movers. This man's one of those, Bradley Hill.
Sends it in the Membry direction. Nearly a big collision. Hind came through. He's been brave, Nick Hind. Dylan Shield working hard. Punches it in the Peter Wright direction. A little bit too tall for 2 metre Peter. And landed in the lap of Jack Sinclair, who's been outstanding for the Saints. Sinclair, I think he was run up the best from Ferris last year, and he's got better this year. Fisted away from Gresham. Picked up by Bradley Hill. That was a good sweeping handball. Releases Ross right through the heart of Marvel Stadium. He takes a couple of quick bounces, then flicks it over the top. He wanted Butler. Zach Jones got the way, I reckon. And they've mucked it up. It's going to be a shot at goal for Butler. And the Bombers are winning some nice 50-50 contests. Get in the hands of Dylan Shield. How many's he had, Two-Man?
Yeah, Dylan Shield, 7 touches.
Had a bounce here in front of the interchange race on the wing.
Poor option, though, from Dylan Shield. I mean, he had an easy chip kick. He went for the longer one and didn't hit it. And it's been one of the knocks on him. He should be a better kick than he is.
Don't forget, directly after the game tonight on Triple M in Melbourne and Adelaide, you'll hear the Saturday Rubs award-winning tribute to Spud. We're here for Spud's match. It's time to talk. Jump on the Movember website. You'll find all the ways you can donate and get yourself involved. Ball on the half-forward line for the Bombers. They lead it 22-13. They've kicked the last 2. Ball spills out towards Clark. He doesn't get a kick on it. Perkins does. Just hacks the ball forward. It might work out too. Lands in the hands of Martin, who's a beautiful finisher. Goes all the way. 3 in a row for the Bombers. And they are showing a fair old bit tonight. Essendon have kicked their 4th. And they move along 4-4-28 to the somewhat stunned Saints 2-1-13. 15-point lead. The Bombers. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
The more of this young man you see, Brad, the easier he is to like.
Yep.
He's got some weapons. He reads the ball beautifully. He uses it well. He's got great goal sense. He's been a fantastic find for the Bombers.
The question I would ask if I'm Brett Ratton at the moment, where are our defensive structures? So how is there a kick out of a pack where the ball has been in dispute for the best part of 15 seconds, bobbling around? Yet they get a quick kick out, and one of their better users is standing at the top of 50 on his own, takes an easy mark and pumps it inside forward 50. They've been a very mature side this year, St Kilda. We're going to find out a little bit about them tonight, because at the moment the Bombers got all the run. The Saints are making a lot of mistakes, which a poor side usually makes, which they have not made yet this year.
3 goals in a row to the Bombers. I think Hines had an impressive start in this game. Look at that kick to Peter Wright, who gets wheeling 70 metres out. He's probably got the journey if he strikes it well. He didn't get the full piece, and it was touched on the line. Wilkie saved the day, rushed through for a minor score. The Saints are under the pump at the moment. They're 2-1-13, 4-4-28. The Bombers, which is 17 seconds until quarter time. That is all the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
Hines had 10. It amazes me that he's out of this side on occasions. I just don't get it.
Triple M Seabus Supers with Noodles and the Chief. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. They are an elite combination in the back row, those two. As the ball's fisted across the line.
If there's a player that, say if I was the coach of Essendon and I'm Ben Rutten, I'm going, okay, so how do we want to play? At the moment we're going sideways, we're going backwards, we're not going anywhere, we're handballing the ball too often. Who's a player that we could base the way we want to play on? And that's Nick Hind. He gets it, he runs and carries, he's aggressive, he plays with his heart on his sleeve, and he showed that in the first quarter. It amazes me that he doesn't play more often.
Jones kicked the first, then Gresham and King for the Saints, then Durham, Draper and Martin sees Essendon out to a handy lead, 4-5-29, the Saints 2-1-13. The Bombers up by 16 points in Spud's match at quarter time. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks football.
That quarter for Bunnings Trade. Tackle your tax time with game-changing deals at Bunnings Trade.
For McDonald's,
Triple M Rocks footy.
For a Friday night feed, score yourself an absolute Macca's legend, the McChicken. Order via McDelivery today. McDelivery is available in select locations.
This Triple M listener has just won $10,000 by listening to the Marty Sheargold Show.
Jared, give us your numbers, mate.
I got 6, 3, 5, 4.
Come on, Jared.
Pin correct.
Oh,
$10,000.
Triple M's $10,000 vault. Your next chance to win is at 7 Monday on Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Power up this tax time at Bunnings Trade. Trade in your old 18-volt power tool battery before June 30 and get $50 off a top brand twin pack from your choice of Makita, DeWalt, AEG, Bosch Blue, Metabo or Hikoki. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
The Lowdown. Around town. There's so much happening in the city right now, like fireside street food at the Winter Night Market. Get to the city or get FOMO. Search FOMO Melbourne to find out what's on. The Lowdown.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Hey Australia, use your phone a lot? Banking, working, checking in, guessing that last letter in today's puzzle? Well, if you're looking for a new mobile provider, make the switch to iiNet. Named Money Magazine's best value high usage mobile plans for 2022. Plus, a huge 50% off all mobile plan fees for the first 6 months. So call 13 19 17 or head online to switch today. New iiNet mobile customers only. T's and C's apply.
Attention all Virgin Australia business flyers. With additional discounts on great value fares, you can bring on closing the deal face to face. Apply today at virginaustralia.com/business flyer and bring on better business flying. T's and C's and exclusions apply.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Naturally, my first love is beautiful National Floor Tiles. But I must say, this all-new hybrid flooring we have at National Tiles runs a very close second. At National Tiles, prices on hybrid flooring are just incredible. As an example, we've got circa $40 hybrid flooring at just $29.95 every day of the year. That's a massive saving of 25%. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
From the creator of Family Guy, the comedy series that boldly goes where no Star Trek homage has gone before.
This is more weirdness than I can handle.
The Orville. Stream free on SBS On Demand.
Jetfire heaters from the makers of trusted Australian brand Spitwater are highly efficient, robust and very portable. Industrial, LPG and diesel-fired space heaters. Jetfire heaters come with a fully automatic safe ignition, providing instant reliable heat and are Australian Gas Association approved to the latest safety standards. With distribution, sales and service centres located in Brisbane, Sydney, Albury, Melbourne, Adelaide and Perth, and authorised dealers in all major centres throughout Australia. Call 1-800-SPITWATER now or visit spitwater.com.au today.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M.
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade, supporting tradies with over 120 stores, expert teams and a huge range of electrical products and services. Beacon makes every tradie's job easier.
Yes, with a tasty little lead, 4-5-29 to the Saints 2-1-13 by 16 points. Bob Jane T-Marts, buy 3, get 1 free instant cash back on Bridgestone, Goodyear, Yokohama, Michelin, Dunlop and many more. BobJane.com.au. Quarter time, Tommy Brown, concerns.
Howie, we mentioned an injury concern to Durham, to his ankle or his foot. It looked like it was relatively okay when he went back on the ground, but just at the start of quarter time, the doc has taken him down into the rooms for further assessment. So I'll check that with the Bombers and deliver an update on exactly what it is shortly. In fact, the doctor is just going back out to the huddle, but Durham's still in the rooms.
Thank you, Brownie. Triple M Red Zetas, Chulenko.
Hunter Clark, 6 disposals, first game of the year, but the number 1 ranked player, Nick Hine, 10 disposals and 5 handball receives, 6 intercepts.
I like the way they've started, the Bombers. It's quite extraordinary. The fact is they're winning the territory battle but getting smashed in the clearances, which is a little bizarre, but they're using the ball better. Higher efficiency around the ground and a really good efficiency going inside 50. So 9 scores from their 16 inside 50s, which is well above what they've been doing, particularly over the last month or so. They've been poor in that respect.
They have been, Chief, and their pressure's been good, and it started with Jake Stringer early, and that's how they got their first goal. So they had the big build-up tonight, they had the big build-up last week. Then last week against Carlton, from defensive 50 to forward 50, they allowed the ball inside Carlton's forward 50 in that first quarter, 53% of the time. Tonight, they've only allowed 18%. So they've been able to stop the ball in the middle of the ground, turn it back over. A lot of that's been attributed to St Kilda's turnovers. They've had a woeful quarter by foot, but certainly the Bombers' pressure's been better than last week.
Well, he'd need to be putting some pressure on Stringer because he hasn't touched the prune, Brown. He's had one possession. They need him involved. They need all hands on deck. The Bombers got to try and really put the foot down in this second term. They're on top. Make it count.
Jake Stringer starting in the centre bounce here as we're not far away from getting the second term. Started at Marvel Stadium Friday night, 16-point lead in favour of the Bombers. They kicked the last 3 goals of the term. Saints look a little bit flat tonight. Big occasion, home game for them here at Marvel Stadium tonight. Back in the centre, Phillips, Ryder run it down to Gresham. Got the kick going the way of the Saints. Ends up with Seb Ross, who goes out wide. Billings was unfairly tackled. It was Dyson Heppel who gave away the free kick, so it'll be St Kilda ball. Jack Billings, normally very accurate left foot kick. And he puts it in the direction of Max King, who elevates and just got a little bit off balance, off hands, out of bounds. So on the forward 50 arc for the Saints, it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Ream Hot Water, built tough Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a Ream. The only way to go in that particular caper. Ryder grabs out of the ruck. He's got the shaved head. He's got the beard. Looking pretty fierce, is Paddy. And the ball's just getting stymied on the half-forward line for the Saints. Nate, the big boy from Traralgon hasn't done much yet, Nate. Membry.
No, he's a workhorse.
He'll get it done when it counts. Probably win him the game. Heppel just tries to burst through a pack and hand it to Merritt. He's held it for too long, has Dyson. He did hand it to him.
I've got a theory on Memory. I'll let you know soon.
Okay, I look forward to hearing this. So a free kick goes the way of Benny Long. He pops it up in front of the big boy. Memory! Had 6 blokes on him and one managed to get a fist on it. Billings tight in the pocket, little check side. What about that? Top shelf from Billings. High fives the crowd, and that is what this young man can do. Saints get the first of the second term to draw it back to a 10-point game. The Bombers 4-5-29, the Saints 3-1-19. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard, supporting tradies, 120 stores, expert teams, a huge range of electrical products and services. Beacon makes every tradie's job easier.
Been a long road back for that man, Jack Billings. He's had some injuries. He fell out of favour. He's battled all sorts of issues. But we know what he's got. He's got ability. He's got skill, and we know he can hit the scoreboard. That's a goal out of nothing. A banana on the run under pressure. It's a brilliant finish. He just needs some continuity in his footy, a little bit of confidence, a little bit of belief from those around him, and he can have a big impact for them, Jack Billings.
Classy finish, isn't it? Triple M Harvey Norman replay. Hot Deals store wide on now at Harvey Norman store, in store or online. I think he's a class act, Jack Billings. And maybe with the side going the way they are, he might thrive in these conditions. Hunter Clark started well in his return match. So too Nick Hine, who gets it the other way. And it's worked out well. Landed with Martin. Heppel cuts back through the corridor. Peter Wright's the target. Bounces in front of him. Big man has time to take it. He's going to take on Wilkie. Flick the handball to Stringer, who got some penetration on the kick from a standing start, but it was marked right on the line. And the short kick has found Jack Billings. It came from Josh Battle deep in defence, the Saints.
What's your memory theory, Noodles?
I think he plays too high, or I think St Kilda play him too high. 112 times they've gone to Max King. It's the most of any side, and I just feel like Membry misses out being the workhorse up the field. I think if they both played a dual role inside forward 50 more, they both kick more goals as a benefit.
I love it. Stringer somehow keeps it in and then drops the ball. Hurried snap forward by Caldwell, right to the mouth of goal for the Bombers, but Dougal Howard's just reliable. Burns shoots it back by hand to Wilkie. He takes a little trot, casually drops the ball out of his defensive area. Oh, long! It wasn't long in the end, actually. Getting hands on it was Wanganeen Miller. Just hung in the air for a while. Now Burns gets it back in the 1-2. Gives it to Butler. Centre wing, city side. Here's a chance for the Saints. Crowd lift. Tries to get around Redmond. Redmond does well to corral him. He's going to force the turnover. He did really well there, did Redmond. And in the end, the kick went to Jake Kelly.
And come back through the corridor, the Bombers, but all over it, the Saints. They've cut it off. Hunter Clark got it. Dumping kick forward from Ryder. Here's the skunk, Tim Membry. Worked Ridley underneath it. Membry went back on it. dives on top. A lot of numbers come in support. Nick Hine backs his leg speed in again. Beautifully played, Nick Hine, who's had some sort of start in this game, Trimming.
Yeah, it's disposal number 13.
What's old mate Redmond up to, Chewy, on the Reds edge?
He's racked up 10, Howie.
Okay, Ham marks it on the outer side. Now Martin, here come the Bombers. They've got some run on the outer side. Some real run. Dylan Shield takes a third bounce. Then pops the ball inside 50. Too much on it for Jones. Falls to Stringer. He wants to have a shot. Dishes off by hand to Shield, who started off. He's caught. Just pumps the ball out in front of Guelph. They've still got space here, the Bombers. If they're good enough, Guelph gets around. Should kick the goal. Does! Good work by the Bombers. Well done by Dylan Shield. And the Bombers won't go away. They get their first of the term. Take it back out to a 16-point margin. The Saints 3-1, Essendon 5-5. 16-point leaders, the Saints on the Triple M Beacon Tradie scoreboard.
You said well done, Dylan Shield, Howie, and I know he's trying really, really hard and he's working hard, but he butchered that 5 times over.
Okay.
He was too busy bouncing, too busy self-indulged in what he was doing. He had Harrison Jones all on his own, looking for a kick, waiting and waiting and waiting, and by the time he finally looked up from his bouncing and went to him, A, he missed him, and B, he was getting closed down. Should have been a regulation set shot from 35 metres out, but they got there in the end. That's the most important thing. And I'm not just trying to be critical of Dylan Shield because his follow-up wasn't great either when he kicked it on the wrong foot, but he is working hard and he's getting involved, so at least he's finding the footy.
Tommy Brown, Bob Jane Timart.
Yeah, good news for the Bombers. Durham is back on the ground and looks injury-free, so it's a relief for Bombers fans.
Tommy, not a great bounce, going to be recalled immediately. 5-5, 35, Essendon 3-1, 19. The Saints, early stages, second term. Ryder, got a real gift at the centre bounce, Paddy Ryder. Understands the craft beautifully. Gresham, long ball, fisted away. Jake Kelly got it all the way back to defensive 50. Ground ball to be won. Bombers are going to get a free kick. And this is the debutant, Massimo D'Ambrosio. On debut, left footer.
Gee, Kelly's spoil was good. Down back.
Spoke about their inability last week to stop the ball going from defensive 50 to inside 50. Conversely, going the other way, the Bombers ranked 13th, 20% in the opposite direction, getting it inside 50. Tonight going at 42%, so they've doubled their output.
Jake Kelly involved in the chain again. Archie Perkins, high ball from the side. Peter Wright, Saints numbers back there. Stringer just can't really get himself into the game at the moment. Aggressive tackle from Hobbs. Wrapped up Wilkie. It's going to be thrown up in the forward 50 arc here for the Saints. Two-man.
Yeah, the Saints are ranked 4th defensively for conceding the least number of scores from turnover at 40 points. They've already conceded 28.
40, and they've already conceded 28 halfway through the second term, Chewy.
Yep.
It's a concern. Essendon are working hard defensively. The umpire will come in and separate them. Slow to get to his feet. It was Hobbs on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay screen. Hot Deal store wide on now at Harvey Norman. Shop in store or online, which is always handy. Bombers, well, given they can to keep it inside 50. Wilkie tries to clear his defensive zone. Webster kicks under pressure. You heard it. Touch play on. Perkins stands up in the tackle, as does Hobbs. Somehow gets away from Wilkie. They continue to press. Here the Bombers. Paddy Ryder, he's done. He's gone. He's finished. It's a good tackle from Perkins. Good defensive pressure up forward by the Bombers.
It's a good aggressive tackle on a big man, isn't it, from Archie Perkins? Turned him around, did the full 360. Didn't allow him to get boot to the ball, and as soon as he had an air swing with the boot, the umpire's going to pay incorrect disposal.
Archie Perkins out of old Brighton Grammar.
She's a long way out going around the corner.
He snaps it. It's coming. It's coming. It's home. Big Archie says, I'll have a piece of that. And again, the Bombers get 2 in a row, and they are now out to a game-high 22-point margin. 6-5-41 to St Kilda 3-1-19. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Are you worried now, Chief?
If I'm a St Kilda supporter, I am. But most importantly, if I'm an Essendon supporter, I'm happy because they're having a crack. They're trying hard. They're getting the game on their terms. They're winning the territory battle, Brownie. Makes a big difference.
So now the question is, and we don't know the answer to, how long can they do it for?
Yeah.
Because St Kilda will be sitting there going, at some stage we're going to come. And the Bombers have got to be ready for that. So if I'm the coach right now, I'm reiterating, just keep doing what you're doing. Don't drop off. This is 120 minutes. We just cannot afford to drop off in any facet of the game. Our pressure's good at the moment. Keep it up. Double it up.
We've got the Chief, we've got Nate. That's the Triple M Seabar Super Special Comments team. Seabar Super making hard work pay off. Not a great bounce. Probably favour the Saints, but the Bombers take it away again. Caldwell up and under. Can Stringer get involved? He's drawn a free kick. So Jake Stringer didn't look to be a whole heap in it at first glance. Callum Wilkie, let's have a look at the Harvey Norman replay. Nate Brown.
Yeah, there was not a lot in it at all. Very lucky, Jake Stringer, to get a kick here.
Hasn't seen a lot of it, but he can have an impact here. This is a big kick. He'll get the journey easy from just outside 50. It's all about the accuracy.
Just the look on Ben Ratton's face when he saw the replay, not overly wrapped with it. As Chief said, Stringer, he's a dynamic player. Distance not an issue. Kicked it from 52 metres and dragged it across the face for a minor score. The Bombers 6-6-42. The Saints 3-1-19. That is all on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Supporting tradies, over 120 stores, expert teams, huge range of electrical products and services. Beacon makes every tradie's job easier.
Dougal Howard's got it in the back pocket. Oh, gee, it's a short kick. It worked out, Cheeky Jones.
It was good, but it had to be.
Gives it back to Jimmy Webster, a true centre-half back. Jones wants the overlap handball and gets it. So he runs towards the city side of the ground. A little bit of stepping one way and the other. Eventually works out to Big Maxi King. What's his night so far, Chew?
Max King, 4 disposals, 1 major.
Got it on centre wing as Big Maxwell. Kicks a drop punt 30 metres down the line. And well done to the debutant Massimo D'Ambrosio, who marks on the outer side. Good name too.
Just courageous too, getting in the front of your man, the skunk with the tattoos. Put his head over the footy, and he's a very good kick, D'Ambrosio.
Good sign for the debutant, wasn't it? To back into a pack, take a strong mark. Durham was intended target. The switch kick didn't quite get to him. It's rolled out of bounds. And half forward for the Saints.
He puts up the hand to apologise, Andrew McGrath, but it was the right option. It was just the execution. Take the long option. Better than making the mistake short.
In front, Draper. Caldwell. Durham involved. Nick Martin. Succession of handballs. Here's the debutant. He's a left-footer, D'Ambrosio. Went a little chip kick and did it well too. Found Braden Hand. They're streaming forward, the Bombers. They got right deep. Jake Stringer on the lead. Bombs the kick hand. Peter Wright's going to set himself. Used his body pretty well. Front and centre opportunity. Archie Perkins with a forward handball. Stringer fell over. And the numbers with the Saints, Sinclair, Dougal Howard and Callum Wilkie are going to combine in defence.
If you're Ben Rutten, you pump with that stoppage at half-back as a 50-metre penalty for the Saints. The stoppage at half-back was a perfect one. They get the ball onto the right hip of the tap, and then they had a couple of chains of handballs, but they had 2 players running off the back flank to get that handball received.
Ryan Burns gets the free kick, takes the 50, gives it to Gresham. He sends it inside 50. Max is going to get a free kick here. Goes against Laverty, and Max King will line up. 40 out, 3 metres inside the boundary, city side of the ground. What are you seeing on the Harvey Norman?
Laverty suggesting it was both ways, and it was. They both had a handful of jumper. Again, it's a bit like that last one we saw at the other end. I'd rather let that go. I'd rather let them just play.
Kingy with the moustache on. Can he kick his second? He'll do it from right on 50. Trots in now. Hooks it immediately off the boot, across the face. And the Bombers might even run it out here off the boot of Ridley.
Looking for Phillips, taken by Wilkie. Saints going to go back in. Gresham tried to step around and tackle, got nailed. Archie Perkins.
Again.
Really big play, and they're on top here, the Bombers. Linking up. Jake Kelly, now Mason Redmond running without pressure through the middle of the ground. The debutant there, Brosio's been good. Forward handball was dropped though by Ham. Picked up by Butler, the former Premiership Tiger, to Jack Sinclair, to Higgins. Now this is a good opportunity for St Kilda. Higgins runs to 50 and then kicks a genuine sack. Didn't even spin once that footy. Laverty was there to defend. It should have been a shot at goal for the Saints, you would think.
Well, it's the problem with the Saints a lot, Duke, because they get very centric around Max King. He had a lot of players on. He had long running inside forward 50 on his own. Should have been an easy goal. He panicked and he just saw Max King and he wanted to get it to him.
Gee, Nick Hine has been good for the Bombers. What's he up to on the Red Zeds, Stu?
15 touches.
Triple M Seabar Super, making hard work pay off. You've got Dunstall, and Brown. Oh, what a forward line combination they would have been with the big chief at full forward and Nate just floating around the flank. What do you think the crowd is, Chew?
Crowd, Howie, I'll go for about 32,000.
Okay. Nice crowd. Dylan Shields steps through traffic. Perkins, who's been really good, rides the tackle, gives it to Caldwell. Now Heppel by hand to Martin with the left foot. Good squaring ball. Rangy customer coming out, though, is Membry. The pride of Tarragona marks at centre half back.
Well, you wanted him not too high, Brand. He's gone behind the ball, just trying to shore things up for the Saints. That's the pressure they're under at the moment.
42 plays 19, approaching the halfway mark of the second term, and it is all the Bombers at the moment. Lots to think about for Brett Ratton, and they've turned it over again. Shield goes to Laverty. He's happy to take a little bit of time and unloads the long bomb. Paddy Ryder got back. Not Ryder, in fact, Membry, the loose man behind the play again. Your man from Tarragona, How is that where you were born down near there or not?
I wasn't born down there, but I spent my high school years down there avoiding blokes like Tim Membry, to be fair. Unusual marking style, hasn't he, Nate? He jumps off both feet.
He does.
Does Tim. Could have been captain of the footy club, Nate, at one stage. I really worked hard for him, but didn't get it up.
Captain Skunk.
Yeah, he'd do a fine job.
Jack Steele was a pretty good choice.
Yeah, he's a heart and soul man, though. Free kick holding the ball. And that's a Ridley. The Saints with the free kick. Billings tries to pinpoint a mark down the line. Oh, that was a bit indiscriminate from Redmond. He didn't need to do it. Just piled into big Maxi King. They had the 2-on-1. Mason's had a good game, though. King, centre wing. Called on now. Just goes a 50-metre drop punt. Shallow entry inside 50. The Bombers have got 4 in the air. Hind again to ground level. And the umpire has paid holding the ball, has he?
He has.
And the free kick goes to Benny Long.
He can't believe it, Nick Hind.
It's a bit lucky. He'll have a shot as we see the Harvey Norman replay screen. The ball goes to ground. Nick Hind tried to break a tackle. So, look, to the letter of the law, it's probably there. It was tough, but Long has a shot at goal. He fended off. He tried to get through 2 tackles.
Probably there on the Harvey Norman, Chieftain.
Well, once you make that attempt to fend, you give the umpire an out, don't you? Make it easy for him to pay it.
I like this man's flair. Ben Long, out of the famous St Mary's Football Club, starts it right, can't drag it back, and they're just not on tonight, the Saints.
That was a 2-step run-up, that. Kicked off 2 steps.
They tried by 22.66, the Bombers. The Saints 3-2. 8:24 to go, second term. Triple M at Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Once again, the debutants had a bit of the footy too, man.
This will be disposal number 6.
Massimo D'Ambrosio had 32 touches last week in the VFL, and he looks comfortable at the level. Another great sign for the Bombers. Redmond. That's a good kick to Hobbs. The new faces of the Bombers combining. That was an interesting kick to McGrath. Made Chief nervous in the back row.
But they've lost momentum too. They were out there.
It's always the sideways kick with Essendon, Chief, that slows them down.
And Nick Hind caresses one. Martin's been a real fine boy from WA. 5 goals, 27 touches on debut on the wing. Hobbs, so they're just picking their way through. They had the releasing handball to Hind.
He should have given it, because he had Merritt supporting him.
It's the instinct release handball, Chief. You'd love to see more of the game. Just floating in from the side. Harry Jones probably should have taken the mark in the end. Draper athletically up and under the goal square. Phillips wrestling with it. Saints happy to concede. Wilkie went off the ground, forces it through for another minor score, but it's all happening the Bombers' end of the ground. There's 6-7-43. Saints at 3-2-20. That is all on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Jones has got that ability just to float across the pack darts and take a surprising mark every now and then. Wilkie, back flank, Medallion Club side, sends it towards centre wing. Ridley with a big fist. Got a mark that he in right in front of Tommy Brown. Here's the two man for the Red Zetters.
Hey, Archie Perkins, last couple of weeks, playing almost 90% game time in the midfield. Tonight, he's racked up 10 disposals, a couple of clearances and a major. He's on target for his PB, which is 20.
Love it, Chew. Slow start by you, but gee, you're firing on all cylinders now. And there's Durham. Good to see him back out in the ground after a bit of a leg issue. Dylan Shield. Whacks the ball inside 50. Membry again, starting to dominate the game. Is Tim Membry. in the back line playing loose.
It's
Like in before kicking goal.
Yeah, it's like they're picking him out, though. Every time they go forward, they kick it to Tim Membry.
He's a magnet, Chief.
Kicked away from him.
Might end up being the Harry Himmelberg of the Bombers. Dominated.
Did he play a game last week?
Unbelievable. What did he end up having? How you called that game?
He was on track for 40. I think he got 37.
38, was it?
Yeah, at about 90% efficiency.
Yeah.
Too big, Harry.
Shows how easy it is down back.
He kicked a goal too, Chief.
Or as Duck likes to refer to him, Harry.
Yes. Not Schimmelberger, Himmelbush. Himmelbush.
That was Membry. Sends it out. City side of Marvel Stadium. Jimmy Webster's got it now. Burns to Crouch through the middle of Marvel. Jack Higgins off at a short lead. But it's a little bit stop-start at the moment. Crouch now decides to look for Ryder. He's going to launch. In front, Laverty did well. Redmond picked it up. Now Brosey. On debut again, finding a lot of the footy. Josh Battle and Peter Wright do battle. And they get a boundary throw in the Saints. Half forward.
Again, it's not an easy entry for the Saints. You go back 7 days to last week and how easy the ball came into Charlie Curnow, how easy the ball came in to Harry Mackay, and they were able to just waltz their way through the midfield and just lace it out easy. Hasn't been that way tonight.
D'Ambrosio really having an impact, Chewy.
Disposal number 8 going at 85% efficiency.
He looks like he's loving his first game of league footy. Phillips. Big barrel forward, kicks it straight to Membry.
Couldn't have picked him out better. He's 30 metres on his own and he found him.
What's he done this term, big Membry, Chew?
That's his 4th intercept mark for the quarter, Howie, along with 5 touches.
That is almost a world record, wouldn't it be?
The record is 10 in the game, so well on track.
Well, it's 4 for a quarter.
Yep.
So it goes across to Wanganeen Miller. He's got little Ryan Burns, centre wing. We got 5 minutes to go. The Bombers lead it by 23 points. 43-20. Burns just goes inside 50. But Ridley, in fact, Laverty, takes the defensive mark and back to D'Ambrosio, who uses the ball exquisitely.
Starting to build some sort of debut. D'Ambrosio is looking very comfortable. Dylan Shield takes a couple of bounces, then pops it into the arms of the skipper, Dyson Heppel. Eyes are darting, decides to come back to Redmond.
Going at 83% is Massimo.
How many touches, Shoeman, for the debutant?
9 touches.
23-point lead to the Bombers. In control of this one at the moment. 4 minutes until half-time. They're patiently working their way forward. And Durham has found a heap of space. Going to release the handball to Martin. Right in the goal square. They might head in that direction. Peter Wright, short stringer through his hands. Out the back. Seb Ross able to shimmy his way through some pressure. And Patton goes back to Jack Sinclair. Right on the last line of defence for the Saints.
Choice Hotels round the ground. The mighty Melbourne Storm locked in a titanic tussle with the Broncos, 16 apiece at this stage. I presume that's in the second half. You follow the rugby league, Chieftain?
Yeah, and they're my two teams.
Right, what's half time there?
Being a Brizzy boy, obviously Broncos and Storm down here.
Is that up in Brisbane or?
I think it's down here.
They've been in great form, the Broncos, the last 6 weeks.
Just stepping through traffic is Bradley Hill, the 3-time premiership Hawk, to Gresham. Back to Brad Hill, check sides it inside 50. McGrath can't complete the mark. Falls to one of the St Kilda small men. Butler put out a snap, ran off a player, took a pounce, fell to his knees. Back towards Butler. Zigs, zags, snaps, and it's rushed through for a behind. He's not happy, Butler.
Why didn't he snap it the first time?
I don't know.
He was theorising, Chief.
Oh, he did try to do way too much.
He often does.
22-point lead to Essendon deep in the first half. They've got the largest membership of any rugby league club in the comp, the Melbourne Storm.
It's a great story, isn't it? What Craig Bellamy and that team have done for 20 years. Great Australian sporting success story. Sinclair defending for the Saints. Deep. And gets it to Webster, to Jones, to Bradley Hill. They combine again back to Jack Sinclair. Turned himself into an outstanding player as Sinclair. A lot of handballs. They might have overdone it. Seb Ross couldn't get through Dylan Shield. You've got to reward that tackle. You have to. Had an eternity. We're told that wasn't the adjudication. Jones, so the Saints get a little bit of a gift. Jones one-on-one. Jack Higgins gets it. Andy McGrath has managed to reef that from behind. That's a big one-on-one for the Bombers deep in defence.
Gutsy not to go for the fist there, McGrath. Marking on the last line of defence. Heppel just scoops it back cleverly to Ridley. Steps around Wilkie, goes back by hand to Redmond. What's he up to, Chew?
Mason Redmond, 17 touches.
The lobster fisherman on fire to Martin, who's also had an impressive game. Lanky style of customer. Sends it out towards Guelphy, half forward line, city side. He's got the runner, and that runner is Durham. He's already kicked a goal, square and ball. Great build up if Pete can take the mark, and he can! Peter Wright's too big and too strong, even for the big man memory. And Pete, who kicked 2 behinds in the first term, should kick his first of the affair to make it 3 in a row for the Bombers and take them out to a game-high 28-point margin.
Tell you what, Chief, they've been really good on the fat side of the ground, the Bombers tonight. They've been able to transfer play from one side to the other and quite often have a player who's been able to play on. That man has been Martin on a number of occasions. Durham's been that man as well. The Saints have just been a little bit sloppy on that skinny side.
Game 100 for Peter Wright. He was never going to miss that goal. 140. And all of a sudden, this is a very handy lead in the shadows of half-time. 57 seconds on the clock before the major break. 49-21, 28-point margin the way the Bombers on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
They just look a different team when they're prepared to take the game on, to run and carry, to move the ball quickly, change direction. As Brownie said, once they switch it and they open it up, they've got some good runners. And they're starting to use the ball a little bit better. Still capable of getting burned on the turnover, and they've done that a couple of times where St Kilda haven't been able to punish them. But their endeavour's been fantastic. Some good decision-making going forwards. Even the hand pass from Guelphy over the top was very, very good to Durham, who then just hits the hot spot, 15 out in front of goal. Kick it to the big man, let him run and jump. Membry's back there but can't get up to the same height.
Bombers 17th in defence. Least points conceded in a half is 32. At the moment, they've only conceded 21.
Nice Red Z lending stat there from the Chew man. They enjoy a 28-point lead to the Bombers, 50 seconds until half-time. Wangane Millerer called to play on. AFL logo. Steps around Durham on the mark. In the King direction goes the kick, but Laverty gets back, and the Bombers have got the answers in this first half at Marvel.
But the pressure comes when a player, again, like I spoke about in the first quarter, doesn't do the simple thing. Dan Butler had an easy goal, should have kicked it, 16 points. You go back into the middle and you set up for a stoppage. No, the ball goes straight down the other end, and now it's 28.
Contested mark from Paddy Ryder, who wants Marshall. Bombers defence really comfortable down there. Jordan Ridley to Durham's had some sort of first half too, for mind you.
Triple M Reds had 10 disposals, kicked a major.
And that was with some time down in the hands of the doctors. Essendon fans up and about. Saints fans not so much. Essendon led it by 16 points at the quarter-time break. They now lead at 7-7-49 to 3-3-21 by 28 points. Long way back for the Saints. Tommy Brown will take care of half-time next. And the Saints trail by 28 points at the major break on Friday night footy and Spuzz match. Time to talk. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks football.
That quarter for Beacon Trade, supporting tradies with over 120 stores, expert teams and a huge range of electrical products and services. Beacon makes every tradie's job easier.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M rocks footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
It's your biggest sports show on Saturday morning. Triple M's Dead Set Legends. Join Jay-Z Clark, Daisy Thomas and Fox Footy's Kath Lockman as they talk all things sport and tackle the big topics.
No, with the favourites. How does Turkish Delight and Picnic get a run in the box of favourites?
Oh, no.
They're no one's favourites.
I'm a Turkish Delight man. Yeah.
Oh,
and an old Turkish Delight.
Red flag.
Triple M's Dead Set Legends. Tomorrow morning from 10 on 105.1 Triple M.
Every year, we help thousands of people like you control their gambling. So, we get that every story is different. We get there might be setbacks along the way. We get that you might need lots of support or just the odd call. To change the way you think about gambling, call someone who gets it. Call Gamblers Help on 1800 858 858 or visit the Gamblers Help website.
Now, at Harvey Norman, Oppo A54 5G.
Now just $278, save $70. Plus bonus $50 gift card. Galaxy A33 5G, $498, save $100. Plus bonus $100 gift card. Galaxy Tab S8, $1,099, plus bonus book cover keyboard slim, valued at $199. Terms and conditions apply. More great deals on now at Harvey Norman.
We're Brandt. We're still your local John Deere dealer. We're still here to help you build your own success. From produce farming to hobby farms and all your turf needs, Brandt has you sorted. We're the same people you've always known, just with a different shirt.
Hi, I'm Zoe, and you're about to hear two people cough. One of them has a serious health condition. Could you tell which one? What if I told you that an app could diagnose that condition just from hearing that cough? It's medical breakthroughs like this and the lives that are being changed that you'll hear about in Beyond the Medicine Cabinet, the podcast brought to you by Kuyon Group. Finance for doctors that makes all the difference. Search Beyond the Medicine Cabinet podcast and download the Listener app now to listen for free.
Listener. Visit prosper.com today. And this time tomorrow,
you could be hiring an extra barista.
Or getting a bigger space.
You could be ordering more stock.
Or upgrading the old faithful.
With funding possible in 24 hours, a Prosper loan could set your small business up for success with no repayments for the first 8 weeks. Visit prospa.com. Offer ends June 30. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply. Australian Credit Licence 454782.
If something has been holding you back from learning something new, then it's time to get going. With Chisholm, you can learn real skills in real life right now, on campus or online. No ATAR, no barriers, and no waiting. Mid-year enrolments are now open, and in as little as 6 months, you could go from campus to new career. Search Chisholm to chase your calling now. RTO 0260.
At CMI Hino, we're the experts when it comes to Hino trucks. Why? Because that's all we do. We stock the full range of Hino trucks designed to suit every business. So if you're thinking about a Hino truck for your business, speak to ours, CMI Hino.
Shut up! The footy's on
Triple M rocks footy.
This halftime break for Bosch 18-volt bi-turbo brushless tools. One battery, corded power, backed by a 6-year warranty guarantee.
For McDonald's, the Ream Hot Water Triple M rocks Friday night football here from Marvel Stadium, where the Bombers, Essendon, the Bombers up by 28 points at halftime with the potential upset brewing. The Saints have just been a little bit off tonight, and to discuss the first half and break it all down, I'm joined by Jason Dunstall, Nathan Brown and Ash Chua. Jason, I might start with you. The Saints just made a bit of a nervous start tonight. They haven't really recovered in that regard.
No, they let Essendon get their teeth into the game early and they haven't looked back. Love the way they've been able to control things, in particular off half-back with Hind and Redmond doing great things. Heppel's been a good supporting act. You've got Dylan Shield getting plenty of it in the middle of the ground. I must say this, they've struggled defensively all year, the Bombers. Tonight, when you look at the jobs that Laverty and Ridley have done as well, looking after King and Marshall, they've been exceptional. So the back six for Essendon takes a large piece of the credit, but I love the way they're taking the game on, Tom.
Nathan, you discussed, thanks Jason, in the first half, just St Kilda making some mistakes that I guess we haven't necessarily seen on a consistent basis. We sort of regard them as being one of the contenders, but they've just looked fumbly tonight.
They have, and they looked off from the first minute. It was 1-4-10. So the first 5 scoring shots went to the Bombers, and this is St Kilda of last year. This is a side that turned the footy over, and they looked like they had poor skills, but in actual fact, they cleaned that up at the start of the year. And players like Higgins were getting on the end of it because they weren't turning the ball over, they weren't making mistakes, they went back to their old ways tonight. And sometimes it's infectious when you play a game and a couple of people make mistakes. All of a sudden, for some reason, it becomes ingrained in the side for the half or the quarter. You can have bad quarters. You can snap out of it, but they need to very quickly after half time. They concede 40 points from turnovers per game. Tonight, they've already conceded 35.5.
Just some of the moves in the second quarter. It looked like the Bombers to get Stringer into the game. Nath put Stringer into the middle, but he's just struggled a little bit.
He has. Look, he put some pressure on early, but he's only had a handful of touches.
He's had a man, Nate.
He has been Nowhere near it tonight, obviously, Chief, just to put it nicely. Well, he did come into the game, he did put pressure on early, which set up their first goal, so that does stick in your memory, but he is paid to kick goals and he's paid to get on the end of it, and he hasn't been able to do that tonight, but he's probably only been one out. I think every other Bomber player has been very good.
And the thing that we do know about Jake Stringer is he may put the game away in the space of 10 minutes. Could kick 2 or 3 goals just like that and get them flying. So Ben Ratton will be chatting to him, hoping to see some of his best in the second half.
And Jace, what would Brett Ratton's message be to the Saints at half-time? They're obviously a little bit off, 28 points on a lot in modern football, but it just looks like it's got all the hallmarks of an upset tonight. Yeah, it does. I don't think he would have been panicking in the first term, even though they were getting beaten on the scoreboard. They were controlling clearances, but in the second term, they've allowed the Bombers to square up the clearances. They've allowed the Bombers to get their nose in front of contested possession, and they're areas that would concern Brett Ratton. So I think for him, it's a complete reset. Come out, start again in the third quarter, and they need to be harder at the ball. They need to control the ball out of the middle, and the way they're moving the ball forward has been pretty ordinary. They haven't given their forwards a great look at the ball. This is the halftime break tonight for Bosch Power Tools. Bosch 18-volt bi-turbo brushless tools, 1 battery, corded power, backed by a 6-year warranty guarantee. Plenty of positives, Ash Stewart, for the Bombers, but I'll start with their ball movement, in particular from D50 to inside 50.
Yeah, as Brownie mentioned, during that quarter, they usually go at 20%. They're ranked 13th, but tonight they've had 22 chains for 10 entries, and they're cracking in at 45%, and they've scored 2 goals, 1, which have been generated from their D50.
And their defence, there's some good stats there as well.
Yeah, so they usually concede 51 points in first halves, the Bombers. Overall, they're ranked 17th in defence this year, but tonight, a PB for them, they've only conceded 21 in a half against the Saints.
And the territory battle?
Yes, Jason's spoken about. That's an area where they've struggled. They're 13th for time in the forward half, 15th for inside 50 differential, but tonight they're leading the time in the forward half at 54%. They're +3 in regards to inside 50s.
And a couple of players in the microscope this week, Ash. Obviously, could you take us through Jake Stringer's exact stats so far? And also Dylan Sheila, who's had some of the ball. He's been trying, but we've discussed some of his turnovers in particular.
Yeah, Jake Stringer, well, last week only 9 possessions and kicked it behind, but tonight just the 4.5, along with 1 point. And Dylan Shield, equal most number of disposals for the Bombers. He's had 17 touches, throwing 4 clearances, but he's had 4 turnovers, which is the most of any Essendon player.
And just some of St Kilda's key playmakers struggled to get their hands on the ball early, how they sort of worked their way back into the game.
Yeah, one of those was definitely Brad Hill. He's now up to 13 disposals. Seb Ross was also quiet at quarter time. He's now up to 12 touches. And Crouch, he was very well held in that first quarter. He's now up to 12 possessions.
Thanks to Ash Stewart there, breaking down some of the key stats from the first half. Amy Clangers, who covers Clangers on and off the field? Amy does. The Clanger tonight from the first quarter.
Andrew Phillips decided that he was going to go the forehand tennis slap at the footy and drew the free kick.
So why wouldn't you belt it in there straight away?
Well, he's a ruckman. He should understand what a ruckman wants.
Just talking about that kick from Phillips, he eventually kicks it where he wanted it to go, but too slow. Duke, does it just take longer for the big blokes to make those decisions?
Your Chief just warming into it, isn't it? And enjoying his own work back there.
I just don't get why he didn't do it straight away.
Hard to defend, to be perfectly honest, Howie, that. Very hard.
That was the Amy Clanger tonight from the first quarter. Guys, just some news, obviously, briefly this afternoon in terms of some stories doing the rounds. Jordan De Goey opting to go to Bali this week for his 7-day break. I say 7 days because it wasn't 4 or 5. He's going to have the whole week off. There's obviously some photos published, and they're online in particular this afternoon, of him getting out and about. Look, what's your opinion, Brownie, on that? I guess the optics of that trip and also the impact potentially on his deal.
Look, I can see why people have an issue with the optics, but it's Jordan De Goey. He can do what he wants. He's a grown man, and if he wants to go to Bali in this time off, I'm seeing with people saying, why can't he just go to Queensland? I mean, you still got to get on a plane. You still got to go to a foreign city. But nothing wrong with going to Bali. I think it's quite a beat up, and this is a man in his own time. If that's what he needs to go away and relax and play some good footy when he comes back, just because he's been in trouble before doesn't mean he's going to get in trouble this time. So they either trust him or they don't, and it seems like the Collingwood Football Club has trusted him.
They do.
I guess the rest of the society hasn't quite caught up to what Collingwood are treating Jordan De Goey as an adult. And even further this year, the bashing of Jason Horne-Francis this year for a 12-game player. We're very keen to jump on people, very keen to have a go at people, and I just think we need to be a bit more positive.
I agree, and I spoke to Collingwood about it yesterday, and they said, look, he's an adult, he's entitled to go there. He doesn't need permission as to where he goes for his mid-season break, as long as he's back, obviously, in one piece on Monday and ready to train. Jace, just from a director's perspective, if you're a rival club tonight thinking of making him a 4 or 5 or 6 year offer, do you look at that and sort of go, oh, is that really necessary? Like, does that impact on your decision if you're considering signing off on a long-term offer?
I don't think the destination matters one iota. You got 4 days off, you can go around the world if you want in 4 days. I don't care. If I'm looking at him as a potential player, I'm saying, is he indulging in appropriate behaviour? If it's appropriate, got no problem. If it's inappropriate, then I do have a problem. So to me, it's not about whether he's in Bali, whether he's in Victoria, whether he's anywhere on the face of the planet. It's, is he looking after himself in his time off? You need to freshen up. You need to enjoy yourself. Hey, you want to go out dancing, you want to go out doing all those sorts of things? I've got no problem with that either, as long as everything's above board and appropriate.
I think the only mistake he made was that man bag that he had on in all the clips. It looked a bit weird, didn't it?
Is that one of those sort of shoulder sort of
numbers? It was
numbers?
a black strap bag, and it was just, obviously keeps his wallet in it and stuff like that.
Well, you are the fashion king, Nate. Would you run with something like that?
I think I've seen vision of him with something like that on before, and it caught my eye that other time, and I thought, gee, that's a statement.
It's cutting edge, isn't it?
Sometimes when you're travelling, you venture into those areas. You need your passport or your ID, obviously.
You don't need a man
your
bag,
credit cards.
We got pockets for a reason.
And just briefly, in some other news today, I've reported tonight that the AFL will revert to a fixed fixture, at least for the first 15 rounds next year, and even certainly from rounds 16 through 22, because the AFL quite conscious of fan sentiment at the moment. They're bringing back the paper ticketing as well as the digital ticketing. They think a couple of those issues are quite high on the list in terms of some issues that are perhaps restricting.
So when you say fixed fixturing, explain that to the listeners.
There will be the date, time and location for all the matches for rounds 1 to 15 next year. There'll be 3 versions of the fixture throughout the season as opposed to 6 this year.
I can understand why they're doing it, and I can understand why they're bringing back the ticketed, but 15's a long time. A lot can change in 15 weeks. I think maybe 6 to 8, and then you reassess, because obviously, did we think Carlton were going to be as good as what they were this year? Then they get a lot of games in that second lot of 8 games so after round 8. Maybe Carlton wouldn't be getting these big games leading into round 15 if it was next year.
A lot can change in the second half. Don't go away. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks football.
That halftime break for Bosch 18-volt bi-turbo brushless tools. 1 battery, corded power. Backed by a 6-year warranty guarantee.
From Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M is your home of the Marty Sheargold Show.
Scott Pendlebury. We'd just like to clear up Michael Roberts suggesting.
Pendlebury, he went to a toilet break. He's definitely put the nugget in the hair. Black nugget. Seriously, if it rains, it'll run.
Well, it rained and it didn't run.
Got him.
I thought he was talking about a different type of nugget.
So did I.
He's a bit sneaky. He must have followed me all the way to the toilet. Nugget had to do a little wee and then get back out on the ground.
The Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6 on Melbourne's 105.1 Triple M.
Tradies, DIY renovators, facility managers, homeowners, demo crew managers. The list of people Identifiber can help goes on and on. Just like the list of services Identifiber offers, including asbestos awareness training, air monitoring and clearance certificates, COVID services, workplace OH essentials programs, and more. Identifiber are the industry-leading experts with over 30 years' experience in hazardous material services, occupational hygiene and risk management. Identifiber, 67 Atherton Road, Oakley, and identifiber.com.au.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Check out our latest catalogue for amazing deals on DeWalt, AEG, Pazload, Makita and loads more. Plus you'll find bonus redemptions on a huge range of top brand tools. Tax time catalogue is out now at Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
What about cleaners?
Yep.
Mechanics?
Uh-huh.
Builders?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever hard work you do, Cbus are making your money work as hard as you.
Power workers?
Yep.
Factory workers?
Mm-hmm.
What about truckies?
What do you think?
Cbus Super, making hard work pay off. To consider if Cbus is right for you, go to cbussuper.com.au for a PTS and TMD. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Selling your car? Here's my hot tip.
Sell where the buyers are. On Gumtree Cars. With access to 6 million monthly Gumtree users, plus Gumtree Cars instant car valuation, it really is a no-brainer. GumtreeCars.com.au.
Vodafone's end of financial year sale is now on. iPhone 13 Pro Max features the biggest Pro camera system upgrade ever, Super Retina XDR display, and super fast 5G. And now you can save a huge $200 on iPhone 13 Pro Max when you stay connected to an eligible plan. Only at Vodafone. Hurry, offer ends 20th of June unless extended. Visit us in-store, online or call 13 22 99 today. Saving of a plan term 5G in selected areas of major cities, TNCs apply.
Mom, can you pick up Charlie too? It's on the way.
No way.
Well, can we stop and grab some fish and chips?
No chance.
Oh, can you at least change this song?
Get out of my car.
Particular about sharing your ride? Become an Amazon Flex delivery partner and share your car with nothing but packages. They're odourless, quiet, and will listen to anything. All you need is your own smartphone and vehicle, and you can deliver Amazon packages when it suits you. Choose blocks of 3 hours or more and drive. Visit flex.amazon.com.au.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. Naturally, my first love is beautiful National Floor Tiles. But I must say, this all-new hybrid flooring we have at National Tiles runs a very close second. At National Tiles, prices on hybrid flooring are just incredible. As an example, we've got circa $40 hybrid flooring at just $29.95 every day of the year. That's a massive saving of 25%. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for IGA Liquor, where good food deserves a great drop.
Half time here at Marvel. It's all about the Saints. They led it by 16 at quarter time, 28 at the half, 7-7-49, 3-7-21.
That's the Bombers in the lead.
Sorry, Essendon 7-7-49, St Kilda 3-3-21, 28-point lead to the Bombers. There's your Amy Clanger. I was getting distracted because I couldn't do what Das is doing at the moment. His young bloke is playing in the VFL for Footscray, and we've had him up on the iPad. He's extremely calm, far more calm than I would be, and after what we heard about your netball coach, far calm. How do you go watching the young bloke?
You know, I haven't had much time to do it, Howie.
We haven't done it live either, which is a great shame.
Haven't seen it live, but look, it's always enjoyable. There's some Josh Bruce is back tonight for the Dogs. We've got
Lockie Hunter's back as well.
Lockie Hunter back, so yeah.
Ocean Grove Flyers out there,
playing full back at the moment, Duke.
Playing full back, the big fella.
And had plenty of it too, Nathan. He's very accomplished.
He's going well. Hey, I'd like to drill down a little bit more on Chief having two sides that he supports in the rugby league. I didn't understand people were able to have two sides. So
it's a good
the Brisbane
point.
And the Melbourne is just a bit weird.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I come from Brisbane originally, but I've been down here a long time.
So who are you cheering for tonight?
You have two
tonight,
teams.
well, I've probably always been a Broncos fan.
What's the score, Tunners, in the NRL at the moment? 16 all, 50 minutes in. So you're more a Broncos man. What about the Wayne?
That's where I grew up.
What about Wayne's new club when they fire up out of Redlands?
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Okay.
I was trying to stay away from that area.
All right.
Kevin Walters in charge, former Broncos legend.
Yeah, rocky start, but he's flying now.
How long you had that hat for, Chief?
A while, why?
I can see that.
You like it?
Choice Hotels round the ground.
It's okay.
Need a break? Book direct and save with Choice Hotels, choicehotels.com. So 16 all in the NRL. I think we're set for a start in the second half here, Dart.
We are, and the Saints have got their work cut out. They trail by 28 points here at Marvel Stadium on a Friday night, and we've got great to have some great company in the back of the box. We saw Jackson Warren and all his mates, so welcome to...
some real sort of long-haired, shifty-looking operators hanging around with Jacko, be fair to say.
Bit of swagger back there in the back of the Triple M commentary box. We love it, so...
No shortage of confidence. Real sort of private schoolboy look about some of these boys, I reckon.
I love it. You'd have a good night out with Jacko and the boys. And his Saints got a real battle on their hands. Wangane Miller sends him into attack. Rowan Marshall, too strong, too good. That's the start the Saints wanted. Big, powerful man, and he just got rid of his opponent, Laverde. And he can shoot from about 35 metres out.
Well, you go. The third quarter has been the Saints' go this year. 10 of 12 third quarters they've won. 131 points they are to the good, and the number one ranked side in the third terms.
Career set shots, 33-31 Rowan Marshall. Capable of playing as a permanent forward. Pinch hitting in the ruck as well, and he nailed it. The Saints fans get out of their chair. First time tonight there's been some excitement. It's a big game for them. Rowan Marshall kicks his first in the first of the second half. Scoreline reads 7-7-49. The Bombers 4-3-27. That is the Saints, and that is all brought to you on the Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard.
It's an extraordinary kick. That has sailed through way over post height and gone deep into the crowd. We just spoke in the halftime break about how good Laverty and Ridley had been in Essendon's defence, holding down King and Marshall. They're the players, though, that can really cut loose and can do damage in a quarter. So half the job's done for the Bombers. They've got to bring the same intensity and the same sort of the same endeavour that they showed in that first half for the third and fourth quarters. Jake Stringer in the middle of the ground.
IJ Liquor at a drop to your shop. This footy says at IJ Liquor, like a six-pack of beers to go with your footy snacks. Head to ijliquor.com.au to find your local store. IJ Liquor, where good food deserves a great drop. Ball just sort of pinballing around the middle. Gresham gives it to Bradley Hill. Takes a bounce to Bradley. Tries to get through one tackle and then hand passes to Draper. Good turnover here coming the other way. Dylan Shield in the bright green boots. Pumps the drop punt forward. A big Peter Wright marks on his chest. Gets punched away from him in the end. Didn't hold it long enough. Hobbs, Merritt from 50 all the way to the teeth of goal. Battle just scored it through for a point. Nice bit of zing about this one. St Kilda 4-3-27. Essendon 7-8-50. 23-point lead to the Bombers. Early stages of the second half.
Mic'd up exclusively for Triple M. Just signalling, give Seb Ross some space. And he takes a bit of it in the Marshall direction. Coming in from the side, Andy McGrath, who's played most of his game tonight back in defence.
Yeah, and he's looked good. He's actually done some really good things, Duke. Just easing him back into it.
He's an exciting athlete.
Sam Darcy just had 2 touches in a minute. Just patrolling the back end at the moment.
Is he a real lanky type? No?
Is he ever?
He's better looking than his dad.
I'm sure he's got the same heart, Chief. That's going to be hard to replicate. Same courage. Rowan Marshall, he's got plenty of courage. Gets Gresham going. The Saints just look like they've got that urgency that they've been seeking. And now Paddy Ryder's on the end of it. So opportunity to kick the first 2 goals here for the Saints to start the second half.
We can see what the Saints have been trying to do tonight. They're acutely aware that they go to Max King far too often. 106 times is the most of any player in the AFL. On multiple occasions tonight, Ryder's gone forward, so too has Marshall. Membry's gone back a little bit, but they've tried to get other options to not only kick to Max King.
Could it be the ruckman that get the Saints rolling? It will be. Goals to Marshall and now Ryder. And he's pumped Paddy Ryder with that. Saints kick the first 2 of the second half. Margin back to 16 points in favour of the Bombers. And that is all on the Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard. IJ Liquor, where good food deserves a great drop.
It's a nice weapon to have forward of the ball, Chief.
Yeah, he got caught sitting off him, though, Jaden Laverty. He was expecting the kick to come in deeper. There was a little bit of a breakdown. And in the end, Marshall, under pressure, just hacked a dump kick forward. Only went 25, 30 metres, but Ryder was standing all on his own just inside the square. What it was a really good conversion of a set shot from 50 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Triple M Red said St Kilda only 2 marks inside their attacking fifth in the first half. They've already taken 2 in this third term, which have both resulted in majors.
Thanks, Stu. The young lads of today, you must see them, like the boys in the back of the box. They sport a lot of hair these days, the young chaps, don't they?
It's back, isn't it, Howie? The massive big mullet at the back.
I like it.
Great
Real
tap.
hairy. Tapped down by Draper. Gives it across to Shield. Nick Martin, he's run down from behind. He was just absolutely belted by Wanganeen Miller as he was lining up to shoot for goal, Nick Martin. And all of a sudden the ball's on the outer wing.
Yeah, there's a change. The way the game's unfolding, you can see the Saints are lifting.
Burns on the right foot. A 50-metre ball down the line to Ryder. Falls to McGrath. Goes back to Hine, who was outstanding in the first half, Chewy.
He was. He racked up 19 touches.
Nearly lost his strides in the turnover. Forced to crouch. Membry. Little chip. He's really nice to long. He'll run inside 53 in a row for the Saints. Put it in your book. The Saints are starting to march now. 3 to open the second half. And a 28-point margin just 6 minutes ago at the halftime break is all of a sudden cut to 11.
Well, this is exactly what the Bombers didn't want, and they would have been worried that they haven't been able to go for long enough, for hard enough, for 4 quarters of football. Even last week against the Blues, they came late, but they weren't able to sustain a run. 19 disposals to 6 in the early part of this quarter. Really big tackle by Wanganeen Miller. All of a sudden, the Saints lift. Then the Bombers get the ball at half back, and so far tonight, the Bombers have done what they've pleased. St Kilda haven't put any pressure on. The tackle in the back end and then the tackle in the front end at the half-forward line put pressure on Nick Hine. Was only able to turn the footy over, and all of a sudden, the momentum shift has happened.
Nate Brown, we've got the Chief, Jason Dunstall, your Triple M Seabus Super special comments. Seabus Super making hard work pay off, and the Saints have responded big time. The first 3 goals in second half. Ryder again trying to guide it down to Crouch. Here comes Gresham. They are everywhere at the moment, St Kilda. Centering kick, Marshall's the target. Through the hands of Membry. Jake Kelly, a little bit of a nervous fumble. They're feeling the pressure, the Bombers. Heppel steps up, lends some support. They go back to Redmond. Kicks it one-on-one. Out of the defensive zone. The mark's been taken by Jack Billings, almost within range.
That's 50.
Certain goal coming up. 4 in a row going to be for the Saints here, Nate. What happened then?
It was against Guelphy. He's asking the umpire, was that against me? I'm not sure what else Guelphy could have done. His opponent went around the other side for the handball, and Guelphy was caught in no man's land, and I don't understand what a player's meant to do in that occasion.
Jack Billings gets the gift. The Saints have reduced a 28-point lead at half-time. In a matter of minutes, it's back to just 5 points with 4 unanswered goals. 7-8-50, 7-3-45. That is all the Triple M IJ scoreboard.
5 inside 50s in the third term, 4 straight goals. They are flying. They're on a roll. So what can the Bombers do about it? They've got to start getting their hands on it in the middle of the ground and actually hit a target, control a little bit of the tempo, because at the moment there's a real run on, a real snowball effect, which they're having difficulty dealing with.
And just with the Saints' pressure in the first half, it was only at 171. In this quarter, it's at 240.
Away we go. 4 in a row for the Saints. They narrow it to a 5-point margin after Essendon led by 28 at the major break. We've still got so much time left in this term. Stringer grabs out of the middle. Doesn't get too far. Crouch, Gresham, Sinclair. Wonderful player he's been over the last year and a half for the Saints. Now McGrath. Laverty. Heppel somehow keeps it in. Looked like he was in the stands. And eventually the umpire agrees.
Boundary throw in. Forward 50 arc for the Saints. They have gone bang, 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 bang. 4 goals. Arrested the momentum back. Draper was maybe a little bit aggressive, but no free kick against Merritt. Now Caldwell. Sinclair's going to come at him. Caldwell went full chested at him. Heppel through the corridor. This is going to be okay. If it sits for Hobbs, he can release Martin. He burned him with a handball. Hobbs decided to put it out in front. The hard runner Ham, and he can't keep it in. Although Battle did. Goes back to Harry Jones. Archie Perkins, he kicked it straight into Billings. Ricochets back to Harry Jones, and he floats it. Well, it's just out of bounds before he got boot to ball. So the Bombers can at least have it in their forward 50 and draw breath momentarily here. Awesome Kilda to start this second half. They lead it by 5 points, the Bombers, on the Triple M IJ Liga scoreboard.
Strange decision, Hobbs, not to give the hand pass to Martin.
Yep. Choice Hotels round the ground. 60 minutes in. Storm lead the Broncos 20-16. So they must have scored a try.
Go Storm.
At the resumption. The Chief has got a horse in both camps. Hobbs outside of the boot. Essendon need it. Snuck through for 1 behind. So it's a 6-point margin. What's happened to you on the Reds' edge?
Well, just the Saints have cranked up their pressure. They're going at 240 opposed to 171 the first half, and efficiency 6 entries this quarter for 4 goals zip.
Well, that is huge. Sure, the Reds' Head lending pressure rating, as you said, and it's noticeable here. The Saints have really upped their rating. Can the Bombers sustain this? Butler sends them to half forward. Max King and Membry. Jordan Ridley out the back. Tried to flick it to Redmond. Jack Higgins applying some pressure. Merritt cuts back to McGrath. Short kick was okay to Caldwell. Still at half back. He releases the sideways kick. Laverty's worked hard. Guelphy's probably the next target. Decides to take a bounce. Running the outer wing at Marvel. Pulls the trigger to Peter Wright. Just got underneath it. Out the back, Stringer picks it up. Dumps it to the goal square. But Josh Battle on the last line of defence saves the day for the Saints.
He's done that a few times tonight, Josh Battle.
Yeah, and Peter Wright's got to mark that ball. That was a great kick. Up in the air, he had a run and jump and just slipped through the fingers.
Jason Dunstall, Nathan Brown, Triple M Seabus Supers. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Turned it over out of full back. Phillips has taken the mark. In front of King. Dishes it off again to Hind, who's having some game. Deep inside 50. Battle floats across. Picks it up at ground level. Hobbs, he's just put that straight across the boundary line in a handball situation. It has to be a free kick for the Saints, and it is. It'll go to Jones.
5 intercept marks for Battle tonight. They were very good defensively against the Brisbane Lions last week. The Brisbane Lions had 60 inside 50s. We know how good they are, but they still only took 5 marks from those 60 entries. And Battle's a big part of that.
Jones has never been seen in the same room as Mick Fanning. Remarkable look-alike. King marks well, half back. Sends it down towards the wing. Marshall's on a long lead, but it's fisted away across the boundary by Laverty, right in front of Tommy Brown, who's here, of course, with Bob Jane T-Marts. Buy 3, get 1 free. Instant cash back on Bridgestone, Goodyear, Yokohama, Michelin, Dunlop and many more. BobJane.com.au.
Tommy just looking at Andy McGrath, getting a bit of work down there at the moment.
He's got 2 physios working on him at the moment. I think he's okay, but I'll keep a close eye on it, particularly given his recent injury history.
We're working overtime on the groin massage release for Andy McGrath. Bob Jane T-Marts, Tommy Brown down there. The Saints really impressive. The only 4 goals of this third term. And they've dragged the margin back to 1 straight kick here in the third term.
Jade Grisham's good in these areas.
Keep an eye on him now. Rowan Marshall won the initial hit out. Zach Jones got the first possession, and now it's taken away by Ross. He's going to have to go on the not-preferred. He prefers to go on the left. He got back onto it, and it slides through the hands of Max King. Should have taken the mark. Higgins was pushed in the back, says the umpire. He looked at the umpire, he pleaded, and he received, Chief. What did you think?
Well, we get the benefit of the Harvey Norman replay screen, don't we? The ball was in dispute. He ducked and then he collapsed to his knees. Gee, that's a tough decision.
So Jack Higgins, not always his specialty this. 35-41 set shot kicks. This is 20 metres out. No angle to worry about, so you have to kick him. And he does. Jack Higgins gets his first of the night. That is 5 in a row for the Saints, and we are all square. Friday night footy for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks Friday night footy and scores level here at Marvel Stadium.
To make it that free kick, Chief, I think the game's been officiated pretty well so far, but that's an anomaly for the game. It just didn't seem there.
No, it's a tough one. I mean, he dropped at the knees when the tackle was being applied, so I'd rather have seen a ball up. But hey, umpire's got to make a split decision. You can see the letter of the law. The player's lying on his back, so I can understand why it's been paid. They're just not getting the ball in the middle of the ground. They're having all sorts of trouble, the Bombers, and the Saints are on a roll. They just look dangerous every time they go forward. Now, whereas in the first half, it's hard to see where their scores were coming from, but they look like they're going to score every time they go forward now, the Saints.
Low numbers for the Bombers. Dylan Shields, 17 in the first half, just 2 in this term. Zach Merritt, just 3 disposals in this quarter.
Triple M Red Z Lender, Red Z Lending Loans for the self-employed with Two-Man in season 21. All important centre clearance, not going either way. So the umpire reset things as Jones gets up, as does Caldwell. Two-Man says there's, how many you reckon, T2? Low 30s?
Yeah, early 30s, 32.
Okay. Hand pass punched out by the Saints, Benny Patton. Now they drive the ball forward. Here comes Long. Drifts across the front of the pack, can't hold it. Spills to ground. Hind, possession number?
Possession number 19.
D'Ambrosio doing beautifully on debut as well. The Saints still control the ball through Sinclair. Sends it back to Marshall. They've gone back to the middle of Marvel Stadium. Slightly city side of the ground. They kick 5 to open the term here at the Saints after trailing by 28 points at the major break. It's currently square, inside 50 ball. Jake Kelly takes the mark.
Deep in defence. And I'll be keen, I think, the Bombers just to slow things down for a moment. They've been jumped in this third term, as Howie just said. The only 5 goals of the quarter. That was a well-directed kick to Nick High. Mate, that Dyson Heppel's got it. Goes short to Redmond. He's now going to transfer it back to Jake Kelly. So playing a bit of possession game here at the moment. Durham Takes it a little further afield, but still at half-back for the Bombers, tracking the Medallion Club wing side. Just looking at a big truck running down there at ground level, really having a chat to the troops in the ear of Andy McGrath. Desperate for them to make sure that they can get some momentum back their way. Dylan Shield now goes aggressively through the corridor. It might work out okay. Caldwell picks it up. Sweeping handball's a good one to Peter Wright. The next kick to Stringer is important. He finds Jake Stringer.
Touched off the boot. That was clearly touched off the boot, that kick. You'd see Dougal Howard having a go at the umpire. Couldn't believe it. But it gives Stringer a shot from just outside 50.
What's his night been like, two-man, please?
7 disposals, a couple of marks, and just the one behind.
Jake Stringer, just the 7 goals in his 5 games coming in to tonight. Yet to kick one. Stringer, you know the distance not a problem. He kicked the 52-odd without an element of doubt. He loved it, Jake Stringer. And it's a big celebration. He's given almost a victory lap.
He was running halfway through.
Yeah. He barely touched the ball tonight. He's finally kicked the goal and salutes half the crowd as he runs to the bench for a spell.
Touch of Nate Brown about that. You like it?
I love it.
Jeez.
It's showtime.
Very self-indulgent.
Chief, it's why we come to sport, to see the heroes and the villains. Bit of showtime. I could have seen you doing that after one of your goals occasionally. Did you ever celebrate a goal ever?
Or a villain, or both?
I would have got a stitch doing that.
Chief didn't even smile after he kicked 100.
No, kicked 1,254 goals
That's
and
not
didn't display
true.
any emotion.
That's not true.
Did you ever wave to the crowd? Did you ever give them anything?
Often.
Was it?
Yeah, he had a bit of wind once and they thought he was smiling, but just a little indigestion.
Doing comedy.
Wasn't bad, though.
He showed emotion at JD's bar late in his day.
McDonald's and Remont Water, Triple M Rocks football. That's the one the Bombers needed just to steady things down after they gave up 5. Centre clearance here to start the term. Caldwell to the likely lad who got a push, took the mark anyway. Big Harry Jones out of Gisborne. He's a rangy character, and this will make it 2 in the space of a minute for the Bombers if Harrison can kick it from 45 without too much angle.
Important centre clearance, wasn't it? The St Kilda Footy Club have dominated this third quarter with clearances, and the Bombers get a couple of clean ones.
And a rare good kick going forward, I think, was Caldwell that time, hitting the target.
Harrison Jones, he'll kick it from about 49 metres out. Be all about the accuracy for Harry. It's a good looking kick. Just slides to the right, a little bit skinny. So one behind for the Bombers. The Saints are 8-3-51. Essendon 8-10-58, leading by 7 points. And we've gone 19 minutes into the third term. That is all on your Triple M IJ Liquor score, but IJ Liquor, where good food deserves a great job.
Dougal Howard finds Bradley Hill. He's got it at half-back. Always gets better as the game goes on. Bradley Hill doesn't tire. He's amazing aerobic capacity. Membry stayed down. Jake Kelly went up with the Spud Foley type defensive spoil. Spud would have enjoyed that one.
He's done well, Jake Kelly's had the job on Membry when Membry's been forward, and he's done it very, very well.
Great competitor, Jake Kelly. The Bull. I love him at Bomberland. He's got great intensity. Wangane Miller leads in the race for this one. He's being pursued by Hobbs. Put a nice little step on to buy himself some space. Howard hacks it around the corner. Draper with the fist. Dylan Shield and Butler clash. Caldwell picks it up to Merritt. Draper's going to get them inside forward 50. It's not a bad ball. Bit of a tumbler. Peter Wright got hands on it. Then he flicked the little handball out to Harry Jones. And the Bombers get another one. They kick back-to-back goals in response to 5 unanswered from the Saints. And they drag it back out to a margin of 13 points. That is all on the Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard.
A couple of big moments by Jai Caldwell in this quarter. The kick out inside forward 50 before where they got a shot on goal. Chief, he laid out a big handball which set up that first one, and then again it was a big clash of bodies on about the 55 line. Well, there's no line there, but it's just 5 metres outside 50, but it was him going at the football, St Kilda player coming the other way, and they won it.
Just whack an extra line on the ground, did you know, at the 55-metre line?
I did, Howard.
I'm just looking for the 55-metre line on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay. I can't see it, though. Hot deal store-wide on now at Harvey Norman shop in store or online. Round the grounds, how the Melbourne Storm going?
Chief second team.
They were leading 26-16, so they've taken 10 points into the second half nicely. Big contest in the middle. This one goes to Gresham. Steps around a couple. Now Ross drives a 40-metre ball forward to Max King. He's out of position. Fisted away by Ridley. The exciting long picks it up, keeps it in too. Back to Wanganeen Miller. And he's got one high, has he, Long? He'll get a free kick, and he's just about skillful enough to kick this from the boundary. He's exactly pointing where he needs Ridley to stand on the mark. Too like in front of the sticks. Benny Long, two man for the Reds Eds.
Yeah, Benny Long, Triple M Reds Eds, 16-9 for his career.
He's gone short, and it's worked out to Big Maxi, who stuck the hands out and marked 35 out, 2 metres inside the boundary, Medallion Club side, and needs to kick it.
It was a smart kick by Long. He didn't kick it too hard. He just popped it up and allowed the drop of the football, which, when you're a forward, you just want to take the ball out in front as far as you can, and King was able to do that, and the fist wasn't there.
Kick one in the first quarter, did Max. Tight angle. Just a bit skinny. So Essendon are 9-10. St Kilda 8-4, trailing by 2 goals. And we've got 6:46 to go before the three-quarter time break. That's all in the Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard. Here's Luke Darcy.
Over that run from Mason Redmond. Zach Merritt dropped one but was infringed upon at half-back for the Bombers. How about Zach Merritt's night, please, two man?
Yeah, Triple M Red Z Darcy. Zach Merritt, 13 touches.
Quite by his ball-getting standards. Draper went up and down the one spot. Over the top of Ryder, it's going to be out of bounds on the centre wing, city side of Marvel Stadium. Two man.
Yeah, Brownie spoke about Jai Cordwell, 6 in this term. He has 17, along with 6 tackles. His PB is 23.
Triple M Reds landing stats with the two man. It's going to be thrown in. Draper and Ryder sweeping through Gresham to Sinclair to Hill. He was confronted immediately by Hine. Good enough to force the kick sideways. It landed with Wanganeen Miller. He steps back inboard, wants Higgins, not a great kick. Over his head, taken easily by McGrath.
Don't forget, directly after the footy tonight on Triple M in Melbourne, Adelaide, the Saturday Rub tribute to Danny Spud Frawley. That is well and truly worth a listen. Sinclair, an aggressive ball inboard. Perkins has got a hand on it. If Peter Wright picks up, he'll kick the goal. He picks up, he kicks the goal! 3 in a row now for the Bombers. Big Pete's got 2. And they fight back again, Essendon. Back out to a 3-goal margin, 10-10 to 8-4. Deep in the third term. Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard, Chieftain.
Was changed the direction from Jack Sinclair. Didn't get enough on it. Started up in the air. It was closed down. And then it was just a matter of, was Peter Wright going to be able to pick up the bouncing ball cleanly and get his shot away? He was able to do that, the big man. But they've just put a few little doubts back in the minds of St Kilda. It was all St Kilda for the first half of this quarter. They were just dominating. Nathan Brown's just laughing to himself. It was Archie Perkins who was able to get the little finger in, bring the ball to ground, and then Wright did the rest.
Just enjoying yourself back there, Nate?
Sorry.
Just tend to drift off this time of night?
Just having a chat out the back.
Oh, don't let the game interfere with what you need to do, mate.
Sorry for interrupting you, Nate.
Looks like he's back on the iguanas again.
Yeah.
Back in the middle we go. Crouch applies the tackle. And called well. Gresham just bustles it out of the middle to Redmond. Had a good night, Chew.
24, number 1 ranked player.
Perkins, Ham, here come Essendon again. They've got all the spirit now. Merritt, Guelphy, 35, mungs it forward. Spills towards Stringer. Now Hobbs. Have a shot, Hobbsy. Just took too many spins and he's run down from behind. The pressure now comes from both sides. It'll be tossed up. 10 out from Essendon's attacking goal. 5 minutes to go before three-quarter time. And we have an 18-point lead to Essendon.
McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy. Jack Billings. Deep in defence, got it to Dougal Howard. Verdi's got himself in a good position there in front of Marshall and drawn the free kick.
He's done a great job tonight, Laverty, giving away plenty of height. I know Marshall took that mark and kicked the goal this quarter, but aside from that, he's been outstanding.
5 metres, mate, play on. Not a regular goal kicker. There's a defender, but he pops that one up to the top of the square. Fist from Ryder, picked up by Harry Jones, back to Jake Stringer, got on the left boot, loved it, a second kick to Jake Stringer, and this is an impressive reply from the Bombers. Jake Stringer's got a couple, and now the Bombers have got 4 unanswered goals, and they've blown it back out to a 24-point margin. That is all on the Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard.
It's one of the things we said about Jake Stringer, Brownie. He can have a poor night, but he can have a great burst, a great patch where he can really impact the game. And a couple of quick goals now in the third term. He's up and about.
Again, the Saints just turning the footy over. They've given up 8 goals from turnovers tonight. It hasn't been the St Kilda we've seen for the first 12 rounds, who have used the ball really well, but tonight they've just coughed it up over and over again and allowed the Bombers second opportunities.
This Friday night, introducing the Australiano, made with McCafe coffee, chai and native Australian wattle seed. You had one of those too, the Australiano?
No, but I plan to.
Okay. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks football. So it was a 28-point lead to Essendon at half-time, then 5 in a row to the Saints. They hit the lead, Chew?
No, they level the scores, 13 into this quarter. Yep.
And then the Bombers have kicked 4 in a row to answer the lead by 24 points. And we've only got 4 minutes to go before three-quarter time, so the Saints need to start marching in a hurry. Hobbs been pretty impressive. Marks on the stretch. 70 from his attacking goal. Looks to the pocket. Fisted away from Caldwell, but lands in the hands of High, and he finds the Guelph. Guelphy marks out of side, 40 out deep in the pocket. He'll take a good kick, so he decides to run around and try and square it up. Heppel's in the square. Stringer goes off the ground. The second time hits the post. Nearly, Jakey boy, nearly. 25-point lead to the Bombers.
Not sure where he thought that kick off the ground was going to go. There are about 14 players between him and the goals, but then he nearly snapped it at the second attempt. He's got a taste for it now, Jake Stringer.
He's trying to curve it around the wall.
28.5 minutes gone in this third term. Short one finds Ryan Burns back into the side. He's been just having to work hard to get a permanent spot. Laverty again, really impressive. Defensive spoil was well done. Crouch wrapped up on the AFL logo, Medallion Club wing side. Let's get to the two-man, Triple M Red Z lending stats, Chew.
Bombers 8 out of the last 9 entries inside 50, but those last 8 entries for 4 goals too.
Two-man with the Red Zeds. Redmond, one of Essendon's best, if not the best. Heppel taps it back cleverly, really cleverly to Dylan Shield. Now Merritt, you heard the ball punch off his boot. Down towards Peter Wright, makes a good contest. Caldwell, an improving player. Now Archie Perkins, go Bomber as the crowd called. Draper! Oh, Big Sammy takes a strong mark in front of Battle. And we're not in the final round yet, but these are heavy blows the Bombers are landing.
Caldwell again, front and centre of that pack. Peter Wright made a really good contest, but it was Caldwell who put his head over the footy, was able to win it, but more than that, got his hands free when he was being tackled and was able to clear the ball by hand, and that was out, and then a really good mark.
Now, Chief, we talk about celebrations after goals. This man knows how to do them. He's an excitable character.
You've got to kick it first, Howie.
Yeah, put it in the book, Chief. He's kicked one. He's about to go off his chops. All the fans of celebration are going to enjoy this. Oh, yes! Throws his head back. There's a man in the crowd with a Drakesy T-shirt, and the big boy's got 2. And all of a sudden, it's out to 31 points. And we must just be about a game high, Chewy, are we?
It's a game high, Howie. Spot on.
He made the goal umpire work. It was half a shank.
Still kicked it, Chief.
It has been a magnificent fight back. Was it 5 unanswered goals to the Saints, Ash?
Yeah, it was.
And it looked like they were controlling this one, and they'd run straight over the top of the Bombers, but they've answered. And Brownie's right. There's been a response in the middle of the ground, and Caldwell, who I thought made a few mistakes in the first half, has been very prominent in the third term.
8 disposals, 6 of those contested in this term.
5 in reply. The Bombers to the Saints, 5 unanswered. The Triple M Red Z lending stats. Red Z lending loans for the self-employed. 2-man all over. Let's get to Tommy Brown.
A little bit of drama on the Bombers bench. A few players are looking on because Dyson Heppel's having treatment on his right hand. It's bleeding in the webbing and sort of the base of a finger, so it might require some stitches.
Looked a bit uncomfortable down there, Dyson. Now Stringer was edged off it. Bombers inside 50. Clean pick up from Merritt, and that was a clever handball. Got it out to Ham. Jake Stringer on the left. He's tried a miracle goal and missed, kicked it out of bounds on the full. So the Bombers 12-11-83. Lead the Saints 8-4-52. That is all in Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard.
Storm was 16 apiece with the Broncos at half-time. They now lead at the mighty Melbourne Storm 32-16. So they've put the hammer down.
Go the Storm.
Yep. Chief support is vital for that football club. Membry stripped of the footy. Jones, ground level. He might have got one in the back there, Jonesy. So we get a free kick off half-back. 31-point lead. And we see Dyson Heppel just getting the finger strapped up on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay. Hot Deal store weight on now at Harvey Norman in store or shop online. Jones, defensive side of the wing, right in front of the Essendon bench. There's no options for him. He's going to have to kick down the line, and he does, towards Marshall and King. Neither can take the mark. Croucher rise. Hustles the ball inside 50. Higgins hasn't been a factor tonight. Can't get hands on the footy here. Minute to go before three-quarter time. Essendon have got the answers. McGrath's kick smothered, though. They might not have the answers in a moment. Coming in is D'Ambrosio. Impressive on debut. Kicked as he fell and still hit string of the young man. He's been good, Chief.
He's been impressive, you're right. And the raps on his foot skills was spot on. He hasn't missed a target with his left foot.
No, great to see the family here at Marvel Stadium too. Smiles all round for the D'Ambrosio family.
88%er. Darcy's going out, kicking efficiency.
How many has he had, man, please, on debut?
Yeah, Triple M Reds had 13 touches.
Stringer's had 9 in this quarter and kicked 2 goals.
He's found a way into the game, hasn't he, Jake Stringer? Some great moments. Oh, Draper with a hanger! It's Essendon's night. The ruckman sits on Dougal Howard's head, takes one of the best marks we've seen in a few rounds. The Bombers have got more opportunity. Hobbs got it to Guelphy. Guelphy should kick a goal, and he does. 6 unanswered, the Bombers. Guelphy's got a couple, and Essendon can do no wrong at the moment. 13-11-89. The Saints 8-4-52. Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard.
You know, things are going for you, Chief, and Triple M Harvey Norman replay screen when Big Grapes he's taking hangers,
and then ignores Redmond and says, I'll kick it inside 50.
But it's exciting footy. So last week and for most part of this year, we've seen the Bombers play, spit the ball out hands sideways, crab the ball sideways, go backwards, overuse the handball. Tonight, you can see it clearly from the first minute. They wanted to move the ball forward handball, forward kick, take ground. They had a patch here where the Saints kicked 5 goals in 13 minutes, but outside that, they've played a pretty good brand of football.
And Warney and his long-haired St Kilda mates have gone pretty quiet in the back of the box. I thought they'd departed, the lads, quiet and right down.
They're not happy.
So this is turning into a big win for the Bombers. Three-quarter time, amazing quarter. Essendon led by 28 at half-time. The Saints kicked the first 5 to square it up, and then Essendon have kicked 6 on the trot themselves. They led it by 37 points. Tom Brown.
Caldwell's having a big night, but I think he's got some injury concerns because he's not on the ground. I think he's just gone down to the rooms. I'll have more on him shortly. Heppel's gone out to the huddle. His finger's been strapped up from that bleeding.
Thanks, Tommy. Don't go anywhere. Directly after the footy tonight, Melbourne and Adelaide. The Spud tribute put together by the Saturday Rub. But at this stage, the Bombers are all over them by 37 points. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks football.
That quarter for IGA Liquor, where good food deserves a great drop.
For McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
This Friday night, introducing the Australiano, made with McCafe coffee, chai and native wattle seed.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M's Saturday Rub dives into the big controversies.
Harry Mackay. Fats of the opinion that Harry and Ben are the same person.
They've never played on the same day.
And won't stop digging till they get the answers.
Zach Fishers, have you ever seen Harry Mackay and Ben Mackay together?
Oh, they're the same person.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for the Power and Swans. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Every year, we help thousands of people like you control their gambling. So, we get that every story is different. We get there might be setbacks along the way. We get that you might need lots of support or just the odd call. To change the way you think about gambling, call someone who gets it. Call Gamblers Help on 1800 858 858 or visit the Gamblers Help website.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Get in for amazing tax time deals, like a Makita 18-volt brushless rotary hammer drill kit with 5 amp hour battery for $349, or a Pazloid nail gun combo kit for $1499. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
If you want a phone with everything, like a magic eraser that makes you the star of every photo, an all-day adaptive battery that learns your favourite apps, and the ability to translate chats and text live, if that sounds like you, then you want the all-new Google Pixel 6. From $999 at the Google Store. Also available at JB Hi-Fi and Telstra. Google Pixel 6. For all you are. Magic Eraser may not work on all image elements. Actual battery life may be lower. Live Translate not available in all languages or on all media or apps.
Today, great value is more important than ever. So, at Vodafone, our end of financial year sale is on now with this amazing offer. You'll get a massive 80 gigs of data for just $40 a month on our SIM-only Lite plan. That's plenty of data to stream, share, and do more of what you love. Don't miss out on Vodafone's end of financial year offer. Connect today, only at Vodafone. Offer ends 30 June 2022 unless extended. T&C apply.
Selling your car? Here's my hot tip. Sell where the buyers are. On Gumtree Cars. With access to 6 million monthly Gumtree users, plus Gumtree Cars instant car valuation, it really is a no-brainer. Gumtreecars.com.au.
James Squire was many things. Londoner, highway robber, risk-taker, rogue, lover, fighter, fugitive, convict, brewer, legend. He was many things, but he was never ordinary. James Squire, ordinary be damned.
Put a little wonderful in your cupful with a $1 coffee from 7-Eleven. Deliciously rich and aromatic, our coffee uses batch roasted beans that are freshly ground, brewed, and perfectly poured at the push of a button. 7-Eleven. Wonderfully easier.
Win a business booster package worth over $2.5K with Triple M and the Victorian Chamber. All you need to do is tell us about your business. The Victorian Chamber has your back, wherever you are in business. Boost yours. Enter now on the Triple M win page.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade, supporting tradies with over 120 stores, expert teams and a huge range of electrical products and services. Beacon makes every tradie's job easier.
Essendon 16 at quarter time, 28 at the half. The Saints squared it up with the first 5 of the third before Essendon went bang 6 times in a row to lead at 13-11-89. And the Saints 8-4-52 by 37 points at three-quarter time. Bob Jane T-Marts. Buy 3, get 1 free. Instant cash back on Bridgestone, Goodyear, Yokohama, Michelin, Dunlop and many more. BobJane.com.au. Tom Brown.
Jide Caldwell leads the contested possession count according to the stats, and he's back in the huddle, which is good news. I think it was an injury scare at the end of that quarter. It might have been his shoulder. He was just sort of warming that part up and it's strapped. But look, the point is he's back out there and he's A-OK.
Thank you, Brownie. Triple M Red Z Lenders, Red Z Lending, loans for the self-employed.
Jake Stringer, only 4 touches in the first half. He was the number 1 ranked player in that third quarter, 9 disposals and 2 goals. And the Saints, they've conceded 65 points from turnover, which is a season high. They usually concede 40 for an entire game.
Thank you, Chewy. To be fair, Chief, when the Saints kicked the first 5, I thought, right, this is game over here.
2 extraordinary momentum shifts in this game because I think it was 28 points at half-time, thereabouts, Essendon in control, and then 5 unanswered goals. But after they kicked the 5th, Essendon then had 11 of the next 13 inside 50s for 6 goals too. And in the meantime, St Kilda added just a point. So it was an incredible turnaround. It was the Saints who came out fired up after half-time, and then Essendon were able to quell that momentum, stop it, turn it around, and then just pile it on themselves. So they'd want to fly out of the blocks here, the Saints, or this could be over very early.
37-point lead at three-quarter time. The Bombers have had a well-documented tough year. Tonight has been a stellar performance against an informed Saints. They'll be pretty disappointed. St Kilda at a three-quarter time. As Chief said, they have got very little margin for error as we get started here in the final term. They have got to produce something special. Paddy Ryder, the bounce will be recalled. It'll be Andrew Phillips. Looks like they've moved Jack Sinclair into the centre. The Saints start this final term. taken initially by Stringer. He's wrapped up by Seb Ross, so it'll be thrown up again inside the big circles. Here they like to still get Stringer into a centre bounce, the Bombers. Had a good third term, kicked a couple of goals, won a fair bit of the footy. Hunter Clark started well, but it's been a bit quiet since the first quarter. Marshall takes another contested mark at centre half forward, and maybe this is the start Bombers want.
Well, he was the one that started it in the third term. Took the first mark, contested mark, went back, and that was the one, Chief, that you said that he kicked above the goalpost and went 20 rows deep. So can he get them started again here? It was him, it was Paddy Ryder, it was the big boys that got them started.
Start the Saints want. I should have said he was the runner-up to Seb Ross in the 2019 Best and Fairest. Big fan of Rowan Marshall. He's 201 centimetre, 105 kilo big man. He crunched that again, Chief. They stay kicked when he gets older.
He's got a leg on him, wow. Chief. That's gone 65.
Easily just pulled it across the face of goal. So a minor score. Saints are 8-5-53. The Bombers 13-11-89. That is all on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
With the Saturday Rub tribute to Spud directly after the footy, we mentioned you can listen to it in Victoria and South Australia. You can listen to it anywhere you want on the Listener app. So just jump on Listener, get the app, and you can listen to it in Norway, Namibia, or Nigeria if you wish. The ball inside 50 off the boot of Dougal Howard. Kings caught in a bit of a sandwich, and Laverty punched it straight across the line.
That's just not smart. He could have smashed it through for a point.
Gresham will get the free kick, Chief.
That's a goal. You give a goal to this bloke. He doesn't miss these around the corner.
Old Quads Gresham, strongly built customer. He's got the little sort of Clark Gable moustache, Errol Flynn style. Plays on. Chief said it to be a goal. Chief knows goals. It is one. Gresham kicks one to open the proceedings in the final term, and just to give a bit of hope for the Saints as they get back to a 30-point margin, 13-11 to 9-5. The way of the Bombers, Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard, supporting tradies, 120 stores, expert teams, and a huge range of electrical products and services. Beacon makes every tradie's job easier.
Just a little brain fade. Down back, Jaden Laverty. It wasn't in a marking contest. It was a loose ball up for grabs, and you can't just smash it over the boundary line. It's cost them a goal. Now they need to reset.
Jason Dunstall, Nate Brown, the Triple M Super Special comments. Super making hard work pay off.
There's nothing subtle about it. Looking
it's a good old-fashioned brain fade, wasn't it?
No other way to describe it.
He's up and about. Jade Gresham. He's got a little bit of Nathan Brown in him, hasn't he? Very skillful. Little man, little limbs, attitude, annoying.
Bombers win the clearance. Nick Martin back there under Clark.
You're one of the funniest people I know, Joe.
This is Jimmy Webster. He's picked up on Nate's little limbs, which I hadn't thought of before.
Have you not seen how little they are?
I haven't noticed.
Caldwell's kick is smothered.
They're normal size, Joe.
What do you call him? Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is that what you called him with the arm?
Tiny
There's
T-Rex.
a little bit of T-Rex about him. Also looks like a Lego baby. Haven't you seen him?
Free kick going just a drive-by on Nate. Go bang, bang, bang. Chiefs kick three quick ones on Brownie. Kelly goes an up and under kick to centre wing. Peter Wright sets himself. He flies from behind, brings it down to ground. Burns has been good to Sinclair, who's always good. A little outside of the foot kick. Doesn't quite work out. Essendon have got the numbers at ground level.
It's been good McGrath today down back. Just looks relaxed back in defence.
He's the best player to come out of Canada.
Oh, our boy.
Oh, gee, that's a risky kick, but not when you kick it like to Ambrosio, Chief.
That left leg, it's a weapon.
She's been a real feature, hasn't it, today? What's he up to?
Yeah, 14 touches, 89% by foot.
And the confidence to use it.
It amazes you that he hasn't been on an AFL list before this.
Because he's only 19.
He got passed over one draft, mate.
That's
1 year too many.
Getting a bit hypoglycemic, Nate.
Inside 50 ball, Ridley takes a strong mark. Too tall for Butler.
Sometimes needs to get some food into the back row, Howie.
Yep.
Get the blood flowing in those mini limbs.
Martin from half-back for the Bombers. Down the line, the Durham direction. Wright lumbers after it, and it won't stay in. Right in front of the interchange race where the big truck Rutten's standing. He's out of his chair. They're going to get a few interchanges here. The Bombers, the opportunity presents. Bit of a smile down there for Ben Rutten. He's pretty happy the way things are rolling at the moment. His side enjoy a 30-point lead. Ryan Burns, high ball. Gresham just pushed The debutant, D'Ambrosio in the back. No free kick. Sees the open goal square. Gresham has kicked it and missed to the near side. Through for a minor score. 13-12-90. That's the Bombers. In fact, 13-11-89. The Saints are 9-6-60. That is all brought to you on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Just saw a shot of the former Saint Tony Brown on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay screen. Hot Deals store-wide on Harvey Norman. Shopping store online. He's doing the running duties at the moment. He's Brownie, welfare manager down there at the Saints. One of the nicest blokes you'd ever meet in football. He's a star. Martin with a short ball to Kelly. City side, outer side. Centre wing. Martin's just putting his left boot back on. Wobbled ball forward. Perkins stays down. Battle attacks it. He's been good tonight, Josh Battle. Now to Ambrosio again. Takes on a tackle. Gets the hand pass away. So drew the player to Hine. He's got toe and a step. High ball inside 50. Perkins in towards a water carrier who went down hard, the young lady.
Well, it's a clean mark, isn't it?
Both might be a little bit ginger. Hopefully the lady with the water is okay. She's now tracking out of the way.
Good hands. Really good hands, Archie Perkins.
Yeah, Perkins. So, Perkins. From a really tight angle. Plays on. Oh, gets around with some showtime candy. Big looping snap towards goal right across the face in the end, but I like the intent. And it's out of bounds.
Who was the bloke from Adelaide Crows that used to do that?
Darren Jarman?
Eddie Hocking, wasn't it? Yeah.
Eddie Hocking.
Take on the man on the mark every single time. Good get to, man, on the Triple M Red Z lending stats. The crowd would be waiting for it. It's always exciting to see Sinclair in defence. Shares it with Wilkie. Down the line, Laverty's good chance to take the mark. Couldn't do it. Now, Tommy Brown, let's get to you, Bob Jones team, Arts. I'm told you've got a funny encounter you had with a St Kilda runner.
Yeah, you mentioned Tony Brown. I used to get a call twice a day from Spud on my phone. I thought, this is in the hot breakfast days, that he was giving me a story, Spud. But he was always trying to get through to Tony Brown. It was T. Brown stored in his phone. And he used to have all sorts of different ways of trying to explain it, but he called me twice a day, Spud. He was always after Tony, not me, so I wasn't getting any stories.
Yeah, that's great stuff, Brownie. Both great men, Tom Brown and Tony Brown. The young bloke enjoys his footy down at Barwon Heads too. So, Nath Jones, outside of the football, inside 50. In the end, the Saints can't keep it in possession. It goes to Phillips, centre wing. Big Phillips right in front of Tommy Brown and Tony Brown. Sends a 50-metre drop punt down towards the half-forward line, but it's easily marked by Dougal Howard.
Looks corridor. They're going to have to be bold here, the Saints. Finds Wangane Miller. He's shown a bit tonight, two-man.
Disposal number 15.
Got it on the Medallion Club wing. Looking for Membry. It's been pretty well held for most of the night. Jake Kelly has done a really good job, as Chief pointed out. Another one-on-one win for Jake Kelly. Saints fans not all that excited about it, but the free kick was definitely there. McGrath, it's a good kick, isn't it? 55-metre switch kick opens it up for Hobbs. He can put it out in front of Harry Jones. Jones has got it 70 metres out. The next kick's the important one. Right steep. Stringer offers a short lead. Draper's down there as well. Heads in the Peter Wright direction, but chopping it off in front. It was Ben Long. He takes a nice defensive mark.
Just couldn't get there, Sam Draper. He'd sprinted forward. Paddy Ryder, hands on hips, 20 metres behind. He was knackered chasing him, but the kick just didn't hang in the air long enough.
Courageous player, Ben Long. Really puts himself in the hole frequently down in the back line. Centre wing ball is fisted across the line. Built tough Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a room. McDonald's Marine Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. It was the Bombers by 16 at quarter time, 28 at the half, 37 at the final break, and that margin is currently 29 points. And we've got 13 minutes to go, so it's starting to be a very tall order for the Saints. Holding the ball, goes the way of the Saints. Play on Max King. Ridley's done a pretty good job. Strips him with a footy with some real panache on the outer side. Here comes Wilkie. It's Caldwell who marched strongly.
Always keeps his eye on the ball, Caldwell.
He did well, Callum Wilkie, too, because he could have killed Caldwell then. He just avoided pole-assing him. Wasn't going to be able to get there to spoil the mark.
Takes his kick now to Caldwell. Harry Jones is in the marking contest. Battle stays on the ground. And this is Hunter Clark.
Line, stand up.
And he goes across the line. On the outer side. And we see Essendon comfortable with a 29-point lead, 12 and a half minutes to go. Jones. His kick smothered to Billings. Gresham with the don't argue. Goes back only as far as Merritt. He wants to squeeze the ball inside 50. But it falls in the hands of Wilkie. What's this do live ladder style, two-man?
Live ladder, it could be quite costly for the Saints, Howie.
Yes.
Because currently in the live ladder, they're sitting 8th. They've dropped some percentage points. They're now 3% behind the Tigers.
All the top 8, they all play each other next week. Who the Saints got? It's a cracking round of footy next week.
Got Sydney, but that's up at the SCG.
Okay. Keep an eye for next week, Nate. All the top 8 teams come up against each other, I think. Clark, Webster. And Nate's just starting to lack enthusiasm for the affair, I think, in the back row.
Yeah, he's nodded off again.
There'll be no alarm bells going off for the Bombers at the moment. The game being played between the arcs and just time coming off the clock. So the Bombers are happy with the way it's going at the moment.
Bradley Hills coughed it up. Hit Mason Redmond almost like Redmond was leading to him, and he honoured the lead.
Caldwell 21 tonight, 13 of those contested, the most contested possessions on the ground. He's been very good.
This is Laverty now at half-back for the Bombers. Goes to Andy McGrath. You look around the ground and all the names that come up with the footy, they all look like they've won their position tonight for the Bombers. Kelly and Ridley, you can put them in that category as well. They've had winners everywhere. Wilkie couldn't trap it initially, went back and found it to Jack Billings. On the non-preferred right, down the line, Ryder gave a good contest. Crouch hasn't really had a huge impact on this game. Kelly again, strong tackle, strong work. Wrapped up Zach Jones, who will be thrown up inside forward 50 for the Saints, but they trail by 29 points on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Ruckman set themselves. Draper and Marshall. Draper got one round the chops against Marshall. He'll get the obvious free kick. Draper, he's kicked 2 tonight, too. What else has he done, the big boy?
Draper throwing, he's had 7 disposals, as you said, 2 goals straight, couple of clearances.
Having a pretty good year. What about Redmond? He's been outstanding.
Yep.
Yeah, Redmond, he's had 26 touches, how his PB's 30, 27 now.
It's Mason. He squeezes the ball to Martin, releasing handball to Ridley. Takes a 10-metre run. Looks for Heppel, just a bit low. Dyson keeps it in though. Loops it back cleverly to Ridley, who kicks it out on the full on the outer side.
Needed to be a handball.
So Bradley Hill will take it at half-back. Sense of inevitability about this one at the moment. The Saints aren't really looking like they're going to create enough. Bombers are winning it back again here. Hobbs, love the look of him as a young player. Going to ground, Merritt, good enough still to get it back to Ben Hobbs. Jones, one-on-one. Chance in defence for the Saints. Josh Battle having to fight hard to get it. The Bombers win it back. Caldwell, Brownie said, has been a really good player. It's an outstanding handball. Got it to Archie Perkins, who hits the post.
His second half has been very, very good. Jai Caldwell, been superb.
Essendon 13-12-90. St Kilda 9-6-60. That is all on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
For those inquiring on social media, the Listener app is where you can listen to the Saturday Rub tribute directly after the footy on Triple M, or if you're in Melbourne or Adelaide, it'll be on your wireless where you're listening now. Membry marks strongly on the outer side. Been relatively quiet, the big boy from Traralgon tonight. Wants someone to come towards him. In the end, sends it down towards the pocket. Higgins has had a pretty rough night. He might get on the board here, Jackie Higgins, he does. Could be too little too late, or is it the spark to really get the Saints rolling? Higgins has got his second, and the margin is narrowed to 24 points. We've got 9 minutes on the clock, so still plenty of time on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard, supporting tradies with over 120 stores, expert teams, and a huge range of electrical products and services. Beacon makes every tradie's job easier.
There is a fair bit of time to go, but you just can't see where St Kilda are going to kick these goals from. The Bombers defensively have been pretty good, and the game's been played between the arcs in this last quarter, and it just slowly ticks the clock down. And I think the Bombers are in any hurry at all. When they get the footy, they just want to chip it around, take time off the clock. The Saints, I don't think they have the firepower to kick another 4.
Still 9 minutes on the clock, though. 4 goals. Very doable. They wouldn't want to go to sleep, the Bombers. They'd let a very good performance slip away.
Just keep my eye on Ben Rutten down there. He's far from settled the truck. He knows that stranger things have happened. They go forward here. Marshall, awkward bounce for Heppel. Skipper still trying to trap it at half-back. Eventually gets a handle on it. Got it to Dylan Shield. The Saints pick it up. Seb Ross releases Zach Jones. And they're building something here. Short one to Gresham. This is huge all of a sudden.
They were calling for touch off the boot, but it was really good vision from Zach Jones. He was 45 out, could have made the distance. He was just under pressure. He had a player just in front of him, and he's going to have to try and kick it high. And sometimes when you try and get it over a player just in front of you, it's either touched off the boot or it goes really high and doesn't make the distance. But he pulled his kick, used his vision, and now a man who should finish in Gresham.
Did his Achilles 3 weeks into last year. That was his season. No, Gresham's got it, and he's got that sense about it, Chief. Gresham's got a couple. Saints have kicked the last 3. And the margin, man, is well and truly within reach all of a sudden.
18 points, Stars.
And he's on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
It's a long way, Chief.
Nice. Nice to get some comments out of you. But they have, they've got to run on again. So they have to answer. They cannot just save this game. They've got to control some footy. Go forward, kick a goal would be their best option, but they've got to win a little ball in the middle. Last couple of clearances have quickly gone St Kilda's way. All of a sudden, the back 6 are under pressure, not able to get anyone back to help.
Just in this quarter, Stringer and Shield are both statless. Remember, Stringer had 9 touches in that third quarter and kicked a couple of majors.
Good red Z by Chew. Triple M Seabus Supers. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Chief and Brownie in the back row. Can St Kilda get another clearance? Marshall. Crouch was grabbed by the shorts. Now Merritt spirals the ball forward. Important passage of play this at both sides. St Kilda defending. Burns at ground level. And the umpire will need to separate them about 20 out from the Bombers' attacking goal.
Andrew,
so Andrew Phillips.
holding St Kilda. Marshall.
Oh, it's going the way of Marshall. Gee, the crowd was on edge.
Can't afford to give those sort of free kicks away. It's as good as a clean clearance, isn't it?
So Marshall just goes short and across to Howard.
Outside 5.
In the defensive zone still. Bradley Hill.
Outside 5. Play on.
Such a weapon with his running power late in games. That's brave through the corridor, but not that smart necessarily, because it was always going to favour Mason Redmond.
Yeah, I think he was looking for Membry to come back in the corridor, but Kelly had good body position on him.
Andy McGrath sees a target he likes in Hobbs. Talk me through Ben Hobbs' night, please, Jim.
This will be disposal number 20. His career high in his short career to date is 22.
13 in last year's draft. He's just looks like a player, doesn't he, Hobbs? 250 game written all over him off hands. Marshall down there, half forward for the Bombers. So plenty of time left. 18 points is the margin. 6:50 on the clock. Can they strike again here, the Saints, and really make the Bombers start thinking? Phillips guiding it down. He wanted Durham. Long came at it. Ryan Burns was fighting for it. Might have been pushed in the back. Not so, said the umpire. Merritt down the line. Not sure Marshall was thinking all that clearly that attempt. The speed of Perkins and the skill towards the goal line. Battle got back, just got a fingernail on it. And through for a minor score. 19-point lead to Essendon. And the Triple M Beacon Trade score.
Handy point, as they say, takes it from 3 goals to 3 goals 1. So all ahead of it for the Saints. Goals have come in rushes though tonight. Ham gets away from Hill. Bombers looking for the knockout blow. Merritt finds Martin, who could land it.
Yeah, just needed some composure going forward. Find a target. Too often they were just hacking it. Quick bombs forward. Saints were starting to rebound, so they needed to hit a target. And this guy's been a revelation. Martin for the Bombers.
Everything you see about him, Chief, leads you to believe he'll be able to kick this goal from 45, no angle.
He's going to be a very, very good player for him. But this one you would think would nearly make it safe.
Naranda, WA, and Subiaco on the waffle for Nick Martin in his debut season. To put the Saints to bed from 45, crowd will tell you. And you give him a big pump up, Chief, and he only just connected with the football. Sneaks through for one behind, 20-point margin. What do we got? 5:24 on the clock. So Essendon need to kick 4 goals in 5.5 minutes.
Plenty of time.
Howard tried to send a 50-metre dart in the Hunter Clark direction. Durham got in the way of it. Redmond played just about the best game I've seen him live. Mason Redmond short to Stringer, who it's a good 57-metre kick from where he is, and he's going to set it up instead. Draper, Dougal, Howard, Nick Martin. It's the Saints defenders, but Hobbs came in and scored a goal. Might have been touched, how he's thinking. Score review time.
Some Kilda players picked up the footy pretty quickly to try and kick it out.
He called it touched.
Score review. Umpire's call is touched, one behind. Please
Let's
confirm.
see if the snorkel arc can get itself sorted.
No, any danger of a decent shot, Snork?
Going early on the touch call. Looks like there's a couple of fingernails on it.
Yep. This will be behind.
They're not liking what they're seeing. I think they're starting to turn their attention on Luke Tunnicliffe for the arc, I think. Can feel the heat coming our way here, Howie, with that.
It just takes so long.
Well, that favours how it makes money, Chief. It's not that hard to put together.
System's rigged.
The longer it stays up, the more money in our man's pocket.
Pink shirt, white shoes.
That's right.
Starting to look a bit like a pimp, isn't he, all of a sudden? Yeah, man.
Wilkie marks. The Saints have got to get rolling here. I'm calling it. I'm calling the Bombers home here. They lead by 21 points, 4:30 on the clock, and it's out of bounds on the other side. This will be a famous win, Das.
4 goals in 4.5 minutes, they need, Howard.
No, done.
Goal a minute.
It'll be a big confidence builder for the Bombers. They've had people coming at them from all angles, mid-season reviews. They've had calls for mass change, and tonight just a little bit of a step up for them as Merritt goes back inboard. Caldwell and Bradley Hill. Caldwell, in fact Dylan Shield I should say, has applied an effective tackle, and he has it 55 metres out. It's the Bombers' night. 4 minutes 17 seconds remaining in this one. They've got a 21-point lead. They've led right throughout this game. 16 points at quarter time, 28 at half time, 37. They did it 3/4 time. Shield pulled the kick late. Not a great kick at all. It's still an issue for him. That was on his right foot, which is strange.
Strange.
Really strange move.
And do a 1-on-2.
The Saints bring out defence. Just got to go straight down the middle. Bang, bang, bang. Membry attempts to do that. To Crouch. The modern football is just so accustomed to going to the boundary line. That's what they do. Marshall somehow keeps it in. Crouch fights after it again. Hind up to Chew.
Hind is up to 23 touches.
And Massimo De Ambrosio on debut, Chulenko.
Disposal number 16, going at 89% by foot.
What game he's played, that young man. Down towards Wilkie. And Wilkie with the intercept. But she's done here, Das. It's done.
It's all over. Saints will be disappointed. Spud's game tonight at Marvel.
Oh, look at this.
Well played, Nick Hind. Broke it open. Stringer, almost like he didn't pick up the fly of the ball. He just had to take an extra step. It was going to be a certain mark and goal. Sliding in Phillips. Flicking out to Martin. Back to Hobbs. And he's bent it through for a minor score. Bit of junk time here at Marvel. 2.5 minutes remaining. 94-72.
They keep kicking it back to the Bombers, the Saints.
Don't they?
I don't understand why Dougal Howard kicks out. I haven't understood that all year.
He kicked it straight to Hind on the turnover. Big Doogie's not happy. Hind with a bit of cream on top of the cake, looking on the Harvey Norman. just hung it up looking for a man, and Hindy said, I'll have a piece of that, thanks, Doogie.
He'd love to kick one against his former team, wouldn't he? He's had a big night.
6-1 career set shots, this man, Chieftain.
Oh, you've just declared him.
Yep.
Bradley Hill should be kicking out. He'd be a weapon kicking out.
Pine from directly in front. It'll all be about the reaction. He leans back on it. 6-2 for his career now, Chief. But the Bombers will get home. They currently lead by 23 points.
Oh,
It's been
barrel.
a good game of footy. Hill goes for the barrel, Nate's man, and kicks it straight to Harry Jones. Well, we like his attempt to Jones.
Not something I've seen him kick before, and not likely to see it again.
He didn't really get onto it, did he?
That was a sack.
It was a bit of a half-hearted attempt too.
Yeah, he wasn't all in.
He didn't really own that one. There's Peter Wright. It feels like the way this game should be. The Bombers have deserved their win tonight. 2-metre Peter has a chance to kick his third goal.
He was swagger about him too, Pete, after he took that mark. Ran straight into Hunter Clark, and then could have had a bit of the Masons about him on the walk back.
25-metre shot. Peter Wright. He's got a nice routine. Very consistent, casual, and normally pretty effective. 3 goals to Peter Wright. It's the Bombers' night here at Marvel. They'll secure the win over the Saints. 13-17 to 11-6. That is brought to you on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Just Triple M Red said, just for the Saints, they're tackling. They usually average 56 per game tonight. They've only had 38. That's a season low so far, and they've had 49 less disposals than the Bombers, coupled with 13 less tackles.
It's been the Bombers' most complete performance tonight. Physically, mentally, they were challenged, and they came back after giving up 5 goals, and you could have excused them for falling away, as they had many times this year, but they bounced back. Their pressure's been good. Their setups have been good. Going inside forward 50, everything's just clicked for them tonight. The new fella, D'Ambrosio, comes in, used the ball really
What do you call him?
D'Ambrosio.
We'll send that to his mum and dad. That'll be a proud moment for the family. Inside 50 ball. Pete Wright's got it. There you got your clanger too late in the game. This is the man that's hosting the Sunday football show tomorrow. The Sunday on television.
I'm concerned about Nate.
It sounded like D'Ambrosio.
Just butchered it 9 different ways. But Pete to bang through his 4th here. He's a good kick of the football, this man. P. Wright. From 50. He's a big kick. He's Pete. Rides it home. Going to be a big win for the Bombers. Pete's got 4. Roars back into form. And Essendon will get a win on the board. In front of 33,244 people. They're up by 35 points.
Been impressed with their contested footy tonight too, led by Jai Caldwell. He's done a really good job. Mason Redmond in the back half of the ground. Nick Hine, who's just run and carried the ball. And that man I mentioned before, D'Ambrosio, been really good with the left foot off half back.
He has been, mate.
Peter Wright, 29 goals for the year, the big man. The Bombers, 35-point leaders, just seconds remaining on Friday night footy. The Bomber fans have had a tough year. They'll enjoy themselves tonight. Won't be any further score. You wouldn't have thought. Stringer started to really impact the game in the second half. Redmond ball in hand, and it's a win to the Bombers. Big smile for Ben Rutten. They have dominated the Saints on a Friday night, 15-17-107. The Saints 11-6-72. It's Spud's game at Marvel, but it's the Bombers' night.
Our boys who play this rebel game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They'll try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
Bombers 16 at quarter time, 28 at the half. Saints kicked the first 5 of the third term to square it up before the Bombers kicked the 6 last goals of the third term to lead by 37 in the end, 15-17-107. Too good for the Saints, 11-6-72. The Bombers by 35 points. Peter Wright with 4 goals. Gresham and Higgins a couple for the Saints. And that is the 3rd win of the season for the Bombers, Stewie.
Spot on, Howie, for Triple M Red Z.
This Friday night, introducing the Australiano made with McCafe coffee, chai and native Australian wattle seed. Directly after this broadcast on Triple M in Melbourne and Adelaide, you can hear the Saturday Rubs tribute to Danny Frawley, or you can hear it anywhere you want on the planet on the Listener app. And we'll get through the Triple M MVP award as well, homeloans.com.au. The best and fairest when it comes to home loans. Who's got that tonight? It's Nate Brown. Here's Richo with Dyson Heppel.
To hear that song. Yeah, she's awesome. Yep, she's been a bit of a rough patch for us, but I thought we played some outstanding footy tonight.
They came at you a couple of times and you responded, and you've gone away and had a big win tonight. That must be particularly pleasing.
No doubt, yeah. Big momentum swings throughout the game, and I think to be able to stem the course in the middle of the quarter rather than wait till three-quarter time, I thought was awesome. So, mature performance.
What did you think was the most pleasing thing about it? I thought you got it in deeper tonight and it allowed you to get up behind the footy, get repeat entries. Yeah,
no doubt. I thought our defensive system worked really well tonight. Blitz pressure around the ball and contest work, deep entries, it sort of all tied in nicely.
Mate, the forward line, it's good when you've got multiple goal kickers, and obviously Harry Jones a few games back, now Stringer a few games back. It just looks more dangerous.
Yeah, no doubt. No, you get a bit of consistency with the group playing together down there. I think it's going to get better and better.
How's that finger?
Yeah, she's about cactus, but we'll be right.
Well done, mate.
Thanks, mate. Good man. Cheers.
She's about cactus, says Dyson. Tonight's I'm Loving It moment happened in the third quarter. Here's how it was called on Triple M Football.
He's found a way into the game, hasn't he, Jake Stringer? Some great moments. Oh, Draper with a hanger! It's Essendon's night. The ruckman sits on Dougal Howard's head, takes one of the best marks we've seen in a few rounds. The Bombers have got more opportunity. Hobbs got it to Guelphy. Guelphy should kick a goal, and he does. 6 unanswered, the Bombers.
Triple M Amy review. Who covers clangers on and off the field? Amy does. Don't go anywhere. Up next, the boys give their votes, and then the tribute to Spud done by the Saturday Rub. That is all coming up on the M's. Essendon 35-point winners over the Saints. St McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks football.
That quarter for Beacon Trade, supporting tradies with over 120 stores, expert teams and a huge range of electrical products and services. Beacon makes every tradie's job easier.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M rocks footy.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
How does winning Triple M and the Marty Sheargold Show's $10,000 vault feel?
Oh my God, that is amazing.
So how do you win? Just put these numbers in the right order.
8057.
Triple M and the Marty Sheargold Show's $10,000 vault.
Now at 7:10 every morning.
Can you hear me jumping? Yeah.
Not from here.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Get in for tax time deals on a Makita 6-piece combo kit. Great value at $1,599. Plus your choice of bonus skin multi-tool sheet finishing sander or jigsaw via redemption. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Wait for it. Wait for it. And there it is. Grace just realised that she forgot to pick up a bottle of wine when she was out grabbing the ingredients for her famous Sunday roast. If only she'd paid more attention to that Shiraz she saw whilst bagging the potatoes. Because it's easy to add a drop to your shop at IGA Liquor, where good food deserves a great drop. Over 18s only. Drink responsibly.
Attention all Virgin Australia business flyers. With additional discounts on great value fares, you can bring on closing the deal face to face. Apply today at virginaustralia.com/business flyer and bring on better business flying. T's and C's and exclusions apply.
At the Herald Sun, we're for giving you great value. Get digital access to our news, including sports and entertainment, for just $3.50 a week for the first 12 weeks. Min costs $14. Conditions apply. Search Herald Sun offer today.
The Isuzu D-Max is born to rock. With DAB Plus digital radio, integrated voice command and wireless Apple CarPlay as standard across the range. Hurry to your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
1 in 3 Australians will need donated blood in their lifetime. That's not a stranger. It's your hairdresser. It's your kid's favourite teacher. It's your own family. During National Blood Donor Week from the 13th to the 19th of June, we're celebrating donors and the difference they make in so many lives, including yours. Join us. Be the lifeblood of Australia. Search Give Blood to book your donation today. Give life. Give blood.
Sail away this spring with Spirit of Tasmania. Stretch out under star-filled skies and unwind as you wander. Book online. Be a spirited traveller.
Sort yourself out with a Best Sheds shed during Best Shed's massive end of financial year sale and take 10% off the asking price. That's 10% off one of Best Shed's Aussie-made sheds backed by a 20-year warranty. Hurry, head to bestsheds.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Naturally, my first love is beautiful National Floor Tiles. But I must say, this all-new hybrid flooring we have at National Tiles runs a very close second. At National Tiles, prices on hybrid flooring are just incredible. As an example, we've got circa $40 hybrid flooring at just $29.95 every day of the year. That's a massive saving of 25%. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Review. Amy. Who covers clangers? Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy.
McDonald's, Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks football. Big winners, the Bombers. The Bombers 35-point winners. Big Drapesy's around the debutant. If you missed him, this is his name.
The embryos, It sounded like it cut off at the end.
Leroy, just give it to us one more time, please.
The embryos,
Well done to Massimo de Ambrosio. Triple M MVP award for homeloans.com.au, the best and fairest when it comes to home loans. You like that, didn't you, Chief?
He did like it.
Really giving the Chief a giggle, that one.
Okay, I've got the votes tonight.
Yeah, right.
And I've got an apology tonight because I really wanted to squeeze him in, but the fact that the Bombers had so many good players, I couldn't get Nick Hind in there. I thought he played a wonderful game.
Come on, Hind.
But I gave one vote, and I talked him up all night. I thought Jai Caldwell played a really good game. He was tough. He was hard, he was in and under, but when he needed to, he used the ball really well. 2 votes to Ridley. Thought he had the biggest job on the ground on Max King. He was the one player that could take it away from the Bombers, and thought Ridley every time he was there, he needed to do the right thing, and he did. He forced the ball to ground. He won at ground level. He won in the air, and well done. And I gave 3 votes to Mason Redmond. I thought his game was hard off half-back. Every time he got the ball, he didn't waste it. So the Bombers all 3.
All right, well done, Nate. We won't go around to the relays tonight.
Oh, why not?
Because Kiama's got their cooking show and it puts the entire network out of whack. But we've got Spud's tribute coming up directly after this.
Worth having a listen to that,
Absolutely. I'll be listening to it all the way home in the car in front of 33,244 people. The Bombers beat the Saints by 35 points. Look after yourself. Give your mum a hug. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Chief. Triple M rocks footy.
The embryos,
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. Who covers clangers? Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M's Saturday Rub dives into the big controversies.
Harry Mackay. Fans of the opinion that Harry and Ben are the same person.
They've never played on the same day.
And won't stop digging till they get the answers.
Zach Fishers, have you ever seen Harry Mackay and Ben Mackay together?
No, they're the same person.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for the Power and Swans. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Tradies, DIY renovators, facility managers, homeowners, demo crew managers. The list of people Identifiber can help goes on and on. Just like the list of services Identifiber offers, including asbestos and hazardous materials management plans, contaminated land assessments, indoor air quality, mold testing and more.
Identifiber are the industry-leading experts with over 30 years' experience in hazardous material services, occupational hygiene and risk management. Identifiber, 67 Atherton Road, Oakley, and identifiber.com.au.
Australia, it's time for a break. And at Choice Hotels, we have everything you need to enjoy your perfect getaway. So whether you're looking to reunite or re-energise, see the sights or see the family, Choice Hotels have you covered. With hotels across Australia, from Albury to Albany, Brisbane to Bendigo, and everywhere in between. Your next break is just a click away when you book direct at choicehotels.com for the lowest price guaranteed. That's choicehotels.com. Terms and conditions apply.
This tax time, Officeworks has e-offing at hot prices. A Keji 80 GSM A4 copy paper carton, only $19.95. Or a 16-pack of Expo Chisel whiteboard markers, a low $17.98. Hurry in before June 30.
Comfy at home? Don't want to leave when you're under the weather? Let us come to you with Chemist Warehouse's free fast delivery of Codral, Sudafed and Benadryl. Just spend $10 or more on these products and we will deliver them to your door within 3 hours. Free fast delivery of Codral, Sudafed and Benadryl at Chemist Warehouse. Promotion ends 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 22nd of June. Excludes prescriptions and pharmacist-only medicine. Participating stores only. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Vodafone's end of financial year sale is now on. iPhone 13 Pro Max features the biggest pro camera system upgrade ever, Super Retina XDR display and super fast 5G. And now you can save a huge $200 on iPhone 13 Pro Max when you stay connected to an eligible plan. Only at Vodafone. Hurry, offer ends 20th of June unless extended. Visit us in-store, online or call 13 22 99 today. Saving of a plan term, 5G in selected areas of major cities, TNCs apply.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. Make this end of financial year a safe one at Bob Jane T-Marts. Buy 3 tyres, get 1 free and get up to $100 instant cash back on these top brands such as Bridgestone, Goodyear, Yokohama, Michelin, Dunlop and the Bob Jane All-Rounder. Buy any 4 Monster wheels and off-road tyres and enter to win a fantastic OzTrack camper trailer. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply. It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Get in for amazing tax time deals like a Makita 18-volt brushless rotary hammer drill kit with 5 amp hour battery for $349 or a Pazloid nail gun combo kit for $1499. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
On Monday, we tragically lost a wonderful person and a great friend of ours. Lots has been said about Danny Frawley and the impact he had on footy and on Victoria and Australia and people and his family and all of the above is 100% warranted because he was a beauty, Spud. But what we thought we'd do is get back together a group of people that worked with him for 10 years and revisit Gary Lyon, who's been good enough to come over from SEN, and we've put the team back together, if you like. And Gaz, for the next couple of hours, I think it's really important that we remember what an extraordinary broadcaster Danny Frawley was, on top of everything else he was great at.
It is, Jim, and it's great to be here, and I can't wait for Damo and Bristol to get in. You and I, we all struggle with this, obviously, in our own different ways, and I was battling big time on Tuesday, and you rang, and I was in the car driving, and we spoke for 30 minutes and laughed and reminisced, and I got off the phone feeling better, so I think that's what we needed to do and help everyone else who's struggling along as well, and the best way to do that is remember the great times with the great man, and a lot of that happened here.
It did. So I hope you can spend the next couple of hours with us appreciating what a genius Danny Frawley was behind the microphone.
I can't do everything. I can't produce the show, add a bit of humour to the show, and actually a few insights into footy.
Saw a strange man wandering around the back of the media centre here in a St Kilda outfit, Spud.
Oh, no.
Had all the St Kilda gear on.
Oh, have a look at Spud.
He thinks he is.
Oh, no. Look at him.
Spud's attired in the full St Kilda.
Got the Saints polo on.
He's been to the merchandise shop.
Strutting around like a peacock.
But the Wolf Pack, what are they saying?
Oh, well, they reckon Brian and I are ego stroking between the two, so that won't happen anymore, BT. What have you asked for my jumper, Brian, when I played on you?
Because you were too busy on your knees crying, Spud. I played on you in your first game, Spud, and I brought you to tears.
You kicked 7?
Yeah,
but what happened the next time, Brian?
I can't remember.
Brownlow votes. Who got the 3?
Looking at us now. How you going? Yep, we're in here, you're out there. Because we're number 1.
The Saturday Rub pays tribute to our mate, Danny Frawley.
Gaz, time to get these two involved. Over the course of that amazing decade of broadcasting, we had some wonderful people roll through the Saturday Rub, including the great Brian Taylor and the equally great Damien Barrett. Welcome to you two.
Morning, gents, afternoon, whatever it is.
Yeah, BT, Jim, Gaz.
Look, we just said, Gaz and I off the top, that the thing that happened Monday is impossible to fathom, but we just could not allow enough time to pass, Gaz, before we thought we'd just shine a light on what an incredibly talented and entertaining broadcaster this bloke was.
Yep, and we're not going any further. I refuse to do this until we've put 50 in for the quaddie.
Actually, yes.
Get it out.
The quaddie that I watched for years. You guys never win one
and
quaddie.
You never put your money in, so get your 50 out.
Never won.
Warrior, you're putting it on.
Well, you know, I put it on. The problem we always had with that quaddie was we would actually get a result, but because they were all free bets, we then had to reinvest, and it never came back.
No.
And Spud always had the wrong tips.
Exactly. He had the wrong tips until the race was run.
Yeah.
And then, why didn't you put that in? I had that. And he said, no, you didn't, Spud. And this is how it used to go. Jim and Brian would go, the ball's on hard forward, and then Spud would disappear.
He would.
And he'd come back in and he'd go, got it.
That's it.
One of mine.
That's it.
And the footy would just roll on.
The only one I can ever remember him getting was the one on that famous Toyota bus tour.
Yes.
And he got that one. He hounded us for 7 days in a row to, I think it was $100 each we had to put in. Jeez. And he'd lost several $1,000s over the days leading up. And finally he nailed one with, I think it was a 50 to 1 chance to get up in the last.
Well, what I know about it, Brian, and no one knows less about punting than me, is that Spud used to come in every Saturday and go, right, 1,200 in the kitty. And then the next week, 1,800 in the kitty. And by the end of the season, it'd be up in the 4 or 5 grands. I'd say, Spud, go and withdraw the lot and give me 1,000 of it. I want to see it in my hand. Over a decade, I never saw a cent. No one did.
And he'd tip you something on the Friday night for race 3 at Flemington, and that'd be number 3. So that would be the one you'd back. And then number 4 would win, and he goes, did you get on? And so he's changed his tips in the space of 12 hours.
No. And I love this from the listener's point of view. They'd be hearing the boys call the race, and you wouldn't hear Spud, and then you just hear, and Jimmy go, we're out. Sounds like we're out.
First leg.
First leg on.
Long afternoon.
Well, and we came out, Gaz. He was coaching Richmond. And actually, my brother's got to take a fair bit of credit for this because he was the CEO of Richmond at the time. And he said to me, you should get this bloke to do special comments for you. He'd be brilliant. And I went, Spud, because at that stage he was coaching Richmond and it wasn't going particularly well. And he was as flat as a biscuit, and wasn't he? He was nothing like the bloke.
And he had trouble talking.
He did.
And there were all those emotional shots where you could see him standing up, hammering people and wanting to smash people. And
that's it.
We're going to bring that to the box, Alfie.
But he came into that final series and he just took to it like a hand in a glove.
I don't think I was with you, boys.
You were still over at the AMs?
I was at the over 50s.
You were.
Dominating.
You were. We used to look over at you and you were the saddest.
I was having fun, Jim.
No, you weren't.
I was having fun.
You were.
Oh, it was a sad box.
Yes, it was.
It was when you were there too, BT.
Yes, I know.
Because you left us for a while.
Hello.
You left us for a while. And you kept looking in through the glass panels, pining to come back with us and Spud.
I said to Spud, what should I do? He said, is it about money? I said, yes. He said, go.
Brian's just opened a door he doesn't want to walk through.
Sage advice there from Spud. But he wandered in that final series, and I reckon he was nice and serious for about a minute. And then he realised that wasn't going to wash. None of us could understand anything he was saying. So he then took to the theatre of Triple M footy brilliantly.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was the Force that had to deal with early.
That is true.
It is true.
That's two more different people on the mental scale.
That's it.
in terms of intelligence I've never seen. So I think he had him bluffed, Force.
Well, no, as he did all of us. But at one stage, Spud, describing a bit of play, I'll never ever forget it, said that, let's say it was Vandenberg. He said, Vandenberg had him stymied. And Force, as only he could, spent the next 20 minutes breaking that down. Now, Dan, let's go back to the word you just used. I'm not aware of it. And then Spud just completely lost it because he realised he'd said it incorrectly and he started sweating.
And from that moment on, with the old Foss, he learnt that he had to say everything absolutely perfect, otherwise you're going to get hammered for the next hour by Sam.
That'd muck around with his head too, because he knew he couldn't talk.
Yeah, that's right.
And he said to me one day, we were leaving the box, and he said, Sam, I can't do it. I said, what do you mean, Spud? He said, I can't. He's just got in my head. I can't. And I said, Spud, the one thing you got to understand about the Force, and we all know and love him, but Gaz, you and I have done a lot of work with him. He only ever takes the piss out of people he loves.
That's true.
If he doesn't like you, he will give you nothing. Yeah. But if he starts taking the piss out of you, Sam, it means he genuinely is fond of you. And he took an enormous amount of piss out of Spud. But look, we're going to do this for the whole of this amazing special about this man. We're going to get to the stuff he did on air, Damo. Because it was just electric. It was liquid gold. And what he did is he changed the vernacular of footy speak for punters listening anywhere around Australia.
Sometimes unintentionally, Jim.
That's it. He brought the head wobble into and clubbed you and I over the head with that. I think you and I won the Golden Trumpet, 8 straight years.
I think we won it twice each. Yeah.
But anyone who got ahead of themselves or started looking like they were a little bit better than they were on wobble watch.
Oh, and weren't people dodging and weaving outside the box?
At the end of the season, he would nominate his Golden Trumpet top 3 and then the winner. And he went and bought this stupid plastic trumpet from a toy shop.
A little yellow thing.
Came in and didn't work. He started blowing on it and it made no noise. Enjoy the wobble watch of Danny Frawley.
Oh, Spud's just opened his paper up here, his notepad, and it's a full A4 page he's compiled here.
Before you start, let me ask, is there a higher place
I don't know.
than a legend in the Hall of Fame?
No, well,
if there's not...
I've been scratching your head, and I think I've come up with it.
If there's not, we've got to create one, because James Brayshaw, by commissioning a series of badges for himself and then putting $20 action shots of himself on the website...
Commissioned for himself.
Just give me 2.5 minutes unqualified.
That's
please.
actionable.
Mid-year report. I've been to Ray McLean, leading teams, and we have our All-Australian, our coach of the year, NAB Rising Star. It's time for Wobble Watch. Usually the other media outlets and their talent cringe at this time, but alas,
they don't mind.
It's time for the home truths at Triple M. Yes, it pains me to say this, but there's been too much self-assessment and self-adulation at this crucial stage of the year at Triple M. It starts with the signing of our Triple M footballs. You've got 1,200 goals, Jason Dunstall, Hall of Famer, 6 times All-Australian Gary Lyon, captain of Victoria. You've got Brownlow medalist Shane Crawford. But there's one signature that was Hammer Time. Now, I know him as a young Hamish McLaughlin. And I look at the football and I see he signs his name Hammer Time. So he's on notice. Robbo tonight is on Coxie's big break, and enough said. Lucas Darcy reckons he's the greatest tipster. You need to watch that tonight. It's just, it's cringe factor. Choose views, enough said there. Damo.
What's Darcy? You just mentioned Darcy.
Yeah, one of the greatest tipster of all times, he's calling himself. Damo, in his new car and all, collar up, mirror sunglasses, designer clothes, was seen in the Sydney airport like a fox terrier on heat, rubbing up and down Izzy's leg. Izzy said, what's going on here? What's his AFL football all about? Someone get this bloke off me leg. The Chief Dunstall and Crawford, they go in because their second names are Jason Hadfield Dunstall and Shane Barry Crawford. What is the world coming to? The Chief wearing a wig like advanced hair, and they're willingly going to donate $200K to the charity for Chief follows in the footsteps of Doug the Rug Bollinger, David Haredale, Brent Possum Hair Guerra. Self-assessment, calling himself. Now this one hurts me, Gaz. Someone's in our own here calling themselves the Lone Wolf.
Yes, please.
Now I need to throw to this crowd.
Yes, go on.
You guys might not know this, but I consider myself
a bit of a loner. I tend to think of myself as a one-man wolf pack.
Now,
you do refer to yourself. I've got a text here.
No, sorry, JB. Now leads me to our leader.
Oh no,
he's a role model. Luke, he's our inspiration. He's our courage. We admire him.
Listen to this.
We look up. No, we look up to him.
Oh no,
we want to follow in his footsteps.
We don't really.
No, we don't.
Now the trouble is,
I don't.
Gary, he's already been nominated as the Wobbler of the Year and went straight into Hall of Fame status.
Yeah, unlike Duck Carey. Shut up.
Our esteemed leader, James Brayshaw. But I went down to the North Souvenir Shop during the week.
Oh, you did not.
I did.
That's another
and
lie.
I saw,
like idiot here.
Quiet. I saw action shots of James at a lectern, and they're selling it for $20 a throw, Gary. What is the world coming to? Then I went to I thought that's too much suspense. I went to another section, and they're selling badges of him for $5. Then you get on their website, get in now, and you write a 20 words or better why James is the best president in the country.
That is absolute bull twang.
There is not.
He's now Hall of Fame status. I have now come up with a new award.
What is it?
First time on Wobble Watch, the Golden Trumpet Award. The Golden Trumpet Award goes to James Brayshaw. I can't believe it.
No.
Spud brought his own
Brought the trumpet back.
It's a yellow thing.
Oh, no. What are we dealing with? Oh, no.
I can't. Oh, mate. Gaz, I'm shocked. He's our leader.
Oh, no.
I know we joke about it, mate, but
What
really,
do we do? What are we going to do?
I just want to, for those that missed last night.
No one missed it, Gary.
Turn him off, please, Eric. Last night, James Brayshaw action shots are for sale. And you know what the action shot is?
The lectern.
Him standing at the lectern
At a microphone.
for $20.
Gary.
That is the most horrendous self-grandiose statement I've ever seen in my life. And there is no excuse. It is appalling behaviour.
The Golden Trumpet.
You are a flog.
Listen to him.
That was a true story, Jim.
It's a
There were
grown
badges
man.
of you.
Oh, no. This is a grown man.
It's a whistle. He
Brings
had
a kid's trumpet
He had a
in.
whistle. He's called it a trumpet. I don't go back to the start. He said, "Give me some unqualified time."
He was always at his worst, Spud, when he brought in something and had written it down.
Yeah.
Because then he couldn't read what he'd written.
And he was that primed up, wasn't he? When he felt he was onto something good, and if he heard a giggle along the way, it would sort of motivate him to go a little harder and a little longer. And he was just that man. And then he'd take 3 segments to settle down.
And that was a good one because you weren't the focus of his eye there, Gaz, and you could have the ability to just turn ever so slightly in your seat and you would go down a different path straight away. But that was about Jim, who was an easy target.
Yes, no, I love that.
Well, I'll tell you what we're doing.
Unqualified time.
We're having a little break because next we're going to revisit something that gave me as much humour as I've ever had on radio. And that was a rub we did in here. We got the beautiful host Mary panelling for us. She would have been involved in it too. And Spud came in, Gary, about 10 minutes before we went to air, and you and I both picked up at the same time that he looked a little different. We're getting to Chompergate next.
This is a tribute to Danny Frawley. One of Spud's passions was talking about your mental health.
And when the doctor says to you, "How are you going?" don't say "okay" if you're not okay. Tell him you're battling.
If you need anything, reach out to Beyond Blue. beyondblue.org.au.
The Saturday Rub pays tribute to Danny Spud Frawley.
It's all about me brand.
Buy a virtual footy at movember.com/spud and help look after the mental health of our mates. Get around the footy this Spuds game and honour a legend. Visit movember.com/spud today.
Celebrating the life of Danny Frawley. This is the Saturday Rub.
Oh yeah, welcome back. We're celebrating the incredible broadcasting career of Danny Frawley, and this one here happened at a Saturday Rub in the studio, so we weren't actually at the ground, and we all arrived and a bit dishevelled and a bit sort of Saturday morning sort of styling.
Didn't travel well.
No, we didn't. And so in we come, and I can't remember, Gaz, whether I rang you on the way in or we saw each other when we got here, but I had a suspicion that he'd changed his appearance. And you said to me, no, he has. I said, I'm not prepared to call it. I want you to look at him, and if you agree that something's different about him, go with it. Anyway, we got here, and I reckon about a second later, you turned to me and he said, he's done it. I reckon he's done it. And what happened next was as funny as anything I've ever heard. The place is unravelling, let's be brutally honest. So we may as well put the final kibosh on the joint, Gaz. So over to you.
Before I start, I'm going to give the three of you the opportunity to put your hand up. Is there anything that you want to just own up to before I go?
Oh, Gary, I've done that many things.
Yeah.
So you can actually mention what it is, and you're highly likely to be right, but I can't put it down to one, I must admit.
It's 3 pages, so just give me some.
All right, here we go.
I take no joy in what I'm about to reveal. But I have a commitment to hundreds of thousands of Saturday Rub fans to ensure that they remain informed regardless of the consequences of my actions. And make no mistake, my safety will be compromised as a result of the findings of a week-long investigation that has confirmed, albeit to my personal dismay, a situation that remains hard for me to digest and comprehend.
That sounds it could be me. It's physical.
The Triple M Saturday team is the tightest knit team in the history of football media.
Yes, that's true.
Lou, Jack and Bob may have appeared to many as a united group, but they have nothing on this group. We share everything together.
Yes.
Our successes, our triumphs are celebrated with an understated modesty that embarrasses our competitors. How can they be so self-deprecating in the face of such achievements? They ask themselves. I have been moved to ponder the same baffling question. On the rare occasion when one of us fails to live up to the extraordinary high standards that we demand of each other, we resist the temptation to revel in the failures of one of our own, and instead we gather ourselves around them and wrap the symbolic Triple M wings.
That's a beautiful prose, Gav.
Highlighted by our logo and Dr. Dan around them, and offer nothing but encouraging words and heart-wrenching empathy.
Oh, no.
Until they are able to dust off the stench of failure and rejoin the team.
Oh, no.
Albeit at the bottom of the peer ladder of respect. On this occasion, I can offer no such support.
Oh, no.
Oh, gee.
Over the years, we have been prepared to deal with the hand that God has provided us.
How's the preamble?
Warrior is as blind as batshit and can't see past his nose. But he nobly accepts he has to front up in public with a pair of Coke bottles strapped to his face just to get through the day. It's not a pretty sight, but he lives with it.
Your little drive-by?
Jim has to exist in a world where those that he works with have been required to chisel frames of granite over the journey. I am no exception. How difficult it must be for him to front up each week with a sunken chest and arms of cotton. But he does regardless of his physical sense of inferiority.
Oh, no.
And yes, trimming up the body hair with a whippersnipper before I start each day is not a pleasurable experience. It is something I must do if I'm not to be herded up and dumped into the gorilla cage at the Melbourne Zoo.
Oh, no.
This is not good.
Oh, no.
Which leads me to Spud.
Oh, no.
The rugged son of a Bungaree potato farmer whose brothers-in-law, cousins and nephews, whilst never challenging for the cover of GQ magazine, remain comfortable in their own skin.
Yes.
When they look in the mirror, they have no choice but to play the hand they were dealt. And the great Spud Regis himself has been withering in his contempt for anyone that would dare try and alter the course the good Lord has provided by means other than hard work and good fortune.
Where's this going? It's a big
build-up. He refuses to even acknowledge that anyone may go down the hair hat path. Live with it, you conceited fool, was his response. Spray tans on males, would never talk to that person again.
Yes.
Moisturiser made him physically sick. Waxing, don't ever get changed in the same room as me again. But he reserved his most vicious and derisive comments for those that elected to go down the dental enhancement path.
Oh, now I'm on it.
His disdain and contempt for our great friend Tony Jones has been bordering on slanderous and disparaging in such a way that I fear it covered up a more sinister subplot.
Oh, no.
That subplot can be revealed today.
No.
Danny Frawley, the humble, self-effacing country boy whose whole public image is based on the knockabout larrigan that would rather walk a greyhound with his great mate Plugger than go to a cosmetic shop with Michael Roberts, has succumbed to the lure of self-appeasement. In one of the most extraordinary about faces in recent history, Spud is now to be known as Chomper Frawley.
Bullshit!
Spuds!
1, 2. That's right. I have. The very thing that introduced Tony Jones. And I've warning about for as long as I can remember now, sits proudly inside his pub, gleaming like the sun on a Carabao beach.
I had one.
Spud, chomp.
I'll tell you what happened.
Oh, no. Spud's had his chompers done.
I've had one. No. You're going to hear me out.
Oh, no, Spud.
I will not throw anyone under the bus. But someone in this studio alerted me to the facts.
I cannot believe what I've just heard admitted.
No,
Spuds
I can't.
had the teeth done.
No. I'll tell you. All right, I've had one done. All right, I can't get it out. Do you want me to get the bloody... It's not an excuse, it's a fact of life. Can I get it out?
Come on, Chomp, get over it.
Okay, you'll... For the listeners out there...
Look like a movie screen.
I've had one done, mate. Because...
That's unbelievable.
At the age... Oh.
I can't believe it. You're just going to comment.
One was sticking out like Bugs Bunny. I've got this front chomper done.
I've lost something in the footwell of my car. Have a smile for me,
What a play, you prick. Listen, you are out. I'm not going to take it out on him, but can I actually get... No, I can't get it out, can I? The excuse. It's not an excuse, it's a fact.
Oh, no.
I had me front
cannot
chomper.
believe
I did. I had this one down.
I don't care how many of them does.
I've had one. I can actually see it.
They call you Chomp from now.
I never thought I would ever hear that you would head down this path, Spud.
JB, I had to.
The conceited path of getting the chompers done.
About 6 weeks ago, I had one tooth done, right? 6 weeks ago. Because for any listener out there, I had an infected root.
Oh, no.
So they took the root filling out, and this is a tooth I got knocked out at the Witching Proof pub.
I cannot believe
it. I was 17.
Go on, Chomp. Suck it up.
I had an infected root.
Oh, no. Oh, no. And the beauty, the beautiful thing about it, Purple, is as Gaz, a beautifully prepared sting, as it just went on, the blood just drained out of his face. Suddenly it took way too long to occur to him. Should have occurred to him about 10 minutes earlier. But suddenly he realised what was coming his way, and it just, you could see through him.
You two had built it up for a week, and I feared whatever it was you'd found to talk about was going to be the target being me. But once I realised 2 minutes in, Gaz, it wasn't me, I was very, very happy.
We had 1, 2.
1, 2. I think he thought at the start it was him, and then he got Gaz started to sort of go off on another path.
Yeah.
And I think he thought, no, I'm all right.
He's lulled.
I'm all right.
Yeah, Gaz lulled him back in.
I'm writing it down, then you hear him go, sounds as if it could be me.
But that's what the thing that used to make me laugh is we'd all get there on a Saturday and you'd all, even if you had nothing, you'd act as if you had something. Just
well, you did every week.
And then Spud would go, well, it can't be me. Well, it won't be me. And then a second later he'd go, is it me? Because he didn't know what he'd done during the week.
Everyone would arrive and walk around the table and look at each other, and we were all too scared to talk to each other. We weren't sure where it was coming
And the
from.
days when there was zero eye contact, you're in for it, absolutely. And that was every fortnight.
We're going to get to the fact that he colluded too. That was the shameful thing, because the rest of us would just turn up with what we had, but Spud would collude. So he'd ring BT first. What do you got? I got something. And then he wasn't comfortable, so then he'd ring Gaz. Now, go on, what do you got?
You were the worst because he needed, or you, but he'd rather get Warrior than you or Brian or me, and then he needed help because he had to have some degree of sophistication.
Yeah,
and that's where he needed.
And the double agent in him had it that he would call you, Jim, but then he would forget what he's told you.
That's it.
And then call me and tell me what he's told you.
Yeah, that's it.
And by the time we get there, we all knew what he was about to do, but then we knew that he wouldn't be able to deliver it anyway. But by butchering it, it actually made it funnier.
Oh, what about you took aim at him, BT, because when he was the CEO of the Coaches Association, a lot of his behaviour was nothing short of outrageous, including what he decided to wear. Ryan, Spud Regis, just in his capacity as head of the coaches, he's very defensive now. When
No, I'm not. Not at all.
A shop steward approach to it.
Oh, what a load of crap.
No, you are. You're becoming really protective. I think you've lost your edge as a radio man. I think you've started to come in and wee.
You started that in round one and just build it. Don't take the pressure off your jeans, mate. I know there was a slap coming my way at some stage, but that one after round one.
Every week there's a new press release coming out of the AFL Coaches Association.
Not at all.
Reporter, written by someone else other than you.
I knew there'd be a slap coming, but don't take it personally, mate.
I noticed watching from very close quarters the most watched footy show of the week that Spud Regis speaking on behalf of the Coaches Association in a Hawaiian t-shirt.
Well, hang on. Now you guys give me a slap.
Now what president of any association, even the Riflemen's Association, wouldn't turn up in a Hawaiian shirt to do a bloody press conference?
Hang on a minute, JB and Gaz. And Luke,
I haven't said anything.
I was at
We're moving on,
a birthday party at Luna Park, and seriously, I got a phone call from the Channel 9 footy show. We desperately want you, and now I cop this shit.
I'm happy with
Get
it, mate.
stuffed. Get stuffed. Ring me again, producer, you can get stuffed.
I liked it, Spud Regis.
Yeah.
I thought it showed a nice casual approach.
No, really taking things seriously. This is a man that's come straight from Luna Park in his Hawaiian shirt to represent the coaches.
Oh, yeah, come on, bro. Oh, you love laughing at your own jokes, you big whoopee. I can't believe the Jones has turned back my way. Come on, fellas, someone give me support. I'm with you.
I'm with you, Spud Regis.
I'm just looking at this forward 50 up here all day, boys. I'm with you, Spud Regis. There you go.
Crumbs. What about the beautiful way BT couched it at the start? I think you've lost your edge as a radio man.
I've come from a birthday party. Straight into a coach's press conference.
No.
He found the yard when it was Bristle.
Yeah.
He did. He could take it from you.
Yes.
He could take it from me. He would never take it from Warrior. But when Bristle came, he thought that now I've just about had enough. When Brian started to size me
That's it. When the first, I remember the first time he branded your buffalo head. BT's just fired into him about 3 or 4 times, and I could see the full back coming out in Spud. He's just sitting over the other side of the table. How much of this am I copying? Anyway, and then, and people will think I'm making this up, Purple. You were there. The two of them then rose.
Yep.
And were standing at the side of the table, screaming at each other. And he said, well, I've had about enough of you, buffalo. We are going to revisit, because this is the thing about Spud. He was fiercely loyal as a person, and everyone in this room knows that. But if you ever dared to leave, look out.
As we pay tribute to Spud, do what he did. Be open about your mental health.
Your doctor is your first port of call, and your partner and your mate. Sit down with your mates and say, guys, I'm battling mentally here.
Beyond Blue is there. beyondblue.org.au.
At the M's, we're excited. We just love music. And amongst us, we've got plenty of opinions. Trust me, after a couple of Friday drinks, we can debate Brian versus Bon, Liam versus Noel. And you don't want to be around the water cooler for a Beatles versus Stones chat. Hey, but as much as we love our own opinion, we value yours more. So check out how your votes tallied up on Triple M. Rock's Greatest Hits 600 continues 9 a.m. Monday.
No matter how big the job, get it done faster and easier with our tax time bonuses from Hykoki, High Performance Power Tools. Right now, when you buy Hykoki products, you can redeem big bonuses on a massive range of Hykoki power tools. Bonuses include a Hykoki work light, pressure washer, circular saw, impact driver, multi-volt batteries, and more. So for the big jobs, get these big tax time bonuses from Hykoki. Conditions apply. Offer ends June 30, 2022. Visit hykokipowertools.com.au.
Super Cheap Auto Trade wants you to nominate your super mechanic and win. Just tell us why your mechanic is super. They could win a $1,000 Super Cheap gift card, and you could win a $50 gift card. Hurry, enter at the Triple M win page.
At the Herald Sun, we're for giving you great value. Get digital access to our news, including sports and entertainment, for just $3.50 a week for the first 12 weeks. Min costs $14. Conditions apply. Search Herald Sun offer today.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
In 2022, Triple M rocks footy.
Just a nice bit of football class there, Jim.
Tempur mattresses, a mattress like no other, aiding in players' rest and recovery. Discover Tempur at tempur.com.au.
Oh, they don't come much better than that.
Seabus Super, making hard work pay off.
Look at him get around him. Unbelievable.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Did somebody say menu?
Hey guys, Del here. You heard that new version of the Menulog song with Katy Perry? Ding dong damn. It's catchy, man. It gets in your head. Hey, mate.
Oh, hey, Del.
Did somebody say Menulog?
Okay.
See what I mean? The new Menulog jingle with Katy Perry. It's that catchy.
Train hard this winter at Rebel. Save $1,000 on the Proform Sport 5.5 PF21 treadmill, now $1,299. And get 50% off the Garmin Phoenix Sapphire smartwatch, now $699. Rebel, winter is calling.
Optus SubHub is the subscription management tool available to eligible Optus customers. It allows you to bundle subscriptions in one place, so you can easily track spending with a single simple payment. You can even save up to 10% when you bundle 3 or more subscriptions, like Netflix, Paramount Plus, or Amazon Prime, just to name a few. To get started, just go to subhub.optus.com.au and log in with your Optus My Account details. One place to manage, one place to save, and one simple payment.
Here's some great news to keep you and your business moving. The new Shell Card Go app is here. With contactless payment, you pay with the app right from the pump. No more queuing at the checkout. The Shell Card Go station locator means you'll always know where your nearest Shell servo is and when they're open, plus in-app transaction history. For more info or to apply, visit shell.com.au/shellcardgo and find the Shell Card Go app in the Apple App Store and Google Play now.
Under holiday and overworked? Xero's emotional tax return lets you claim for the emotional impacts of running your small business. Enter the competition for a chance to win a share of up to $40,000 in prizes. Visit xero.com. T's and C's apply.
The Lowdown. Around town. There's so much happening in the city right now, like fireside street food at the Winter Night Market. Get to the city or get FOMO. Search FOMO Melbourne to find out what's on.
The Lowdown.
Supercheap Auto Trade wants you to nominate your super mechanic and win. Just tell us why your mechanic is super. They could win a $1,000 Supercheap gift card and you could win a $50 gift card. Hurry, enter at the Triple M win page.
Celebrating the life of Danny Frawley. This is the Saturday Rub.
Welcome back. A great celebration of the amazing broadcasting career of our great mate Danny Spud Frawley. Now, we said just before the break, Gaz, that an incredibly loyal man, Spud. But if he ever decided to leave the tent of Triple M football, then he didn't take too kindly to it.
So my new favourite show, Warrior, at the moment is Survivor. I watch it religiously. I've never missed a minute of it. And if I could have a wish, it would be him on that show. There's no man better made than Survivor than Spud. He'd be there going, I'm with you. Yep. Yeah, let's vote Brian and Jim out here. Don't like those
completely
blokes.
Natural for him.
Oh, I know. And then he'd forget and he'd go, yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you and Brian, Jim. Yeah, no, let's get Warrior out. So, in a little mini Survivor style, when one leaves, that's when they turn.
That's it. And he still had enormous respect, of course, for Bristol. So Bristol, while he copped a bit, as you're about to hear, didn't cop the full brunt. But there are a couple of others. One certainly attached to the medical fraternity who decided to leave. Bristol, Spud just raised him to the ground. But here you'll hear on a 3RW during a call, Bristol's just dropped Spud in there. It landed in our lap, and we didn't tell Spud anything about it and played it to him live on air, and you'll hear the rest. Just we need to set the scene here.
Yeah, please do, because I'm in the dark a bit.
Well, I'm confused too.
Well, I am too, because, of course, I don't listen. I don't actually have AM on my radio.
And you're under 55.
Yeah, and I am, and I'm alive. Yeah. So I don't have it as part of my... I've never heard it, Gary. I don't understand understand it, but it was pointed out to me that apparently one of the older stations had a clip at our main man.
Can't believe that.
Well, I can't believe it either. And
we had a truce.
Well, I thought we had a truce.
Because it got a bit messy and someone got a bit upset.
We got physical.
Yeah, so we called it off.
Well, anyway, we heard about it.
Big crowd on Monday.
And it came through to us. It was sent through to us. And I haven't heard it either.
No, I haven't heard it.
So I think what we need to do is we need to play it to our man here, Spud, first, and then get his thoughts on it.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
That's what you get on 3AW football. You'd have Spud muttering and trying to spit a word out and wouldn't have still got it out at this stage. Instead, you've got Mick being concise and exactly what's happening.
Now that's right. Fair's fair.
That is right, is it? I'll tell you what, that's the first time I've heard it. A couple of mates, Damo, not you, obviously. Told me that Bristol had a crack. Now, is this the same Bristol that I saw in the Green Guide? He said for a start he'd never go in the Green Guide with Gerard Waitley and a few of the boys, saying he was disappointed at the fact we got personal last year.
That we got personal with him.
Is this the same Bristol who was close to tears at that lunch at Flemington last year?
Oh, he was too.
Because he brought a knife to a gunfight, my friend. He got blown out of the water by little linguini JB here. Then claimed we got personal. Play it again, Luke. I just need to hear it again. Play it again.
That's what you get on 3AW football. You'd have Spud muttering and trying to spit a word out and wouldn't have still got it out at this stage. Instead, you've got Mick being concise and exactly what's happening.
What? That isn't personal, old buffalo head. What are you laughing at, Purple? You agreeing with him? Brian, listen to this. We invented getting personal on Triple M, my friend. You leave the tent, you cop it. We've been doing it for 15 bloody years. We get personal with ourselves first, then anyone else outside this tent. Take this box for example. I've had enough of landing strip here. You Purple, old flat top V-head, Sherman and Mr. Peabody whacking away on your Twitter, Facebook, get a life. We're not mates. Start of the year, any increase in your package, Danny? Piss off, Purple. You're a journo. You don't earn as much as us. Get over it. I've also had a gutful of you, JB. Reckon he's our leader. Turns up whenever he wants, struts around, thinks he's found the cure to world poverty. What a joke. You're only just going, mate. You're only just going. I hope the CEOs listen to this Ben Mafia. Bloody complacency. And as for you, Furball,
you be careful here. We go back.
I've simply had enough. We'll get leading teams in at some stage. Don't know if I've read my bloody article. Guess what? New world record today, Damo. We get in here at 11:45. 11:45:20. Have you read my article?
I did not. You did. I did.
I had a look at it.
You did.
I had a quick look, I'll tell you what, and he's put in here in one, I dug out an article I wrote on Fletcher in 2002, and this is where it gets really, opposition clubs need to employ decoy full forwards to draw Fletcher away from the key attacking hotspot. Stevie Wonder could see that! Seriously, tell me something I don't know! Triple M listeners, no, we don't get on with each other in here, let alone other stations. So, Brian, Buffalo Head, I'll make it personal. If you want to head down this track, my friend, you better carry a big stick. Because we pack heat over in Domo. You want an example? Just ask the doc. He's the bumbling mess since he's walked out of this box. He's still sucking his thumb in the corner like a big baby with puppy dog eyes every time he looks at me. And it was the truth, Doc. Danny Frawley would still be getting his words out. At least the people who I work with like me. Except these three. And I've had a couple. It's round 3. I'm ready to explode. Where do I go from here? Don't you start, big nose producer. You too, Harry. Sitting there chortling away like a wildebeest.
Oh, no.
Harry got a drive by. How did that turn around on us?
That's one thing I don't miss about you guys. The referencing to you. Have you read my article yet?
That's a fair point. I'll stop writing. No, that's one of his best. I
magnificent.
It was quite
magnificent.
quite savage.
Well, and that's what he did, is he said, right, well, I need to start somewhere. So you gave him a start that time, Bristol, but it didn't matter what it was. He just needed to get underway. And as soon as he was underway, then he just turned on us.
He was a momentumer, wasn't he? Once he got on a roll.
We referenced the double agent thing before, Jim. Upon listening back to that, I reckon you might have been his double agent that day. That had a bit of you in that prose.
Yeah.
No, well, we'd been told about it during the week, and the grab had been sent to me, and I said, that's got Spud written all over him.
But the rant that you then went on to the other three of us, including yourself,
Yes.
I think it had a little bit of you about it.
I hope it did.
Well, it was too well written for him to come up with himself, so you reckon it might have been.
I hope it did. Hey, we need to move on because there's the literally pages of stuff he did. But you two, BT and Gaz, used to go and do sportsman's nights and lunches with him. And Bristol, how did you announce him every time?
Well, every time Gaz and I, or whoever it was, we went with him. You build everything. You want to make feel good, and the audience need to know that there's a good person up here that's done something.
You paid good money for it.
Yeah, and Spud had won the best and
I want
fairest.
to see someone there with some sort of CV.
He's the longest-serving captain of St Kilda, and he's an All-Australian, and he's captain of Australia and represented Victoria 15 times, and he's in the St Kilda team of the century. Not only is he in the St Kilda team of the century, he's the vice captain of the St Kilda team of the century.
Thank you very much, Brian. Now, I'll tell you this story. So just took it in his stride.
Didn't he just?
Just wore it comfortably.
Never said a word.
Never questioned it.
And I must have been either on the panel or maybe lucky enough to be in the crowd one day.
Yeah,
you
would have been a paying member at that stage.
Hearing that, and I thought, that's how we introduce him on air. Every time he comes on to Triple M Footy, we say, vice captain of the St Kilda team of the century, 6 straight years.
Thank you, JB.
That's how he was announced.
Thank you, Jim.
And no one, not only in the box, but the millions listening, ever questioned it. Until Gaz came in one day because he had to dig up some facts about the St Kilda Football Club. And I knew Spud was in trouble when Gary walked in and said, I just need 5. And it might possibly blow out to 10.
Spud Regis.
Yes. Nip, nip.
St Kilda team of the century?
Yes. Fullback? No.
Not in it?
No, not in it.
No.
I have been saying, I've been introducing Spud for years at Sportsman's Nights, introducing his team of the century vice captain. It has to be.
I
had a look the other day. He's not in it.
It has to be. I was writing something today about Danny Frawley, and I thought I'll just check how. I wanted to check the longest serving captain. I went to the AFL Encyclopedia,
which he is there, I think,
and he's in the AFL Encyclopedia, but no mention. So I thought, maybe it's in the AFL 08 book, and I went to the AFL 08 book, Chief. St Kilda team of the century. No, Spud
he has
Regal.
to be in it. JB, I have been introducing Spud at Sports Nights.
Vice captain, you call him.
Vice captain of the St Kilda team.
I've been saying fullback, and
why hasn't he said anything? And the worst thing is, he has sat there and let me at least 100 different times and has never said, hey, I think quite, hey, BT, I'm not in.
I think you announce him on here as the.
I do.
You do.
The team that's
and he's never pulled you up.
I tell you what, I'm backing him that he's in it. He mightn't be a fullback. He's got to be in the team.
I looked
somewhere.
on the bench.
Mate, I did it today, only hours ago.
Who is fullback if it's not Spud?
Burden Howe.
Oh, no.
Well,
surely he's on the bench or a back pocket.
I am going to back him to be in it somewhere. I cannot believe he's
didn't
not.
make it, Spud.
Now,
don't be so happy, Brian.
He was also filthy. Didn't he miss out on the Ballarat wherever he played?
Yeah, the
Bungaree, that's it.
Didn't get in their team of the century either. His brother, Tony, Charge Frawley, got in at fullback.
So he's pretty much been snubbed everywhere.
He's not in any of the centuries.
He's not even part of the century, apparently.
Spud Regis.
Yes, boy.
We need to run something by you, Spud, because I have just had it brought up, and I am defending you vehemently here against the odds because Gary's got the oracle in his lap. He has come to the table and said that there's no D. Frawley in the St Kilda team of the century, not only not at fullback, not on the bench, nowhere. I said that can't be true.
I'm not in it, mate.
Oh, no.
Spud Regal. I was writing something on you today, Spud, and I went to my research book just to make sure that what Brian has been saying for 5 years is right. I couldn't see your name, and I've come in here outraged, and you're telling us you're not in it.
Well, these boys have to do their homework, mate. I just sat there and I thought, well, they're not going to do the homework. I'm just taking you to come up with the truth.
But I have introduced you 500 times to about 300 different variety type crowds over recent years, and I always had you as the vice captain of the St Kilda team of the century. We were doing the Win TV of Country Victoria for the last 3 years in a row to the corporates.
I was actually on the selection committee, believe it or not, of the team of the century, and I kindly made sure that I basically couldn't vote for myself, so I said, boys, well, I'm out of it.
Spud Regis, for the last 18 months on this station, I'm talking over the last 3 seasons, Danny Frawley, St Kilda fullback of the century, I've been giving it. Any danger of tapping me on the shoulder, Spud?
Thinking, well, when are these boys going to tell the truth?
Any danger of you tapping me on the shoulder and saying, Jim, he's up on the team of the century?
Jim, what do you reckon about the Verdon Howe family? How do you think they feel?
What
are they doing?
Touch a wobble about it.
Not at all. Get your homework, Big Brian.
We're shattered down the front here.
No longer will I be able to give you the big razz at the start. No, it'll just be St Kilda player, Danny Frawley.
Spud Regis, I'm
shattered. You just got to do your homework, JB. What's going on, mate?
No, I've stood by you like Scotty Burns earlier in the week. Oh, no.
He blamed you.
He did. It was my fault.
Yeah, you do your homework. Otherwise, I'll just continue to wear it.
He was like a little sheepdog then. He had his tail between the legs.
And I tell you what else we got, Gaz. Just a little snippet of there is the magnificent caustic dismissal of the chief.
Actually, people have said to me, is Chief doing the thing I asked Chief.
Yes.
And he politely declined today. So we think of him always. But yeah, the Chief just said, you're on the selection panel. He goes, I was on the selection panel, says Chief, says Spud, and then you hear Chief say, and he still couldn't get
in. Because he got in every single team of the century that there's ever been, Chief, he just gives it well, surely he was on the bench or the back pocket or something.
And Damo, you did hear then, in amongst all of that we thought, oh, well, he's not in the St Kilda team. He'll be the captain, coach, and first select in the Bungaree team. He didn't even make the Bungaree team.
And his brother did.
He had 8 brothers.
Not
did.
one
There was
brother.
7
Frawleys in there. Yeah, 7 Frawleys and 15 McGuans. And he was related to both families. He couldn't get in either way.
You need to listen back to that. Just because no man loves the Chief more than me. And when that was brought up, he goes, "But wasn't he in the Ballarat or Bungaree or wherever the hell he came from?" I love it. Now we're getting to a break, but next Damo he had, and you provided him with plenty of area to play with. If he got in trouble, there were some sweet spots that he went to.
Yeah.
You were one of them, and you wore it beautifully. But there was another man who worked for the Herald Sun, doesn't work there anymore, by the name of Haircut Timms.
We're about to hear some extraordinary descriptions of the haircuts that Daryl Timms used to have, and references to laser beams and spirit levels, BT, that Spud thought that Timsy ordered the hairdressers to use when cutting his hair, and you're right, he did become a favourite.
And how did it start with Timsy? Why did we start picking on
as
him?
you know, he always liked the softest targets, didn't he? And with Timsy had the pen, but couldn't really get him back any other ways. So,
but he must have done something to focus his attention on him.
Not necessarily with Spud.
Just saw him one day and didn't like his
saw him one
haircut.
day getting a coffee and didn't look the way he looked.
Right, Haircut Timms next.
Celebrating the life of Danny Frawley. And just like Spud, don't be afraid to talk about how you feel.
Look, I was manic to get over it. I just thought it was going to be like a broken arm. It took me sort of 3 or 4 years to come out, and I think you've always got sort of bits and pieces of it now, but I'm well aware of when I do too much.
Reach out to Beyond Blue, beyondblue.org.au.
The Saturday Rub pays tribute to Danny Spud Frawley.
They're saying, how you going? I said, yeah, just call me number 1.
Buy a virtual footy at movember.com/Spud and help look after the mental health of our mates. Get around the footy this Spuds game and honour a legend. Visit movember.com/Spud today.
Celebrating the life of Danny Frawley. This is the Saturday Rub.
All right, so just before the break, as we look back on the amazing broadcasting career of Spud, we got our heads around the fact that there were some targets that he just loved. One of them was Haircut Tim's, Daryl Timms, who worked for the Herald Sun, who's, by the way, Damo, you can tell us, as nice a bloke as you'll ever meet, Timsy.
One of the all-time great journos and blokes.
But Spud, I reckon he went with it once early on BT and got a nice reaction to the haircut.
That's all it needed.
And he thought, I'm going back there again.
Revisit regularly.
At time of need, that's a glass I can break, and it's just too funny.
Craig Hutchison, otherwise known as Jason Barguana, the V8 supercar driver, came in at the back.
Oh, did you?
Just a minute ago, Spud. He said he'd heard that you were about to unload.
No.
And he said, you haven't got the minerals to deliver.
Well, tell the guy there was a fraud that had some sort of rug on his head end of last year.
Here we go.
It fell off on the golf course.
This is the inaugural head wobbler of the year.
It ended up in the Pacific Ocean somewhere. It's still floating by all reports. Him and Pickers having a crack at me this morning. Seriously, it's an absolute joke. Well, I went out. My wife went to one of the... You get invited to a lot of things.
Me wife.
Yeah, I don't go.
Anita. Anyway, we wanted to go out and have a little function.
Right.
And anyway, there was a photographer there. And I did say, you can ring Anita up. And I said to Anita, I do not want to get the photo. She says, Danny, I'll have the photo with you. So
Give me a look at the photo.
Anyway,
It's not a good one, Gary.
it's a shocker.
Social
It's an
page.
absolute
Anita looks
shocker.
beautiful, but not
Anita looks magnificent. And I did say, Anita, if I go in this paper, the boys are going to load up.
Have a look at the kiddo.
But anyway, I've had a gutful. No, all right, have a good laugh, yeah. But I tell you what, Damien Barrett, you're the first for the wobble off. Mid-season. Why? I've seen you the first two Thursday nights. Great breaking stories, and you walked in today with donuts. That means you've got ahead of yourself. Your head's wobbling off, and I tell you, you are in the mid-season wobble off out the middle of the MCG. Hutchie and Pickers aren't far behind them. Hutchie may not. He get a reproof. He puts the rug back on his head. But I tell you what, this guy is definitely in there. Daryl Timms. For the people at home that don't understand who Daryl Timms is, he's in the confidential column. He's stalking me every second day. I'm in the bloody paper. Leave me out of it. I've got a gutful. You've got a haircut like Paul McCartney. And I tell you what, I did not say I was going to name the drink seller. Round one, I said I was frustrated. Boys, I was frustrated. Why? Because I went to the MCG and I got this concoction, this Diet Coke syrup with a bit of water, and I said to the guy, what's going on here? He said, a few of your colleagues have been taking some drinks home, and I left it at that. And you three, I won't swear, you three boys have said on Friday nights continually, Spud's going to name it, and I'm not going to name it because I didn't. Daryl Timms put in the paper on Monday that Danny Frawley's gone soft. Timsy, if you're listening, and I know you will be eventually, you get text or something, I did not say I was going to name it, so stick it. And I've had enough. Stop stalking me. I've got my reputation is cut to shreds, and I tell you, I have had enough, Joe.
Oh, no.
And any more lip from some radio station next door, they're going to get thrown out, physically thrown out of the box.
Oh, no. Haircut Timms. And the drink stealer, Gaz, it grabbed his attention for 18 months.
Yeah, and as it turned out, it was a misunderstanding.
Look at him.
It's an unsolved mystery.
Look at that idiot of a man over there.
Jim, I'm still, even 10 years later, not sure the statute of limitations allows us to talk about the drink stealer. Remember the legal toing and froing that we all got sat down once before a show and we said we cannot talk about that.
The great unsolved
Went
mystery.
down the wrong path.
Well, you stoked him up every week about it.
What about when Dave, if you want to listen to that again, and hope this will be podcast, I'm sure. He's got a nice head of steam up, and then as soon as you hear Warrior pipe up with, well, you told him. No! That's when his anger really kicks in when Warrior sticks his nose in.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Anyway, the way that he used to split us all down the middle is what this whole segment, this whole beautiful celebration's about, because every page, Purple, I look at every segment, and he's having a crack at one of us. And
all four of us.
This time, he has a close look at BT's post-game questioning.
What about BT's question? You have got to...
What's wrong
What
with
did
it?
you enjoy about tonight's
What was most impressive about the win? What is wrong with that, big buffoon?
What's the second best thing then about the win?
What is wrong with that?
What's the second best thing about the win then? Jeez, that is pathetic.
I will launch you.
You've had a mare tonight, Brian.
You've been soundly beaten
You
tonight.
have had a mare, mate.
You're as good as flat.
What did Sam? Can you just
assess?
What did you like about the win, Sam?
All I know, Brian, is I'd take your right back to the maker. It's got a huge crack in it.
You put a lot of
sitting behind you, looking at it all
Didn't
night.
he put a lot of thought into that question? You really racked your brain. It must have been, whoa, what can I ask for big moves? Oh, I'll go this way, I'll go that. Oh, no, I'll come up with this hard-hitting one.
I was stumped after all of your interchange, buddy, calls tonight. All your special interchange.
I'll hit him with.
Yeah.
What did you like about the win tonight, Matty?
You're an absolute dickhead.
Oh, you are kidding yourself with that question.
Even mate got me a headache, Spud, after a bit. Brian saying the ball goes down to the half-forward line. Smith on Rossoff, and it comes back to the Bill on. It comes down. Shut up!
Shut up!
I tell you, an old fossil here is in body meltdown, Brian, your brain's in meltdown, mate. It's just.
I think he might have got you, Bristol.
He might have got me there.
He got you there.
He did. He did. Yeah.
He just doesn't come up for breath.
But this is what I'm talking about. So as soon as he sniffs that something mightn't have gone quite to plan, he jumped all over it. Over it.
And as Brian has rightly pointed out, it's like it's just like petrol on a little fire. He starts, and then you tip it on, and it roars, and then you go, oh, he's on fire, I'll give him a bit more, and then it's a runaway.
But particularly if you gave him the all clear, guys. If you looked at him and gave him a little wink, yeah, keep going, or gave him a little chortle when others didn't, he was away.
I said to Damo yesterday, we were talking about him, and I said, he reminded me of a big dog, like one of those big, out-of-control dogs that would run around and just get into trouble and it'd be bouncing, and then it'd look at you and go,
yeah, am I right?
Yeah, and you go on, and you bounce, and you come back, and his tail would be wagging, and you go, and then occasionally...
He'd always come back.
He'd come back, and occasionally you go over the line, you come back, and you go, and his tail would go down, his ears would step, he'd go...
Or he'd have no punchline to finish it off, and you could see him flipping, and he's wandering in this mind of his as to... Oh, there's no finish to this.
Where do I go next? We're going to go something else. I'll bell someone.
And Jim, what about the other way Gary controlled him, just through not words but a sound?
Yeah.
The let's face it, Gaz, the childish fart sound.
That's this one. Whenever you needed, whenever old Snorkel here, our producer, sitting there, he hated it because as soon as you did that, it didn't matter what was happening. Buddy Franklin could be lined up his 100th, he'd go, and then that would be it for Spud. Off he'd go. He'd just lose focus for at least 5 minutes.
He would.
Until he'd just about come back in the line, and then you just for fun go, oh, here we go again.
We're going here to one of my all-time favourites anyway on Triple M, Jared Grant, otherwise known as Spindle Shanks, and he came in for an interview.
Oh no, Jim, we can't go here.
He came in for an interview, and you need to listen because
you're going to play the whole thing here.
Halfway through, Gary asks him about his other nickname.
Someone told me he had another nickname.
This is embarrassing.
And Spindle wasn't aware that he was even called this other nickname. It got nice and awkward, but then Spud backing over it is just magnificent.
The Western Bulldogs play today against the Richmond Footy Club, of course, under the roof at Etihad. They do it without Jared Grant, one of our favourites, Spud, on this station.
Spindle Shanks.
We've called Spindle Shanks from the start. Extraordinarily thin-legged man, but fast and skillful, and finished last year in great shape.
How did he break his foot if he's got so skinny legs?
That's the problem, Gary. When you haven't got enough meat on him, then stuff goes wrong. But he's in the studio now with us. Hello to you, Spindle.
G'day, Jim. Thanks for having me in here.
Spindle, what can you tell us about Marcus Bontempelli?
It's a significant conk he's got going there, Spindle. A bit like our producer, actually, who's large of nose. Is there, have you pointed that out to him? Has he got a nickname that sort of works with that?
Look, the first year guys coming in, they can be a little bit fragile, so you need to ease it in. I didn't receive that treatment when I first came in, but...
they used to call you microphone head, didn't they?
Plenty of names coming my way, don't worry about
not
that.
Fair, that.
No, that is
long odds coming.
Just before I give the tip, I don't think Spindle Shanks too kindly to be called microphone heads. I don't think he expected.
You don't think you like that one, Spud?
Spindle Shanks. We used to call you microphone heads. He saw the puppy dog.
I haven't heard that one.
Why the stuff do I have to come here and cop this crap? I'm trying to do the right thing by Triple M. He didn't even have to open the door and walk out. Don't worry about his tractor and his foot.
Oh, no. Come on, Spud.
Come on, microphone.
Spud's off. Look at him.
He lost. Oh, I've got to get back on track after the
That's one of the funniest things because he's half asleep in the corner of the box, and then the whole microphone goes, no, I'm doing really cool, man. And then I just saw Spud look, he stood up, his head jumped up, he came to life, and all he did, he wanted him out of the box so he could start having a crack at me. And then Jim would go, for the next 5 years, Scotty West gets it, everyone's over to Luke Darcy gets it down to Spindle Shanks, a man the Gary called microphone hit, and he didn't like it, and Spud really cracked the shit in front of
Anyone else's misfortune, Purple? Didn't he just love it? If anyone else made a mistake in the box.
That was when he was in his prime.
Oh, no. Now, we did something, he actually referred to it earlier in the show. We did something, borrowed it from leading teams, called 360-degree feedback. Spud could never quite get his head around how to do it. We'd all come in with our assessment of each other and present it in a way that was probably pretty brutal.
It was,
but also
at times.
you could learn from it.
No, there's nothing to learn from it.
Our man sitting to your left was never really good at leading. Old Bristle would just slowly turn around until his back was to us. I refused to look at it.
I think the 360 session period, Jim, I think it nearly did drive a wedge in us forever. We had to cancel it after a short time.
We did.
Because it got too real, BT.
We're going to play it next, but what you need to know as we go to the break is that the reason Spud didn't get it is because pre-360-degree feedback, he tried to collude.
Yeah.
Survivor style.
That's right. So I'm telling you, he's made for Survivor.
Oh, it is coming up next.
As we pay tribute to Spud, do what he did. Be open about your mental health.
Your doctor is your first port of call, and your partner and your mate. Sit down with your mates and say, guys, I'm battling mentally here.
Beyond Blue is there. beyondblue.org.au